simple.
Yeah, we'll see how Vito's gonna play this out. Maybe feels a bit of the pressure. Does have,
Also
you know,
one game away.
Yeah, one game away. He's got potentially a pretty good opening hand. Inside Squirrel, Witch, nice card draw, and Spellboost package. Even picking up the Covenant Mage, kind of nice.
That's good. That's good. Oh man, the Walder start. Here comes another one. Oh.
Okay, is he gonna play Walder on one, or maybe just not this time around?
I think, you know, make sure to not get into that role, right? It sure is exciting to be able to play aggro Axel Forest.
Sure, but he doesn't have to, right?
Don't get carried away. Yeah.
Okay, Vito gonna continue his Spellboost game plan. Looking pretty solid right now. Oh, triple Crystal Witch. I mean, that's one of those cards where it's like, you know, once you get it going, then it's kind of gonna snowball, right? Because then the other witches become free, and then it's gonna get a lot of card draw and early presence with 2/3s.
Aria pickup as well. Going second is gonna be pretty good on tempo too.
Yeah, so already could play Crystal Witch and then play Covenant Mage for free as well. That seems pretty good for both tempo, spell boost, and card draw. Not a bad opener.
Yeah, it's good board presence, and like you have the Garea in hand to like start reducing the deck size.
Yeah, he's
still 30, but you can get there pretty soon.
I mean, it's still 30, but he drew through a fourth of his deck in 3 turns. You know, like it's not bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Charm with the Amulet. Crystallizing the Sagittarius is gonna cycle. Kind of just, I guess, waiting for the evil turn. Aria might give him things to do.
Tracing is nice here for that. It's basically spell boost.
Yeah, it's actually
insight
super
with
nice.
a bonus effect.
Yeah. Comes with a built-in card draw.
Everything is just insight with a new flavor.
Oh man, Vito really going crazy with these spell boost
card draw.
And man is drawing cards.
Oh, well, that's good.
I mean, that's also like, it's a board, right? That's not a bad board. He gets chip damage, which makes it a lot easier for his Ana Grass spells to actually finish the game. Wow, we've not seen Spell Boost or Mysterious Rune like this before.
It's also just like, the majority of this is 3 health. So now, okay, now that he's drawn the Varmint, that's a different story, but when he was just going for Aria, I was like, oh, that's not gonna take care of anything.
Yeah, so Barman, if the evil gets the play points, Barman effect are crucial here for Charm Flash to stabilize. If you didn't have that, it's also get run over by the witches.
Yes, sir.
Even so, though, I feel like Vito's in a fine spot. Again, he's very close to 20 cards. He has Grass in hand. Still has a Zero Cost Covenant as well. A Charm Flash not going out without a fight.
That's the one thing you didn't want to hit. That's the one thing you didn't want to hit.
Yeah, I mean, the Waller could go phase, so it was a good Barbarian turn. It just wasn't like the full clear.
Still
it also means that
good.
He wasn't able to develop the Aria on the first evil turn, though. So maybe that kind of slows him down, right?
Yeah, interesting point, actually. But going into this, Covenant Mage, get that free draw.
Oh, if that Rooney had been there earlier.
I wonder if you just go for Alistair here, because you get the Evo banish. Like, sure, you have to pay for the Evo, but you get to banish the Varmint, and then you have like a nice way to trade around the board. You get that little bit of drain as well to push yourself back up, and you banish 2, so next turn you draw into 20.
I mean, I just feel like the grass is too good in these type of turns, where it essentially only costs 1 play point. It's a 5/4 rush. She's gonna banish, and you get the spell.
That's true.
We'll see what he chooses, and it is gonna be the Graham. Okay. Okay, he can play the spell if he wants, you know, to clear. He has Riven Earth as well. About to be at 20 cards.
Yeah, he's very close. Very, very close. Alistair.
Okay, interesting.
That works too. That works too.
And then Eva the Grail. Honestly, like just getting chip damage with the witches, it's really adding up. Like I said, the lower that Charm Flash is, the easier it is for the Blaze to close the game out. And this way, Vito maintains his board.
Got him down to 11. Wow, that's actually really, really quick.
Yeah, with 17 cards in deck, 1 Blaze in hand, another Grail in hand as well. and pressure, honestly. Like this 2-3, 1-3 is like, they're going face, man.
And it's been like this since the start of the game. Like, Vito's just been having this insane board state from, you know, as early as like turn 3. It's already been looking super.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like the exact opposite of last game, where Charm Flash was the one going absolutely crazy in the early game with the aggression, and now Vito's the one doing so.
Home sweet home.
Okay, another Barman. Again, that means that, like, yeah, Barman is clean, which is nice, but he's just not gonna get to get that Aria online.
You're just reactively playing against everything here, right? It's like, yeah, I mean, you can react to everything possible, but unfortunately, you're not really pushing your own win con. And it's interesting because Vito was in the situation last game where he was the one and then pushing through. But now it's a different situation. It's not that Vito had to play super aggressively or anything. He developed this board by just playing normally, just playing what the deck wants to do.
Like he
now he still has so much late game.
He's still going for his win condition, right?
Exactly.
I believe that's the final wall there for Charm Flash.
Yep.
Okay, it's not a full clear, but it's close enough. He gets the heal as well.
That's decent.
Okay, Vito, one final Evo, 16 cards in deck. What is the play gonna be?
It's getting close. We haven't seen an An yet either.
Maybe those Ans got banished, you know? You never know what gets banished from your deck, yeah. You just play with the assumption that she'll be there, but she might not always.
That's the craziest game to me, right? Where like it was down to the last card in deck, and the last card in deck
literally
was the An. It's like, how does it not get banished? Every time I play this deck, my Ans just bounce. It's gone.
Okay, Vito thinking here.
Man.
He's got plays. Rooney is an option. Has been spell boosted only twice, so maybe not. Okay.
Maybe not an option anymore.
Yeah. He did draw the Rooney kind of late, but to be fair, he drew everything else that was spell boosted early on.
Yeah.
So that's another Rooney.
Hmm.
Perhaps he wants to hold on to that Greya for like a more explosive turn later on.
I think that is the play there. I mean, but it's already at like the big stat. You know, the
time's running out. He's got to make a decision. Okay, Riven Earth. And looking like a Rooney. Oh, you just gotta cash out the Blaze. I mean, that is a good chunk of damage.
Like, when you're at 17 life, you're still pretty safe here, I think.
Oh, for sure.
Especially when... Hold on, how much is that free flowering? Always it's at 5. Uh-huh.
Oh, I actually really like this play from Vito, because by putting Charm Flash at 5 life, it means that if he's able to clear the board, then the other Greya spell will be game.
That's true, yeah.
So now Charm has to like respond to the board and have something that's strong enough that it doesn't just get cleared, even though Vito has still, you know, Evos on Greya and Rooney's to, you know, potentially clear anything that's left over.
Yeah, that's right.
I really like this play from Vito. The Aria comes on, but it's so late. All she could do is like stabilize, but you're never gonna make up a board that's going to stick around with this line of play. And Vito's gonna have more than enough damage next turn.
Exactly. Aria's gonna be evolving, get that leader effect, but it's just not what you want to see at this stage of the game with 5 life left, no wards in play. Oh,
and yeah, that's gonna be should be more than enough for Vito, assuming he, you know, orders correctly. I can't see him not. Gets the play points back.
Here we go.
Play the and pick up the horse.
Alright,
the ant spell. Yeah, the 6 damage is just enough, and just like that, Vito is gonna be the July SVO champion.
At long last, Vito, you can relax. You've done it all. You've made the full run. It's finally time to celebrate. Look at that, the face of a champion. He is your July Cup champion for West SVO. Congratulations to Vito from Team Disastra.
Welcome to the Shadowverse Open. This is the August Cup. As always, we are your casters and hosts. I am Lewis, joined by Chris, Different Fight. How are you doing today?
What's good, my man? I mean, you say as always, but there's something a little bit unusual about you this time around, buddy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No clue. Honestly, I couldn't think of it myself, not with this amazing SVO hat. But you know what's one thing you might not be seeing from Lewis's side? Look at this. Y'all see this? Y'all see the beauty? Y'all see the beauty underneath? Damn. But yes, we're back once again. SVO is kind of getting close to its end. Honestly, we got like 2 cups left, August Cup being one of them. And of course, there's a lot of action. We're still in the Renaissance Chronicles expansion. We got a mini coming up very soon, but we got action coming up sooner than that. And of course, it's going to be very exciting. Got our top 8 best players from this month's tournament battling it out. And, you know, they might not look as insanely good as Lewis, but, you know, points for trying, right? Points for trying.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Talking about the points, today, August Cup, it is all about the league points. We're trying to see who's going to get enough points to qualify for the Contenders Cup, which will be next month, so then we can see who's going to qualify to the World Grand Prix. Now, let's take a look at the format. You guys can see how we do things here in the Shadowverse Open. We have a 2-day event. Yesterday was day 1. We had 7 rounds of Swiss with a top 16 playoff. And as always, here in the SVO, we play with rotation in the 3-deck, 1-band format.
That is correct. And of course, you know, we had top 16 playoff. Of course, they had to already fight for an elimination to get to top 8, but that is going to be day 2, the 8 best players from the tournament. Once again, playing rotation, also going with 3-deck, 1-ban, and of course the Conquest format as always. We say it every time, but let's take a look at the prizes as well. What are these players playing for? Of course, there's cash prizing involved. We got first place taking home $1,000, second place taking home $600, and Lewis, what about the remaining places?
Yeah, so 3rd and 4th go home with $400. And 5th through 8th players will get $200. But on top of that, like I was saying, they get the league points, which matter oh so much as we are near the end of the season. You can see that Sai is still holding it down at number 1 with 40 points. I do want to point out that even though Sai is not in the top 8 bracket today, he did make it to the playoffs. So showing how consistent he has been, still the number 1 player in the West.
That's right, but I mean, look at, you know, Zons, Vito, Shinsha, and Rinfersando. They're all tied with that 37 point. You know, it's getting close. That's also the cutoff point, so it's going to get pretty sweaty going into both this top 8 and also this last month because the point differences are very little. And if you're someone like Praetorian, you're pretty close to making it as well.
Yeah, if you guys want to see who actually is playing today, let us take a look at the bracket. You can see one name we do recognize is Doc Dodo, who is number 2 in the standings, has a chance to overtake Sai if he does well today. First, we're going to have Vapo. You might recognize him as the March 2020 champion. Vapo was one of the players that went 7-0 in Swiss, so off to a fantastic start from day 1. He's going to go up against Freeze Bomb. Then we're also going to have Starlight going up against Osap, a name we have not heard for a long time, but Osap did qualify to World Championship at last year's Contenders Cup, so it's great to see him here today.
That's right. I think we also saw him at one of the previous month cups as well, so it's great. But of course, we got Mana Surge representation once again. Ty Guy out here making it to top 8 as well. I think he was also one of the undefeated players.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
that is correct.
So definitely looking good and strong, but he's going to be going up against Doc Dodo, as you said. He's looking real good in these leaderboards right now, so that's not going to be an easy matchup whatsoever. Then we're going to have Tyr from GT, who is going to be going up against a pretty well-known name that's been in the Shadowverse scene for quite some time, which is, of course, Praetorian.
Yeah, Praetorian, we actually saw him in the 2019 Contenders Cup. So, you know, he's definitely one of the great players of our region, and it's good to see him up here. And as you pointed out, he's also up there in the standings. So for players like Doc Dodo and Praetorian, today is crucial that they get every single league point they can so they can try and qualify for the Contenders Cup.
Damn, dude, where'd the drip go? We look away for 1 second and suddenly Lewis is dripless already. It only took 3 seconds. Wow. Well, you know what is going to be very exciting, though, is, of course, we have a lot of upcoming events. We also have a card reveal coming for you guys very soon today on stream. So make sure you stay tuned throughout the entire thing because you won't want to miss this one. You know, I've been looking at the new cards that we've been getting. Pretty happy to see, you know, all the finally, it's been a good 5 years. The actual leaders getting their own cards, and I think some of these cards are from the anime, if I'm not mistaken, as well, which is pretty cool. But of course, talking about upcoming cards, let's look at upcoming events, because of course there's a very important cup waiting for these players, which is the September Cup with that direct ticket to Contenders. Of course, for SVO, it's going to be September 11th and 12th, and for West, it's going to be the week after, September 18th and 19th.
Yeah, the September Cup is the final regular cup, and again, the winner of that will automatically qualify to Contenders Cup, which is massive, because you guys do not want to miss the Shadowverse Contenders Cup. That's going to be our biggest event over here in the West. Contenders Cup 2021. We have day 1 for the West, October 16th, and day 2, October 17th. That's my birthday. I know I say it every time, but hey, I'm excited for it. And then for SEAO, we have day 1, October 9th, and then day 2, October 10th. And I believe one of those is Igni's birthday, but I actually don't know which one it is.
That's right. They pick these dates especially for you two and no one else. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But of course, on top of the dates, we have the format as well. So it is taking place between 2 days. We're going to have the best players playing from both regions in their respective Contenders Cup. It's still going to be double elimination though, which is a little bit of a new thing. We usually have like these top 8 knockout brackets and like a Swiss round, but it's going to be double elimination, still rotation, and also best of 5, no bans instead of the usual best of 3 with 1 ban. So it's going to be a lot of action. We're going to get to see the best from a lot of different classes because you have to bring 5 decks, still conquest format, so it's going to be really exciting. And yeah, it's going to be 2 days of really, really cool action for the kind of conclusion of the SVO circuit for this year.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out that's not in the graphic is that unlike last year, this year it's only going to be 8 players, and only the winner will actually qualify to Worlds. So getting second place in Contenders, it will not be good enough, sadly, although I'm sure they'll get some prizes. And on top of that, Contenders Cup will be with the next expansion, so it's going to be a brand new meta. But for today, even though the mini expansion has not hit, we have quite a bit of variety of decks, and it's a nice change up from last month.
Absolutely. Like, I was saying this earlier before we went live, how this is the SVO that I expected SVO July to be, with like, fair share of Portal, Haven kind of still being alive here and there, and that's what we're getting today. And there's going to be a lot of cool action, but still remnants of last month, that's for sure. But let's take a look at our first 2 players, our first matchup here between Vapo and Freeze Bomb. So this was going to be pretty exciting because we already see plenty of things that we didn't see last month. Look at this, Dragon, Haven, and of course, Portal we hyped up a lot. You saw it in SEAO, but that's a debut for this expansion in the West.
Yeah, so Last War Shadow still stands as one of the dominant decks. That said, there is some good variety. We see Haven coming up to fight against the Shadow, and then we're also seeing Dragon show up. Vapo representing the Dragon. It's like a Natura Dragon with no Baldane, which to me is kind of funny, but if it works, it works. I was saying Vapo was undefeated in Swiss, 7-0. Looking pretty good. He's a previous SVO champion again of March 2020. So for a player of that caliber, where like you already won an SVO, you've proved you're that good. Well, the next logical step is to go to Contenders Cup, right? We'll see if Vapo can go to Contenders. Could he earn a spot to World Grand Prix this year?
That'd be the dream. That would absolutely be the dream, but we'll see if it actually, plays out for him. But let's take a look at one of his decks. You talked about how Last Word Shadow is still the most dominant force in the meta, and of course, people want to beat it. And to beat it, you're gonna have to start banishing stuff, and I don't think there's any other better class right now than Haven to do the banishing for you. Like, after the restriction, after the nerfs, a lot of people just kind of dismissed this deck. They were like, oh, it's gone. Don't even consider it, it's sleep, gone. But no, it's still very much alive. It's still very strong. Jadeland got the nerf, but that doesn't mean it's a bad card. It's still really strong. It's a good win con. But above all else, this deck has so much removal and, the sustain and everything it needs to really be able to fight against that Shadow matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got Revolver Eagle because J-Land might be nerfed, but Revolver Eagle's still holding it down. So I like this deck. And historically, as you were saying, Haven from, beginning of Shadowverse has been like the class to just naturally stand up against Shadow. With access to banish, you can deny those pesky last words. So we'll see, can the Amulet Haven do well against Shadow?
Yeah, absolutely. I just hope they don't get rolled by the other decks because I saw some players writing on Twitter how it's like, yeah, Haven was great every time it read it to Shadow, every other time not so good. So hopefully we don't see too much of that in top 8. That would definitely be good. But let's see one of the other pretty common decks that we saw last month, which is of course going to be Freeze Bombs, Baleon Sword. This is the tried and tested. You know, last month, I think we kind of like, I don't know if we overhyped it or we like hyped it in a wrong way, you know, just kind of focusing on the loop that you can do with the dramatic retreat and just like play a bunch of the Baleons over and over and over again and just kind of like OTK your opponent. You know, that's great. It's awesome when you can get that going. But of course, the other line of play is just, it's an amazing just beat stick, right? It's a great just, you know, body of stats, has Storm, has Ward, you know, everything you would need, damage to the board, and many decks just can't deal with that, and just that on its own is already really strong.
Yeah, at the same time though, last month, the two dominant decks we saw were the Baleon Sword and the Axel Forest. And while we saw those decks be unstoppable, you know, zero cost Balons, Latica, Storm in the face very early on for 14 damage, we also saw Baleon Sword do like absolutely nothing, just like have no early game, not achieve its combo in the mid game and just fall apart. We saw Axel Forest kind of like falter as well. So these are two decks that have like really high highs, but pretty low lows. And this time around, they're not as represented as they were last month. And while they're very good, you know, in these big tournaments where you get potentially, you know, only one match and then you lose, like, we're going to see how the Sword and the Forest can actually perform today. I'm really, really curious about that.
Yep, absolutely. You know, I'm just looking at my stats here, getting projected all the little selections of decks and everything here. There's, you know, there's a lot of picks that represent the meta from last month, but man, is there some stuff that I'm happy to see here, and I think it's going to be a good time as we're going into the game here between Vapo and Freeze Bomb. Hey, look at that. Starting with the Dragon, okay.
Yeah, so we should have a bit more variety in terms of the decks we're going to see today, which is great. As for the players, you know, again, we've seen Vapo in the past. He's an SVO champion. I believe this is Freeze Bomb's first top 8. I don't believe I've heard of his name before, but sometimes your first top 8 could be your first win.
That's right. Everyone's dream, right? It's like you see the SVO stream, you're like, hey, I want to do that. And then you sign up and you go 0-2, but you know, it's the friends we made along the way, right? It's the friends we made along the way, the experiences. Just run it back next month. Don't lose that spirit.
Yeah, so the Dragon deck is really interesting to me because like you have all these great mature cards, and you know, in paper, it's like, oh, Baldane is like the big payoff for this, right? You get a guy with Storm, he can push damage, clear board, it seems good. And then the players are like, wait a second, what if we just don't play Baldane, still play the good Natura cards, and then just play other like good Dragon cards? Because like Ganda Ghost is a good card, Georges is a good card, they're even playing the Godfire Phoenix, right? So it's kind of like a Dragon deck that can do a little bit of everything. Could almost refer to it as almost like a toolbox deck with just a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah, that's the kind of feel I get out of it as well. You know, also don't let people forget the pain and suffering that Ganda Goza can cause. You know, especially if we just ramp up nice and smooth, which we can see Vapo is definitely doing. You know, Oracle on 2 like a true Dragon gamer.
Yeah, no matter what Dragon is up to, Oracle on 2 always a solid play.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, here we see the usual, right? It's the buffed up Arm Butler searching you the good stuff. You already got the Mystiline and Baleon. There's even a retreat in hand if necessary, but you know, for the time being, the only thing he's really missing is a tree.
Yeah, so like I was saying early on, we saw last month, Sword could be absolutely insane, very explosive turn 6, where you play Baleon, bounce it back, get another one to cost 0, get your play points back. Insane, right? We're gonna see if Freeze Bomb can actually do this. At the same time, like you were saying, we also just saw the Sword not necessarily play like the full combo, but just like Baleon and Misty by themselves, it's still just a good card, and 1 or 2, even for the full cost, can still win games.
Yep. Absolutely. Although the buff from having the tree in hand is definitely appreciated. Well, I guess you get the buff no matter what you discard, but that recovery that lets you
for sure
combine it with something else is really it can be the deal breaker if you don't have it, right? So, but it's also like leading up to that. It's like, yeah, you got plenty of searching, you know, proof of methodology is great, auction is great. Like you have a lot of nice cards for the early game, but you're basically just kind of like waiting until you're in 6 and trying to draw into those pieces. And I mean, Freeze Bomb's got most of the parts of the puzzle, but we'll see if he can execute with it.
Yeah, and getting through the early game, it seems like the Arm Butler is definitely the MVP for Sword there. You can see how strong the follower is with the card draw, the stats, the clear, pushing face damage with it. Just what an amazing card to just hold it down in the early game for Swordcraft.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Auction the spoils, doing some work. Very nice. And I think, yeah, like, just having a nice big stat stick like that is so important in the early game, especially... I mean, against Dragon, I guess it doesn't matter as much because this deck has the sustain it needs. You know, this is supposed to be, like, the deck that people are bringing as a counter to Last Word Shadow, right? So, it's got the removal, it's got the sustain, and a lot of people just kind of refer to this deck as being able to just deny your opponent whatever they want to do, right? Just clean up their board, you know, keep healing up, and just not giving your opponent that kind of, like, you know, the reach that they want to have.
Oh yeah, you can see that, you know, with both of the 5-drops in Vapo's hand, the Cosmic Angel as well as the Great Mother's Embrace, you know, 2 cards that could just slow your opponent down, get you some life, let you play defensive. But Vapo here going with the Reggie play, getting a ton of value out of that Evo, getting the ramp, the +1/+1.
Good.
Yeah, gets good phase damage, good ramp, and a great board state after that turn.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of turn 4, that's looking pretty good. Luckily, we see a tree pickup from Freeze Bomb, so at least turn 6 is looking pretty much, you know, solved, let's say.
Yeah, there is another Butler, but this one was not buffed up, sadly, so the 1 damage AoE is just not enough.
It's not the one. You're gonna have to just, like, Evo and push it into... I mean, the Reggie is definitely a little bit of a tricky fella to keep up on the board there,
yeah,
so.
You gotta answer the Reggie, right? The threat it represents is just too high. Like, she already got enough value, but if you let her live, it could snowball really badly. So we are gonna see the Evo from Freeze Bomb. Gonna at least answer the Reggie, but this 3-2 is putting in quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, still 6 damage on the board, potentially more, depending on where the Evo points go. But let's see it. So far, Vapo's looking pretty solid. I mean, both players are like, you know, you might not seem like Freeze Bomb has been doing much, but his hand definitely tells a tale of a very strong turn 6. So he just needs to get there at this point.
Oh yeah, he's set up for that turn 6, at least the start of it, right? And Vapo, knowing that imminent turn 6 is going to come, what is going to be his answer? How does he best prepare for the potential, you know, 1 Misty, maybe 3, maybe 4?
Yeah, honestly. All right, there's a tree. Gonna be just go through it, right? Just run through the deck.
Yeah, get the
find some
cycle.
Pieces. You gotta keep in mind though, you're getting to turn 6. You're gonna be eating a lot of damage next turn, and stuff is gonna get pinged off the board. So, with those things in mind, what is Vapo gonna do?
It's very interesting how the Natura decks work, because in the past it was all about like recycling those great trees, and a lot of times like in the Sword deck, you just discard them, right? You're not even really playing them out. But the Dragon deck has so many ways to generate so many trees that Vapo's actually okay going back to that old school of like, hey, I'll just use my trees to cycle into new cards.
I love this though. Look at that. He's just like, all right, I know we're getting to your turn 6. I'm gonna assume the worst and that you're gonna start rolling. So let me just put down this Cosmic Angel. We're gonna just stop things here for a moment, and then we'll see what you can do about it.
Yeah, the Cosmic Angel, a great defensive card. You can invoke it from your deck. Although if you do so, you don't get the fanfare, which is why Vapo's choosing to play it. And you know, he gets the fanfare for damage reduction, the last wards, and a 3/6 ward. Really solid defensive follower, and even, you know, Evo in the face to be aggressive with the Forest Claw Sentinel.
Yep. Now just a matter of seeing where this 5 damage will ping to. But I mean, even then, we'll still have plays to kind of back it up. But
yeah, like surely the Misty Balin is the start of the turn. The question is, you know, what is the play now? Do you go for the retreat?
You really wanted to hit the 5/4 there, and then maybe like go with the sweep on the Cosmic Angel, but of course, you know, due to sequencing issues, you can't really do that. So you're gonna have to just, that hurts. Like,
yeah, at least the sweep can get through the face shield that Vapo had. So this way the Balin can at least push the 8 damage to the face, which is nice. But not answering the 5/4, like you said, is kind of scary to say the least, because that's a lot of damage left up on the table. Vapo has the Embrace. He's got the clear.
That's all she wrote, I think. Here we go.
Oh, even picks up a Reggie. Unnecessary roughness. That's looking like a game 1 going to Vapo.
Look at that. Dragon out here. Honestly, you don't respect the board for 1 second. It ends in just a flash. Vapo, really strong start. Really strong start. Good game 1.
Yeah,
you love to see these kind of like convincing finishes too.
the Dragon had like both the defensive tools to withstand any sort of pressure from the initial Balon, but then he also had the offense with the Reggie, the board, the pressure. So again, Dragon doing a little bit of everything pretty well. Looking so far so good.
That's right. So now let's see the run back. Ooh, so Freeze Bomb is sticking with the sword. He's like, all right, one bad game won't stop me now. But of course, this is, you know, this is the big boogeyman himself. Last Word Shadow, the one that everyone is kind of teching for, bringing Haven, bringing Dragon. But it hasn't changed the fact that it's still arguably the best deck in the meta. And also statistically, still the best deck in the meta.
Yeah, I believe we have like 7 out of the 8 players today that are playing the Last Word Shadow deck. Only one player chose to not bring it, so it's still the essentially top deck of the meta. And we're seeing the Combustion Demon show up in the sword. It's a good tool to banish those pesky last words.
Absolutely, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see how much they can do. We'll see how much they can do, as Vapo is 1 game away from top 4 at this point. The SVO just started, and Vapo's just like, all right, I want my break already.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And again, Vapo has done it before. He's been here. He's been an SVO champion. And we talked about Freeze Bomb being his, first time. There's like 2 things that could happen, I feel. Sometimes you get that top 8 and you're like very hungry for more. And sometimes a player's goal is just to get the top 8. Because, when you start the tournament, you're like, man, I wish I could get top 8. And sometimes you could just be satisfied with that. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. And I'm sure he would want to do better. But, getting to top 8 is already pretty impressive. And maybe this is just the start of Freeze Bomb's career in the future, right?
That's right. I mean, again, we talked about earlier, right? It's padding out the stats. You gotta just have that Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Where you just write like SVO March top 8, SVO April top 8, SVO May top 8. Looks good. It's like a card gamer's CV, right?
Yeah, but Freeze Bomb is not out of this just yet. He just has to win 2 games in a row against Vapo, and he definitely could. But we'll see if the sword can do it. Again, like last game we saw, sure, turn 6, the Balon is there, but he couldn't really go with the retreat. So, while it's a good play, it's not this crazy combo that we expect, at least not as early as turn 6.
Yeah, but the combustion here is really nice. Already adding that little banish pressure, which we definitely like to see. Psycho Pump gonna be removing it, but removing it not to the last words, no shadows, nothing being added to the counts. It's gonna be just banished there.
Yeah, it's a good way to sort of slow down the last word shadow, but at the same time with these amulets, Vapo can do a great job of setting up the early game to get that explosive mid game. The Tyrant is gonna be proccing next turn, and with 2 Celeste, I would imagine he can Axel one right now, but he chooses not to.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was gonna go for because
I mean, he had 2 of them, but I guess he really values the 6 play point body of it.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, we'll see if it was worth it in the long run. But this combustion now, oh dear, oh my. You can just evolve it, swing face, let it take care of the board for you as well. I mean, you could technically just go for Archangel as well, and that also technically banishes, so that's 1 less shadow again. Somehow this hand is just like feeding him the cards he needs. He's gonna forego it. Just Evo Face, I think that's honestly the best.
Yeah, I like this better
you're pushing
because
so much damage here.
Right, and while you could answer the tour guide with the banish, Combustion was already gonna clean it up, and she doesn't actually have a last word herself. Holding the Archangel for this very annoying Hell's Unleasher seems like the way to go for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think holding that was the right play here. And so now, the ball's back in Vapo's court. Let's see how he's gonna bounce back.
Maybe the reason
what are the answers?
Didn't want to Axel the Celeste is for the board space. Because if he did that, then he would have 2 followers this turn and not be able to get the full Lovers experience. So might be a heads up play, and he's like, hey, now I can go Lovers on 5. Historically, just a very, very solid play for Shadow, and seems pretty good, but we'll see if he wants to do something else instead. Because that Wicked Revert, that card is crazy strong, and you can guarantee your last words before they get banished.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how things go down here. Man, Milteo's been around for a really
I was literally just thinking that.
Yeah, I was like, damn, you've not had a break at all. You've just been in action in Shadow decks since your inception. It's like Gremory.
Yeah, I remember when it came out, it was the Rally Shadow where you would get the Sacristan on 2, and then get all these like invocations with like the Aisha and the Dreadlord. Like, man, all these months she's still seeing play. Such a good Shadowverse card. He gets the Necromancer and the Tour Guide. Has to do a Necromancer to get the trade, because that Combustion Demon is just too spooky.
Yeah, I mean, Link Staff will do her work a bit later, for sure. So I wouldn't doubt it, but for the time being, it's just, you gotta force out, make that board space, apply that pressure, and you know, especially now we're 1 turn away from turn 6 again, the pieces are once again gathered in Freeze Bomb's hand. Just a question of execution once more.
Yeah, it seemed like Freeze Bomb was doing a good job in the early game to answer the Shadow Aggression, but you know, all it takes is 1 turn, and like all of a sudden Vapo gets a full board. The Archangel is good to stop some of the pressure by banishing the 1/1, and Freeze Bomb did push early game damage, which will make it a lot easier for his Misties to close out the game.
That's true. Oh, I like this Leod though. I like this Leod. You evolve it, leave it up, let it rock.
The problem with that is that the Leod can get answered by the Lurching Corpse if it's procced of a Wicked Rebirth, which is surely the play that Vapo will do here.
Right. That's not tasty at all.
Yeah, it's a heads-up play. Like, in paper, it seems so good, right? You're like, oh, I'll just get the Leod, get the face damage, get the clear, and then just go face with the Misties. But man, Vapo can answer it, and I have to imagine that's the play this turn.
Alright, he's gonna retrace first. That's good. Add more Last Words effects. And now I'm assuming it's go time. Just push that 1 damage in and get it popped.
Yeah, well, you want to guarantee you clear the 2/1 first, yeah, because the corpse effect is random. So
gotta make sure.
Yeah, this way you can ensure it. And he's still gonna get the respawn, gets the card draw. Tour guide comes back. Okay, no card draw just yet, but still good enough.
Look at that Freeze Bomb just kind of dotted at it. It's like, all right, yeah, okay, I saw that coming. Yep, all right, punished once again. Man, you love it. I was watching. I was like, will he? You know, did he read it? Did he know what was happening? Oh, look, it's a signature. Talk about this every time, man. Gatekeeper only pulls Kageros. I swear to God.
And now Vapo, you know, goes phase, holds the second Rebirth. So again, it's like Freeze Bomb can answer the board as best as it can, but it's like pretty easy for Vapo to just make another board with more sticky Last Words follower. This is going to be the Balon turn. Has 6 damage to the phase, but we saw what happened last time where he kind of ignored the board and
here we go.
Vapo
Here we go. Hello. Go. Oh. Man. Every time I try to hype it up and it doesn't work out. Unless there's still a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the difference between like there being a second Balon that turn or not. So there's United.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's at least some of the clear.
Man, here I am trying to hype up my man Freeze Bomb, but
Necro
the deck
Impulse
is not.
off the top.
Hold
That's
up.
got to change everything, right? He's got 11 shadows. Got to bust out the calculator, do the math. He has an Evo point.
Where's that Excel spreadsheet? Quick,
Yeah.
quick, get it, run the numbers.
He's got 6 damage on the board and 8 if Evos. And Necro Impulse gives him an additional...
Yep, that's enough.
Too much.
That's 16, I think.
And
let's go, Vapo!
Almost like a repeat of last game where we see the Misty come out on turn 6, it doesn't do enough, and then immediately after, Vapo has the pressure, and Vapo's gonna take the set 2-0 over Freeze Bomb.
That took, good God, those like mere minutes. What a strong showing by Vapo. Look at that. The face of a champ. Stand up for the people. Stand up for the people. Let them know. Let them know. Now that's the face of a winner. But Freeze Bomb, I mean, definitely tried with the sword, definitely gave it his best, but in the end it's not so much his issue as it is the deck itself and like the matchups that he's been running into. It's decks that have like nice and steady early games. Like Dragon, I don't know, the early game is ramping obviously, but he had like a really nice board early that was a lot more difficult to approach as a sword player, even if you can clear it. And then in this game, he just like put down the Leod got answered, and it's like, well then, you know? So it feels like he was just put in sticky situations and couldn't really like claw his way out of it. So quite unfortunate, but I really hope, you know, this is not the only time we'll see Freeze Bomb. Hopefully we see him come back in future SVOs, but for Vapo, strong start.
Yeah, it's like both times the Balon, while good, just doesn't do enough. And the fact that the fanfare has that random component to it, he doesn't get to choose what follower he wants to answer. And then you're like hoping that you draw a 0-cost one, but he didn't. So decent choice from Freezebomb, good job making top 8. But it's Vapo that was looking very, very strong there, knowing exactly how to handle that Balon sword.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like it's the deck to, I wouldn't say it's the deck to beat, but it's definitely one of the decks that you're expecting to see a lot of in this tournament. But of course, that's not going to be the only time we see Baleon Sword being brought, because quite a lot of other players are bringing it in. But let's take a look at our next match here. Speaking of which, it's going to be between Starlight and Osap. So that's going to be very exciting as we see some similar picks, but Osap is bringing that Axel Forest to change things up a little bit.
Yeah, and here we have one of those classic SVO situations. We have a player like Osap, who we've seen many, many times. He's had so much success in the SVO, again, doing very well in Contenders last year. And then sort of a newcomer in Starlight. I know that they've played in multiple SVOs, and now they have their first top 8, which is very impressive. We'll see how they could do today.
Absolutely, and I'm glad to see both players rocking the portal. I was saying it all of last month, just wanted to see it, wanted to get Portal in action. It's still the deck I play the most. I think whenever I boot up ladder, it's still like, I know it's got some bad matchups now. It's not as crazy as it was when people first kind of discovered it, but I mean, hey, we're going to be seeing it, and we're going to be seeing it from both players as well. And I think we can even show you a deck list, which is going to be from Starlight. So let's take a look. Starlight's Machina Portal list, and here we go. This is what I would call more of the kind of pure Machina Portal. So you're not running, the Slouse, you're not running the Portal card. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, the wheel is there.
The wheel is there. Yeah, some people escaped my sight there, but this is still like really, really strong. You're running more of, just damage components to make sure that the tolerance just gets discounted as fast as possible. Whether it's Maisha, Combustion Demon, you have the Machina pieces as well to make sure you can feed them into, one of your potential win cons as well, which is the Baphomet. And so overall, it's a good deck. I'm really happy to see it. We saw a lot of it in SEAO, and I'm glad to see it finally in the West as well.
Yeah, Portal is back for us, or maybe for the first time here. And while all the basic Machina package is pretty solid, the card that does stand out to me is that Absolute Tolerance. Such an absolute powerhouse. And the difference of when the card is drawn for the Portal player is so big. An early Tolerance can just completely run away with games. So we'll see, how that plays out. For Osap, he has Axel Force. We can take a look at his deck. Again, Axel Force is one of those decks like Balon Sword that sort of dominated last month. We saw it do really well, but we also saw it kind of fall apart. Here's Osap's list. I don't think anything is too crazy. We do see the Goddess of Rebirth. Again, one of those new cards that's just pretty sweet for the Axel Force with great Axel effects. And, we saw Latika put the team on her back. Storming with the Fairy Flower in. But we also did see, when that didn't happen, like Arya's still a great Shadowverse card. Just holding it down between Arya and the Barman Hunter.
Absolutely. It's still a strong deck. Axel Forest, has been around for a while. It's gone through many different iterations. And this time around, I mean, it really is the Latika that carries the whole deck, I would say. It's very strong, got a huge damage burst as well. But yeah, looking at the other lineups, or the players' lineups in general, since we have Haven banned out, I think they were both bringing Amulet Haven too. So that's going to be another game where we don't get to see that deck. It's one that I'm excited to show you guys, so definitely looking forward to. We already have one person in top 4 that brought it, which is going to be Vapo. So I'm hyped to see it, surprised to see it banned out, but maybe they're like, I guess from Starlight's side, Starlight, they're bringing Shadow, right? And so
yeah,
that makes sense. But then from their opponent's side, it's like from Osap's side, it's like, why is that the target there?
Yeah, so Osap is actually the only player, right, that's not bringing the Shadow?
Yeah.
Which is interesting because...
No, not the only one. Well, yeah, no, he is the only one.
Yeah, he's the only player without the Shadow, and, he's still doing really well. I think if you look back at last year, Osap had those unconventional picks, and, he always did well with them. You saw him at the top of the standings. He got the Contenders, and he did well. Players would often question, his methods, how he got there. But at the end of the day, he always proved that he knew what he was doing, and he made the right calls. He chose not to bring Shadow, but it paid off. He's here in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's definitely really, really good. But let's see how he's going to go up against Starlight, because this is gonna be exciting. I want to see that start here. What are they bringing? Portal start. All right, at long last.
Hey, pal.
Here we go.
Yeah, we're gonna start off with the Machina Portal against the Axel Forest. We'll see if Belpham is gonna show up with his Machina minions and terrorize Osap, or will Latika be storming to the face for a bunch of damage very early on.
Absolutely. All right. Well, the tolerance that we talked about is nowhere to be seen for now, but that might change as we speak. Oh, hold up. I see Starlight's rocking the pins. Look at that.
Oh,
those are the Shadowverse card pins. That's amazing.
Pretty sick.
Oh my god. All right, that's points of respect for me. That's points of respect instantly achieved.
Okay, Osap on the other hand looks a bit more serious, Gonna start off with the early Axel, pick up those fairies for the amulet on turn 2, and has the fairy flower in hand as well. So it looks like pretty decent early game from Osap. You can see he is playing the Lionel, which is one of those cards that not everybody chose to play last month, but when we did see it, man, did it put in work.
Absolutely. All right, looking at this early start, I mean, Enforcer is good, Thrower is also great. You basically just get to nerf something and then bounce them back to hand. And so that's really, really good to just kind of like stabilize the board a little bit and kind of give them a dud on the board that they can't really get rid of either.
Yeah, interesting. The 4 and Tien were like two really cool cards that Portal got in the Grand Blue expansion. And, people thought that like Tien was like the better one overall. But now it's the 4 that's seeing the play. And I like that card. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Also in Grand Blue itself, he's great. He's very, very great.
Yeah, plus if you Evo him, he's got that back. People know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Looking at turn 3 though, back on Starlight's side, the Mega Enforcer is pretty good just to keep like accelerating through the pieces, because that's what you need right now. It's like you have damage, but damage without tolerance in hand isn't really like it's damage, right? Damage is always going to be great, but it's not giving you the win con, which you really need to get to ASAP.
Well,
so let's see if they're going to dig or not.
The Invasion is not a bad draw. It could be a good top deck to answer the board right now. Or is that something that they want to hold for later, perhaps with the Enhance, or when the board might be a little bit more scary than just a couple of 1/1s?
Yeah. See what they choose to do. It's gonna be the Invasion, all right. That's gonna just take care of the board in one fell swoop. And as you said, I think that in this matchup in particular, that definitely feels like the answer. Double Aria is
so
almost feels like spoiled, and when you see how people struggle to draw the Aria in most games.
Yeah, he could play one Aria and then play second one on the Evo turn next turn. But this is sort of like that early game I was talking about for the Axel Forestcraft, where like they run a million Axel cards, but your hand, there's nothing you can actually Axel, and then you have these Fairy Flowerings that you can't play just yet. So we'll see if the Aria can hold it down in the mid game and get Osap to that spot where he finds more Axels and those Fairy Flowering power plays.
Yep. There we go. There's the tolerance. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Turn 4 might still be early enough to get that tolerance discounted. The Mega Enforcer, a fantastic Machina card, getting a lot of value with that Evo effect, just cleaning up. And Starlight staying
9 damage
healthy.
too.
Yeah.
9 damage. We're down to 21. Might be down to 0 faster than you guys expect, as there's just so much going on in this hand. Now that the tolerance is here, Colossus is damaged, Combustion Demon is damaged. You love to see it. Like that's really what we want. Maisha would help too, a bit later on, but definitely gonna be putting in a lot of work to discounting these tolerances.
Yeah, and you can see the difference between whether the tolerance was actually drawn or not for Starlight is huge, right? Now they actually have like a goal to work towards, and that tolerance, when it does hit the board, it always has tremendous impact. 9/9 Storm and an incredibly powerful Fanfare.
Yep. The only thing missing really is like Baphomet. You just need that kind of just pressure on the turn 9 that it exudes, against any matchup, right? It's really hard to deal with everything that it spawns. You do have to have it by turn 8 though. You can't just like top deck into it, because you still have to fuse into it, and then if you do, it wants to use your play points, so you gotta be a bit careful with that. But it's the one thing that's missing here. The only thing that's missing. And we'll see if Starlight it'll come through or not.
Yeah, so here's the Aria coming down, giving Osap the leader effect, which is quite nice. He did pick up some more cards he could axle in the pastures, and Lionel might be good later on. But so far he's only axled twice, so still pretty far from that, 6 axles, 4 Fairy Flowering. And the Colossus Omega coming down for Starlight. I'm a huge fan of this follower. Just such a solid card. You can answer a follower, later on you get a free Evo, another follower, some more clear, potentially face damage. Just sweet Shadowverse card.
Yeah. It's just damage over turns, and that's all you really need. And so I love it. It's great. It's gonna be just a question now. I mean, still kind of got to keep digging, find more pieces, because
draws another Walder though. That's not what he wanted. You see it in his face. Man, he did not want to see that Walder.
That's the last one. Wow. That's actually the last one. That hurt.
Yeah, Walder is like, being able to look at the Walder is really, really good. And then when you draw your Walders, it just feels kind of bad, but he's going to cash one out. He still has the Overman in hand. And there's the Latica pickup. I'm sure he's happy about that one. That's going to push face damage. Walder going face. That's a 6/6. Not bad.
Yeah, we'll take what we can get, right?
Yeah,
even mind this
sure.
one getting traded away, just because you still have another one in hand you can kind of work with. Not being able to, bring them out of the deck does hurt a fair bit, but I mean, you'll take what you can get. You'll take what you can get. It's still a great card, even if you just play it out, from hand. And of course, having the Latica is definitely going to help a lot in being able to close out this game.
Yeah, so Osap is at 4 cards axled with 1 potential axle in hand in the Lionel. So we'll see if he can draw another one, because he's getting very close to that Latica Fairy Flowering combo. But Starlight gonna respond to the Walder with the Enforcer and the Mega Enforcer. Gonna try and get as much damage as possible to keep discounting that absolute tolerance.
That's right. And you can evolve this, poke some more damage. Very, very nice. I think he has enough Machina cards in hand this time around. Oh no, he's missing one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that extra effect to get the Evo point back is very solid for the Mega Enforcer. Sadly, they did not have enough Machina cards. No Belphomet inside just yet.
I was saying earlier as well, it's like, Tolerance is a really scary card, and it definitely cleans up games, but oddly enough, it's, you kind of need 2 at times, or that plus Belphomet, or some kind of extra, that little cherry on top to really close out the game.
Like, if you have 1, like, sure, you'd rather have 2, I guess, right? Like, you wouldn't say no to a second one.
Yeah. You just against a lot of the decks, especially because they're preparing against, Last Word Shadow, and they have the kind of like sustain tools, you swing in with 9 damage, and it's like, well, okay, that's great, but, they just kill up, trade it away.
Actually close out the game somehow.
Yeah.
So Osap is missing that 1 Axel card, like I was saying. He did pick up another Latica though, and that Walder can be enhanced, but it's only gonna get +4/+4 right now. So wondering what he's gonna do this turn, because there doesn't seem to be like one clear great play.
I don't know. It's kind of awkward. You're just sitting there thinking at this point.
I mean, the clock is ticking, and he's got to at least answer the 5/5, right?
Unless
Walder trade.
Oh.
I mean,
wow,
that's a way to answer it, but it feels kind of bad. He could have gone Walder, Evo Face, and then Lionel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
He would push more damage, get 1 more Axle down. At the cost of his Evo, sure though, but we'll see if this play works out for him.
I feel like that would have been quite worth it, because it's also the Axle that you're missing there as well, but
yeah,
I mean, it's gonna be what it's gonna be, right?
Yeah, for Starlight here at 7 play points. Gonna see what they choose to do. I like the Spinaria as the card in the deck, just being like a very solid 6-drop, right? Having access to some of the artifacts, even though it's a Machina deck and not an artifact deck, but like those artifacts are just good. And they're
give you amazing.
Yeah, they just give you like a bunch of different effects that you otherwise wouldn't really get.
Yeah. I think for them it's a good option, just because you set up this, like, you can see that Osap is kind of struggling to output too much pressure, so you might as well just take that chance here to start applying some of your own, right? You haven't dealt any proper damage yet this game, so you just gotta get in there. And I like this too, the defensive evolve on the barrier. just makes it really hard to answer.
Okay, I'm gonna throw out an idea and you tell me if I'm crazy. So maybe the reason Osap didn't want to evil the Wilder and clean up the board is because with his line of play, there isn't anything left behind in his board. And by doing that, he's the 9 Starlight, the able to discount the absolute tolerance. Could that maybe be a reason why he chose not to have anything left on his board?
I could see that actually. I could see that because we know how many like damage tools the deck has that specifically only target followers.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty good point. That's actually a pretty good point.
And I mean, he did get to keep his evil point, so now Osap can at least do something here. But man, that is quite a board he's facing down. Not only does he have to deal with both the artifacts, the 2/2 spinny, and then next turn the Colossus Omega is gonna proc.
Yeah, it's tricky for sure. But let's see. He's got to make an option, some kind of choice here. Like, the Archangel does virtually nothing against this.
Well,
Latika isn't quite ready to do much either.
Yeah, the Archangel doesn't do much for the fanfare, but the Evo effect might actually be the way to go here because I feel like he needs to fix his hand.
Just
and the
cycle.
Evo could be exactly what he needs. And he's got to cycle into, like, I don't know, more Axels, more Lionels. We'll see what he draws. Another Fair Flower in, and well, that is another card he can Axel.
Yep, the Lionel will do some work here. 5 damage going in. You do get to trade it away, but I mean, we got the Blossom. That's an Axel.
Yeah, he's got fairies. The fairies have rush, can clean up, push some damage, but chooses to not play anything.
All right, well, there's a Colo coming through. Mr. Colossus pulling up on the board, and this is still going to be more damage.
Oh, there's the Baphomet picked up by the invasion. Gonna get the fusion just in time before night play point.
Oh my god.
And I really like that play. Getting the armor tentacle, a great defensive tool.
Let's go. The flex, the sleeves, you love to see it. Damn, Starlight built like a champ out here. Got the pins and everything.
Yeah,
I love
the
it.
Tentacle is gonna put in so much work right now. Osap against the mountain of a board. And sure, he's got Latika, he's got Fairy Flower in, and he punched through.
I don't know. Osap, show us what you got.
He does have fairies to work with as well. Can use the fairies and the wisp to clear the tentacle, and then Latika could push face for quite a bit of damage because he's got 2 Fairy Flowerings. He can actually get more than the standard, 14 damage to the face, and with the Latika effects and the fairies clearing, that's gonna be more than enough damage. Very well played from Osap. He's gonna take the first game here with Latika going face twice for 18 damage.
Boom! Just like that. Osap, he saw the boards, he saw the great tempo, he answered where he could, but that for Starlight, everything looks so good, so strong, but again, when the Latika is locked and loaded and ready to go, it's just not enough. But I think for Starlight, I think this shouldn't be it just yet.
Yeah, I like the
just run it
plays
back down.
From Starlight. Getting the armor tentacle seemed like the best defensive move, and they had drawn the absolute tolerance, but it wasn't discounted enough. And it kind of looked like, almost like, dare I say, standard classic Osap, where you're like, I'm not sure if I really get this play. And then the turn later, we're like, oh, okay, that's why he did that. And he actually had a great response. Very well played from Osap.
Absolutely. I mean, it just goes to show Osap is basically, a seasoned veteran at this point, right? We've seen him time and time again, throughout the years. And so definitely being able to deal with this kind of pressure and knowing the fact that, he's one turn away essentially from having lost that game, but still managed to bounce back. So now, Starlight, what can they show us in this next game? Playing the Last Word Shadow, everyone's very, very hyped up, and for good reason. Best deck in the format, arguably.
Yeah,
and it's also interesting that Starlight switched out as well.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's going to be a switch with Osap running the portal. Starlight going to the, like you're saying, top deck, potentially Last Word Shadow.
I'm sure who you are.
Okay, early Ramiel and very early Absolute Tolerance picked up by Osap. You really can't have it any earlier than that.
Yep. You physically, quite literally physically cannot. Alright, but Is it just Kagero pass here? I feel like it's Kagero pass. Yep.
Yeah, it seems
Still
to be
last
a
words?
solid
Still
play.
last words?
The Celeste has a good crystallized effect, but you know, sometimes you want to just hold it. The 6 placement body is still very, very strong. Combustion Demon gonna show up. Again, even without the Evo effect, just the fanfare already getting good value for Osap.
That's right. But I'm starting to see a bit of a repeat of last set here. You know, those combustions, man, they be taking out those pesky last words targets in any deck they're in. Somehow it's always just the perfect matchup. It just works out. Of course, it also makes sense in Portal to be running combustion because of how easily it discounts your tolerances, which of course he picked up very early on, so we might be seeing it fairly early as well.
Yeah, I like the Enforcer here. You know, can get good use out of the fanfare, use the rush to clean up on the Link Staff. Seems like a solid option. You know, keep pushing damage, keep discounting that absolute tolerance, and maybe just hold the Nefarious Invasion for later on to, you know, get that Tentacle, both the Armored and the Assault one, and for the card draw, which we saw Starlight use to pick up the Baphomet.
The Lazuli is a bit of a, you know, that's a choice we don't see as often, but it definitely does make sense.
Okay, so what is going to be the response here from Starlight? They could opt to go into the Gatekeeper as a solid Evo follower, picking up some last word followers from the deck.
Such as Kagero?
Yeah, for sure. That is
Only
definitely
Kagero.
one of them.
That is the only one, not one of, the only.
Yeah. Ceres is technically an option as well, right? Ceres could be played, can answer a follower, has the pesky last words. Ooh, but instead it's the Necro Impulse that we're seeing. But does that mean that they're gonna commit an Evo point to answer the yes? Okay. So this does answer the board, but it's quite a commitment of resources, I would say. Spending both the Evo point and Necro Impulse, which is such a, you know, key card for Shadow to close the game out.
That's right, that's right. So far, it's just been a back and forth, back and forth. And it's interesting because it's been a back and forth for both decks that are kind of just playing towards this big, big win con that'll be able to close it all out at the end. But we'll see who gets to it first, whether the last words counts with all those banishes happening and kind of countering them, or if it's going to be the tolerance just counting down as we go along.
Yeah, and this play actually really works out for Starlight because Osap's hand is very reactive, right? He's got the invasions, couple heals. He doesn't really have any proactive plays to take in this turn, and it's just an awkward turn 5.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. You don't want to just like pass on a Spinaria's artifact either.
Yeah, especially when like turn 6 you can actually play it for the main body, the main effect. So what is the play?
If only there was a Baphomet. If only there was a Baphomet to fuse all of these cards into. Oh my.
Oh man, you can really see it in his face. He's not happy about that.
It's not the first time too. Like last game, he also just had this turn where it's like, what do I do? Like
just
what?
a hard pass turn 5, and now we're gonna see the Gatekeeper come out from Starlight.
Yep. All right. He might have not pulled the Kagero, but the Kagero still showed up. Never stop believing.
Okay,
and,
gets
that's not Kagero either.
the Dreamer, no Kagero. Okay, does Osap have a better play for this turn? At least Spinaria feels a lot better. But,
Yeah,
you know,
way
him
better.
just giving up that turn 5 because he had no good plays. Oh man, that's just not what you want to see at this, you know, high level.
Absolutely not. Invasion takes care of some of it, but I don't like the way that it doesn't take care of everything. And I think that indeed Spinaria here is the play. You just get pressure again. Like, it's something that your opponent has to respect and play around. I think that Shadow has a pretty easy time when it comes to that, but we're gonna see. It's still gonna be a challenge for Starlight, and let's see how they can overcome it.
I'm pretty sure that he wants the invasion for the enhance at this point, right? But the Spinny, pretty solid there. Gets a nice discount on the absolute tolerance down to 13 play points. Might see it as early as turn 8 potentially.
There's Ceres. It's been hyped up as sort of the main card for this deck at this point, right? Just because it's, you know, it does a little bit of everything here and there. It gives you the last words count. The Dark Desire is just godlike for a card as well.
Yeah, Dark Desire is one of those cards that it's just really interesting to see how players use it, because there's not always like one clear correct choice. You know, it's like, do you want to get most damage? Do you want to get the big heal? Which follower do you put it on? It's a card that requires a lot of decision making.
Okay, we retracing the past real quick. See what we can trace.
Bone Fanatic top deck.
Alright.
Maybe that's the fine way to end the turn. The Doctors are utilizing all the play points, choosing to put the buffs on the Link Staff Necromancer and the young Chris.
That's right. The young Chris, you're looking dapper as always. However, on the other side of things, the Baphomet has been picked up. Once again, we see these. How are they? It's the suspense. You know, they know they're on stream. Their decks know they're on stream, and they're just like, we can't let these casters just talk through our hand. You know, they gotta have some kind of suspense. Baphomet picked up. I love the spell here as well. The invasion doing work.
It's so good. Gets a clear, summons, and man, that Absolute Tolerance gonna get a big discount after this.
That being said, for Starlight, they've already seen 8 Last Words cards being destroyed, so we're slowly getting there.
Yeah, so like the Last Word Shadow early game is very, very strong, right? Super sticky board control. But now that we're nearing the late game, who's going to have the superior late game? The Machina Portal with the Baphomets, Tolerance, potential Maishas? Or is it going to be the Last Word Shadow with, like, you know, the crazy Chris effect? Starlight, they did use an early Necro Impulse, so that might not be available for them to close the game out. But we'll see.
Oh, wait a second. Let me see this real quick. Do both of them have something fused to them? They do, don't they?
Oh, and I like this play. Evoing the defensive tentacle so that the other two can just push for face damage. And look at that, the Tolerance down to 3 play points already.
Oh my god. Looking good. I mean, wow. That's going to be a strong turn. Also preparing both Baphomets to be able to, you know, unleash hell on this board, which you love to see, but we're also getting into dangerous territory here. On
surely this is the Chris
side.
turn, right? Just get the Chris leader effect online. No, gonna go with the Soul Strike. Man, when you play against the Machina Portal, it's like so scary because you don't know if, like, oh, there could be a Tolerance, there could be none, there could be 2 or 3, right? Just terrifying to think about.
Oh, he was away from the leader effect because he only has
oh, not quite
Chris
there
only
yet.
Chris has only seen 9 cards destroyed.
Yeah,
so
and you know,
Starlight,
that's
they're still a little bit short.
directly because of the banish that Osap had in the early game.
Yep.
Gonna see another invasion, another fusion, and now Osap is set up for a monster's turn 9 with the Baphomet and the Absolute Tolerance.
Oof. And exactly 9 health. That's where he wants to see Starlight at.
Yeah,
Good
meanwhile,
God.
Osap at 20 HP, having seen a Necro Impulse being used already and having the defensive ward with the heal, I think he must be feeling pretty safe.
Yep. Alright, let's see what Chris can do for Starlight here.
Yeah, again, Chris was only at 9, so until they proc another Last Word. Okay, finally now the Chris is online.
We're at 10 with 4 play points left. It's time to go.
Okay, this will be a pretty good board.
Yeah,
Starlight's
absolutely.
gonna do the best to clear, best they can.
But, you know, the thing is here, like, Ghostly Rider is great. It's gonna pass the ward. You know, I mean, having both of the followers on ward is gonna be great.
But there's the Baphomet, there's a 0 cost Tolerance, Starlight at 9 HP, and Osap already up 1 game.
Looking like a game, set, and match real soon over here. Osap has just been, both games had to deal with really unfavorable situations that we see a lot of players just fold to, right? They just see them and they start losing belief in themselves and their deck, or they kind of make an incorrect play because of that sticky situation. But Osap knows when to just pass. Osap knows when to just kind of, you know, play around it. And just like that, the board clear, the heal doesn't matter. It's going to be 9 damage to the face. Osap will be the one going to top 4. And what an amazing showing as well, you know, fighting out of the stickiest situations and still making it through, looking real good right here.
yeah, the Baphomet was not even necessary. Tolerance just pushing way too much damage. And even after those very awkward turns where Osap had to just straight up skip his turn 5, he still pulled it through. You know, well played from Starlight. They made top 8 finally. I hope they're happy about that. And maybe we'll see them in the future again. But again, Osap, one of the veterans, qualified to the World Grand Prix already and still doing well in the 2021 season.
Yeah, I think for Starlight, they should definitely be very proud of how far they've come. You know, top 8 is really good, and you know, both decks look solid, and we're really, really close, honestly. Especially that game 1, it almost felt bad, right? The game 1 was so close. It was basically just one turn away, but in both games, Osap just had what he needed to have. Game 2 felt a little bit more in his favor the moment he started seeing that Baphomet and everything, just kind of like revving up the plays from there. And so, of course, you know, just gotta take this momentum. You made it to top 8. That's an amazing showing. Just gotta keep that momentum going into next month, into next year, and, you know, just keep having fun with Shadowverse.
Yeah, it seems like both games, Starlight had answers to like a basic play, like with the Armored Tentacle, they could prevent against maybe the one Latica with the one Fairy Flowering.
Yeah.
But also had a second one, right? And then that other game, it was like maybe they could prevent against one Baphomet, but also had the tolerance too, right? So Osap taking the set 2-0, looking very good. We're gonna have a lot more great matches for you guys later on today, and we do have a card reveal as well for the upcoming expansion.
Right.
So you guys do not want to miss that. We are gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with more Shadowverse action soon.
Once, there was a war, a heroine that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once, there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end. And in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part. And rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles. Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the August Cup. We've had some great matches so far. We still have a lot more Shadowverse action to come, as well as a card review.
That's right. How do you do, fellow kids? We got a lot of action. We got cards. We got hype. We got leaders getting cards. I hope our card is a leader getting a card, but we don't know. We don't know what card we're getting. But what we are getting is plenty of hype matches. This one's going to be pretty exciting. We got Tai Guy versus Doctoro, two names that everyone definitely recognizes. And so this is going to be exciting and pretty familiar lineups, but once again, man, we're not going to see Haven today. We're just straight up not going to see it.
Yeah, so every once in a while there comes a player that makes top 8, and I just can't help but be super biased. Tai Guy is a great guy. I know him well from the community. I know he's worked very hard a long time to get here. He also had a 7-0 run in Swiss, and I'm so happy to see him in the top 8. That said, he's going up against Doctoro, who is number 2 in the standings, and at the end of the day, he may just be the most consistent player of the 2021 season.
But you know what Doctoro didn't do? He didn't go 7-0 Swiss.
That's true.
Which Tai Guy did. So Tai Guy, he is the 7-0 guy, and he might just be the champion guy today. But absolutely, he's been working hard. I was watching, him talk about his rounds. He's also said, he's not one of the Haven players today. But what he is bringing, of course, is a lot of the true and tested. And one of those true and tested is going to be the Last Words Shadow that we're going to take a look at right now from his lineup. And this one's, everybody knows it. It's a very strong deck. It's the one we've seen a lot, seen win a lot. And it's going to be nice to see it here once again. If you need, all right, everyone, Supreme Net Deckers, this is your chance. Take it and run. Just go.
Yeah, so Tai Guy essentially has last month's lineup, where he has Last Word Shadow, Axel Forest, and Balon Sword. That's exactly what we saw all time, last month, showing that it's still a good lineup for this month, playing very well. And again, he's just a great guy in general, so I'm really happy to see him here in the top 8. But we'll see if he can go further than just the top 8. Because, so far we've seen Freeze Bump and Starlight. They both had their first top 8, and that's where it ended.
Yeah, well, I think Tai Guy, he's built different guy. I think he's got a strong lineup as well. Look, you guys saw the picks and bans, but Axel Forest, we already talked about, that was basically last month's Spice. But we've seen it work out, right? Osap played it, looked very convincing. Even when you don't have the pieces early game, you can still kind of make it work as long as you have the execution. And I'm pretty sure that, Tai Guy definitely is able to do that. But we've talked about him enough. Doctoro, though, Tai Guy, he had to face the final boss of SVO for this year because, Doctoro's been at the top of the leaderboards. And while there's been quite a lot of Haven representation today, Doctoro's Haven is, let's just say, constructed alternatively, as this will be a very familiar sight to some people. Look at that holy sanctuary, boys and girls. That is one that we haven't seen for just a little bit, and but at the same time, I feel like not that many people miss it.
Yeah, this is just one of those decks that will not go away. It's been so many expansions, so many metas, but always one guy has to find a way to make Sanctuary work. And here's Doctoro, again, great, fantastic player, making top 8 with the Sanctuary Haven. I'm sure that Hishiro would be proud.
Absolutely. Abdiel has been a very, very welcome addition to this deck. It's been around for quite a bit now, but people, it feels like everyone just jumped on the Amulet Haven train, and then after that went away, nobody looked at Haven much, and then turns out there's more than just one Haven list that is actually up for contention here to be at the top spots of the SVO, and Doctoro is going to show that to us, or I would say he would show it to us, but unfortunately it was banned, so we're not going to be showing it for this match at least.
So we have a nice storyline here. So Doctoro has been Mr. Consistent, right? Getting top 8 so many times, up there, second place in the standings. You know this guy for being a consistent player. On the other hand, we have Tai Guy, who's played in many SBOs, hasn't quite made it. He finally gets his top 8 with a 7-0, but his lineup is that lineup of those decks with real high highs and low lows. We saw Balon Sword perform. We saw it do terrible. Axel Forest, similar things. And from some secret Discord chats, I could say, I'll quote Ty Guy here. He said something along the lines of like, man, I was really high rolling yesterday. Like everything was going his favor. And with those decks, when everything goes your way, like, yeah, he definitely got a 7-0. But today's a different day, and we'll see if his decks let him down or not.
Maybe a different day, but it's still the same tournament. I want to see Ty Guy carry that momentum into this top 8. You know, it's time for people to start taking on these giants, you know, the Goliaths of this year's SVO season, because Dr. just looks so good the entire way through. I mean, whether you tuned into the first SVO of this year or the second one, or you just come back now after like a few month break, that's a face you've been seeing all the time, and he's been looking super solid. And that's the reason why he's, I mean, potentially going to be number 1 in the leaderboards after today, depending on how things go, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, Ty Guy looking very vertical here. Maybe with his SVO prize money, he can get a horizontal webcam of some sort. But again, Ty Guy, one of the homies, great to see him here. Just a great guy overall. Like, you know, it's one of those people where like, maybe you don't hear a lot about him, but he's in the community, very, very friendly. Just, you love to see him get that top 8. Very, very proud of him.
He's like, you know, he's like a volleyball player. He's got great vertical.
Yeah.
That's the important part, you know? We're just playing a different game. He's playing 2 games at once. But we see Kagero start. Ooh, this is pretty good. I mean, especially the mirror match is kind of like a, you know, speed run RTA for those of you that know, but you just gotta run through it, right? Get those last words running, get the followers on board, get that board presence, you know, get to your win con as quickly as possible before your opponent just, you know, decimates you before your very own eyes.
Yeah, so we've seen Shadow go up against matchups of decks that are trying to, you know, stop them, trying to like banish their followers with the Archangel, the Combustion Demon. But Shadow is just like, they're both going to play their own game plan. It's a good game plan, and we'll see who's more successful at it.
Afterlife services at reasonable rent.
Well, let's see here. This is going to be a very nice trade from Doctoro's side, and get used to it because it's going to be very much just both players fighting against each other's boards and making sure that they don't go too fast. But of course, looking at the last words counts, we're at 2 for 2 on both players' sides.
Yeah,
you know, you blink and you miss it.
Going first, you know, had solid early game with the Bone Fanatic, and now finds himself in a more of an awkward turn. Or turn 4, you might want to be setting up some amulets, maybe with some of those crystallized legendaries or something like that. Instead, gonna just go with the Link Staff. It's a 3/3. It's got last words. It's good enough for now.
That's right. For now, that's definitely good enough for now. But will it be good enough in the long run? We shall see. These Kageros on the board as well, or not on the board, in the hand, are great. They're fine, but you know, there's one less target in the deck to be pulled up. So we're gonna see how that's gonna pace out later on. Looks like he's going for a trade here. Of course, another last words added to the count, and that's a bike that you can put your favorite sword boy on. So we love to see it.
Yeah, I feel like this matchup might just come down to those very critical spells. Wicked Rebirth and Necro Impulse. They have the power to just completely turn games around.
That's right. Well. It's a matchup of Celestes at this point.
Well,
I wonder if you want to hold that as well for the actual body effect, just to kind of, you know, have that pressure of, hey, you want to go for game, but you didn't cast your spells early enough? Well, too bad.
Yeah, so Ceres is 100% to play here, and he's even gonna pre-able her for the spell. The question is, what does he do with the other 2 play points? Because Celeste is an option, but could have just played a Kagero. I do like the Celeste here, though. Just set up for that mid-game.
It's a bit of an interesting hand here.
Does one Ceres answer another? Or is this a lover's turn?
Yeah,
looking like lovers to go.
Yeah, seems like the play. Oh, what's it gonna pull though? Okay, we're good. Well, this is
interesting.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, some of those are good followers. It's gonna really accelerate his last word count by a lot.
Yeah.
If, you know, Doctoro has the lovers and Tai Guy does not. So he'll probably get to the 10 a lot faster.
Yeah, exactly. And the Gatekeeper is really cool here to push out that, you know, the board space, the last words counts.
You mean push out the Kagero from the deck?
Let's go! Run it! There might only be one in deck, but it never works. It never works.
It went from always happening to now like never happening.
That's what they call the mythical, the so-called caster's curse. I've heard of it in these streets. Let's see.
Okay, well now Taigai 6 play points, has quite a bit of board to go up against, and he's gonna respond with a second Ceres.
Here we go. I mean, it's one thing, but might as well make it two, right? All the pressure on the board right now here for Taigai. So far, I mean, it's pretty good. It's not like, you know, game-winning board state, but at the same time, it's pressure that you have to answer, and it's numbers that are awkward to answer at the same time, too.
Yeah, the Ceres is just very annoying. You have to deal with his body. She's got Bane, then she has the last words with the evil one doing 3 damage. So, like, you're gonna have to trade a lot of followers into her. Taigai still has 3 playables left over as well, and 2 Darkest Desire. So it's what I was talking about early on, where, like, the Dark Desire, it's not always super clear where you should put the buffs and on who. Yep. It's a tough decision to make, because a lot of it is, like, being very heads up of, like, oh, 2 turns from now, I might need damage on this follower or heal on that.
Exactly.
But it's hard to know. You have to, like, really predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, but, you know, it's the best players that make those best predictions that are able to do it. Looks like he's going to pass on it for this turn, though. Just respawning there. But the Celeste will come down here for Doctoro with that nice effect as well, with the extra last words added. Let's take a quick look at the count. So on Taigai side, we have 5 destroyed. Ooh, on Doctoro's side, we have 7.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Those very impactful spells. Doctoro has both Wicked Rebirth and now Top Deck's Necro Impulse. And I think with that draw, maybe it's time for him to go aggressive.
Exactly. Oh, those targets are... man.
I mean, the Ceres does have that RNG component. Gonna Wicked Rebirth on the Lovers, get a bunch of card draw, picks up another Rebirth. Oh man, he's got a board. He's about to have 10 shadows. He pushed damage this turn. And he still has an evil point from going second, so I think Doctoro might be smelling blood and figuring out how he can go for game as soon as possible.
Honestly, yeah. This is looking really, really strong. Retracing as well, add to those last words. I mean, you have your entire board will give you the 10. You're missing just 1 now at this point. The Celeste will come down for Taigai as well. But I don't know. At this point...
Yeah, plus Doctoro is going to get not 1 but 2 bikes, which is, you know, a lot of extra damage on top of what he already has. Taigai finally picks up his first Wicked Rebirth, which could help him out here, but is it too little too late?
Well, let's see here. So, Link Staff is going to be 5/5, so that's 10 damage.
He can heal with the Darkest Desire. Sometimes the best way to use it is to just wait until you know exactly what you need because you waited, right?
Exactly. So he's got 5 left, 4 left to play with here. Link Staff has taken one of the effects. She'll be swinging with 5. It's just a question of what else he wants to back that up with.
Enough to play Link Staff and a Wicked Rebirth. That seems like a solid way to answer. Going face.
Rebirth coming through. Oh, that's a good board.
Gets the heal back to 20. I like this play from Taigai. Very solid. Yep. It's like the best of both, being able to go aggressive, push some damage, but also play kind of safe, respecting possible Necro Impulse, and getting back to 20 HP.
There's another Soul Strike as well. That's going to be a huge damage burst for next turn. And the Kagero comes back here as well. He's been doing a lot of work for both players, but we got 4 damage left up on the board. There's a bike on standby, Soul Strike, Necro Impulse, Chris's leader effect as well is ready to go.
Yeah, so after
in both players' hands here.
After all that heal from Taigai, I don't think Doctoro is thinking of lethal this turn. So maybe it's about, you know, setting up, whether that's setting up the Chris or setting up damage, maybe getting some chip with the Soul Strike right now. He does still have that Evo. It could be Evo Ceres, set up the Darkest Desire. Like, Taigai answered well, but it does still feel like Doctoro is in control here, as, you know, he's got board, Evo Point, good hand, a lot of shadows.
I don't know. It's both players know that they're at their, you know, deck's peak at this point. This is where all the fireworks start going off. It's now just a question of how will the players execute. I think it's really smart from Taiga as well, like as you said, like it's just foresight, making sure when to use these Sarah spells. And I think he really waited for the right timing. But here, that heal 6 is going to be big as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Both players just trying to edge themselves back to 20.
Dodo again showing respect to potential Necro Impulse. He knows there is Soul Strikes in hand of Taiga. Gonna just push some damage, answer the board, get himself back to 19. And man, he's getting so many Dreamers. His deck has so many bikes to work with.
Yup. Alright, it's time to bust out the Excel spreadsheet once more. We got Soul Strikes for days. Yeah,
he has another Darkest Desire. His Chris effect is online as well.
Oh, wait, hold up. So Link Staff already has one Darkest Desire on it for the damage dealing effect.
Okay.
And he could theoretically put another one. So that's... I mean,
yeah, but he doesn't have like a Wicked Revert.
Yeah,
to do the play he did to like go face and then proc the last words.
Does he have any way to try to draw into? I don't see anything. I guess
he's got a lot of
retracing.
options.
Yeah, it's like retracing top deck, GG. But I mean, that's a lot of hopium right there.
I mean, maybe for him, it's about setting up the Chris leader effect, trying to play it a bit safe. He is facing a lot of pressure. Dodo has, 9 damage on the board. At this point, I think you just assume that there will be a Necro Impulse to back up whatever your opponent has. And then there's the Soul Strikes that also push damage.
Don't forget, he said he high rolled his way through Swiss.
That is what he said.
Do you think he's gonna stop high rolling? Oh man, come on. I was trying to build a narrative over here.
Okay, going face. Get in.
Oh, but this is hot. This is hot. This Link Staff, if it gets taken out, that's 14 damage. Oh my god.
That's kind of smart, actually.
Okay, I see you.
Yeah, because Dodo already used his heal from the Ceres. So if he can't find a way to get some life, that Link Staff Necromancer is gonna just end him.
In one way or another.
Yeah, and like you can't just ignore a 7/7 either, right? Not at this point. He did find one heal from the from the Retrace the Past.
I mean, that's fine and dandy. That's definitely great.
Chris on 3 bikes. How does he ride so many bikes?
Oh my god. Wow. Goals.
Okay, so
we're going. We're striking extra hard here. And that's going to be the strike of destiny. I think we both blanked on the fact that there was a Ceres effect on that one. Just dealing 10 damage to face. We thought Taiga had it with that pressure, but it wasn't
put
quite enough.
The double on his Link Staff, but Dodo could do the same, right?
Yep.
And that's the late game Shadow with the burst of damage out of nowhere. It wasn't Necro Impulse. It was the Ceres that came in clutch. We saw it, for both the heal and the damage.
Oh, man. Well, here we go. It's time for game 2. This time around, I'm going to see Dodo's portal, and we're seeing all the portals. Couldn't be happier. And so it's time for the run back for Taiga. Maybe if you believed in the high roll just a little bit more, you gotta take what you've said, what you've put down on the table, as your narrative, and keep playing through with it. But
yeah, I mean, I'm sure he believes in it, right? Like after being 7-0, I know Taiga is hungry for more. But so far, the story of the day is all the players that have gotten their first top 8 today, they've all been eliminated, and in 2-0 fashion too.
Don't set up the flags, man. Oh no! Don't do that. Look what you've done. Look what you've done. You brought the tolerance to his head. I swear to God. This is why Iggy tells everyone to send their complaints to your Twitter.
Like Taiga running it back with the last word Shadow, but again, Dodo just Mr. Consistent at this point. This guy's just too solid.
Wow, that's man. All right, well, Taiga. He's still got a pretty decent hand. He's got Tour Guide for next turn. He's got the little plays here and there. The only thing he doesn't have is a way to answer this 3-1 unless I'm mistaken. So gonna have to just respect that and pass along for now.
Yeah, we'll see how Dodo continues the early game. Just having the Absolute Tones early on just must be like so relieving, right? You can already worked towards that goal, and we've seen just how powerful a 9/9 storm for 0 play points can be.
Absolutely. I think if you could travel back in time, would you try to scare the Shadowverse players of the past by telling them that, like, you're just showing them absolute tolerance and like not saying anything?
Well, you know, the funny
just show
thing
them
is
the
that
card.
when it was shown, a lot of people were like, "Oh, this is a meme card. It's not gonna be good." The Portal players love doing this. They do the same thing with the Colossus Omega. There's like a big meme
yeah.
where they put like all the things that were wrong with the card, how it could be infinitely better, and then it turns out it's a great Shadowverse card.
Are you trying to say that the Portal players are the down players of this game?
Yes, actually.
They'll just go like, no. Everything we got in this set, terrible. Ignore the fact that we exist. Just leave us alone. And then flashback to one month later, SVO, all of top 8.
Yeah, they love downplaying their class 100%. But Duck Dodo with the Ram PL, gonna get the extra play points and get to that Baphomet just a little bit quicker.
I mean, you say that, but
There's no Baphomet yet.
yeah, our man's kind of missing in action right now.
We've also seen all the Portal players, they top like it right before, right? So
Yeah, true. Unlike Tolerance, which needs to be drawn early, Baphomet, as long as you draw it by turn 8, is fine. It's fine.
yeah, Taigai getting use of the Wicked Rebirth, picks up the Soul Strike, and punch through the Ramiel, keep building his board, get those last words up there. I wonder if he will crystallize the Celeste or the Tyrant. They're both pretty good targets, and I feel like that's got to be the play, right? One or the other this turn.
Yeah, it feels like it. But let's see what is going to be the choice. I was just thinking on Doc Dodo's side, like, you have a bit of card draw in that hand. He also runs the Cosmic Angel, which I don't see in too many Portal lists, but I definitely like it.
Yeah, and the Combustion Demon is sure to put in a lot of work against the Last Word Shadow. He also top decks a fantastic turn 6 play if he wants it in the Spinaria. But gonna go with the Archangel of Evocation.
That's another card we don't see that
Doc
much.
Dodo
in,
not
in
playing
Portal
around.
too.
Just playing super defensive. I think he knows like he has the late game power. He has to just get there and not randomly lose to like a Necro Impulse.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, right? Especially in this matchup, you gotta just have a little bit of that sustain, bit of that grind to bring you through it. You do have quite a bit of, options for healing, let's put it that way. But, we were talking about cards missing in action earlier, but the one card missing in action for Taiga here is definitely the Ceres. Not having that added effect. Oh, there she is.
There's
All right.
Ceres.
Well,
He also didn't get that Lover's mid game to like really ramp up the last words count, but making the best of it. He's gonna burn a card next turn, but hey, at least he'll get one shadow for it. Colossus shows up, and again, this could be that thing where it's like, hey, if I don't have followers on the board, then you can't hit them, and if you can't hit my followers, then you can't discount your absolute tolerance.
Destroy the world.
that's right. Well, here comes Spinaria. Won't be doing too much, just setting up some pressure, some pesky targets that are a little bit difficult for most decks to take care of. But ooh, look at that Colossus Omega just pushing that damage. Tolerance, absolute intolerance for some people, down to 13.
Okay, Celeste on a bike. It's Ceres time, finally for Taigai. 4 playpoints left over, gonna pick up the Darkest Desire. We've seen it be absolutely crucial. And the Chris effect is online as well if he wants it this turn.
Man, I need the Twitter artists to just like take every follower that was on a bike today and just actually draw them on a bike. I want to see, like, what was it? It was Chris on 3 bikes? Somebody please. Dude, please put my wishes into reality. We need to see Chris on 3 bikes.
It's turn 8 and there was no Baphomet for Doc Dodo, which is pretty good for Taigai. He'll also know this because there hasn't been any fusion towards it. But the Combustion Demon, again, is going to be so strong. The Banish effect, as well as the Evo effect, and the Enhance effect, it's going to push so much damage, that tolerance is going to go straight to 0.
Yep, that's going to be all you need. And honestly, I think at this point, you've pushed down to 13. If there's no sustain coming through, the tolerance might be enough depending on what else is drawn into, right?
Yeah, well, with the Ceres spell, he can sort of guarantee some sustain if you put the heal component on a follower with ward.
We gotta
Right?
see it right now, though. We really need to see it right now.
Yeah, let's see what
Because
he
otherwise, okay, the Chris, we do have the bonus effect ready here.
Yeah, Chris gonna get the last words heal. So 6/6, that's a good amount of life gain. Again, there is no Belphomet for Doc Dodo here. But he does have a tolerance.
Draws.
And remember,
Wow.
his max HP is actually 25, so that could be relevant.
Yeah, the Mega Enforcer here as well is kind of nice because you can Evo it for the extra bit of damage and then be able to get that Evo point back as well. So I kind of like it. You also have Cosmic Angel to potentially try to shut down their damage burst they might try to do to you next turn. So, you know, the plays are lining up. Ooh, the Spinaria pickup too. Again, coming through at the most key of times possible.
Yeah, so the tolerance is not going to get a kill here, but honestly, there's nothing wrong with playing it as a tempo tool because it's still a 0 play point 99 destroy storm.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants to hold on to that until it's going to get the win, but man, it would be a good amount of pressure right now.
But then the question is like, okay, let's say they answer it. What's next, right?
Right. So we'll see if he holds on to it or not. Gonna go with the Spinaria. Is gonna cash out the tolerance for the damage right here, right now.
That's good. I mean, it's still 11 damage. Now, for all we know, he might just have another one at 0 cost, right? For Thai Guy, that's the kind of pressure you're playing with.
He's got the Tyrant, which is, you know, just clearing everything right now.
Yep. All right.
We're seeing the power of the late game Machina portal. The Mega Enforcer getting Evo back is fantastic, but the Shadow deck also has a good late game punch.
Down to your soul.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, wait a second.
Darkest Desires on the card. Uh-oh.
Clear the board if you could just go for the face. Again, Darkest Desire coming in clutch, and just like that, Thai Guy's gonna tie up the set. We're going to a game 3.
He's definitely a Thai Guy, as we are at 1-1 now between these players. Thai Guy said no. I saw those 2-0 sweeps. It's not happening this time. Finds the lethal. Hey, let's go. We got that background representation, the hype squad in the back. You love to see it.
Yeah, fantastic use of the Darker Desire. Honestly, from both players, both games, showing why the Ceres is so key for that deck. And now it's down to Thai Guy, Axel Forest going up against Duck Dodo, and it's his time to go with the Machina portal.
That's right. Let's see how this is going to pace out this time around. Of course, this is the first time we're also seeing the Forest list from Thai Guy. He's been trying with that Shadow both games, and it's all about, you know, the execution here and how you can deal with the worst hands possible, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 players that chose to, or made it to top 8 with the Axel Forest, but we saw how Osap, it did work out well for him. That Latica plus double Fairy Flowering was enough to punch through the defense from the Machina portal.
But look at this, dude. Triple Aeolans. Oh my god. You have all the fusion fodder you would ever need. It's just fantastic. That is amazing. And you can get that first fusion that doesn't really do anything, so that your second one can be on next turn, so you get that little bit of tempo going, bit of pressure, because both of the tentacles are really, really annoying to deal with. And so I think he's off to a really good start this game.
Yeah, so last game Doc Dodo had the very early Absolute Tolerance, but he never found the Belphomet. This time it's kind of the opposite, where he has the early Belphomet, and at least for now, no Tolerance just yet.
That's right. Fuses in, sets up a nice little beat stick as well. And I think for Thai Guy is going to be just draw. Use those Axel effects to get another bouncer. We like that. We like that a lot.
Yeah, double line all picked up. No Water in hand just yet, and he does have the Fairy Flowering and the Latica. That said, though, I feel like Doc Dodo is going to use this opportunity to just put in the pressure. Like you said, get that early Tentacle and have that Enforcer just push 3 damage to his face. That will definitely add up.
That's right. Tree of Wonders here. Picked up is good, generally speaking. But in dealing with this board, I don't know, man. But then again, like, you don't really have any other tools.
Hey, but you don't even have the Fairy to fuse into it, but he still has to drop it down.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, there's one Walder. I mean, drawing a Walder is honestly fine. It's problematic when you get all of them.
Yeah. Once you hit 2, it's like, I'm in danger. And speaking of danger, here
look
comes
at the
other
pressure.
tentacle.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
man. While
Taiga, you're
Taiga
8 life.
he's sitting around doing his axles like his deck needs him to. Dark Dodo's just going face. He's got a board. Taiga down to 8 HP. He has to bring it back with the Barman Hunter right here, right now.
I think he can do it. I think he can do it. Just gotta run it through. Lionel will do some good work as well.
Yeah, he can do another axle and then invoke a Walder from the deck.
Yeah, that'll do something. Pastures
Clear the board, get some face damage for himself, get that axle count up. This is a good response from Taiga, but has the damage been done? Right now, he must be sweating, just thinking of the possibility of like, man, what if Duck Dodo had opened an Absolute Tolerance?
Oh my god, imagine. Oh my god, imagine. Didn't even consider that, looking at how strong this early game has been. Yeah, that would have been the icing on the cake, but this is going to be so good. The Mega Enforcer is like a 1 card. You know, it just does everything for you. Gives you board clear, refunds your Evos. It's so good. And just like that, Enforcer going to be the last part of the puzzle to clear out the rest of the board. You can still fuse to the Belphegor if you don't want to overdraw, which is just so good.
Yeah, Duck Dodo really keeping up the pressure here. And although he does not have the Absolute Tolerance, you know, he does have the Belphegor full fuse and picked up not 1 but 2 Meishas. So, you know, turn 8 is coming in close. And Taiga is still down to 8 HP.
Gotta get that sustain running. Gotta start going through the cards. Again, you know, with Lightica as a deck, as a card, it's very powerful, but we're not quite there yet. Those axle counts haven't been as high as we'd like to see them be.
Yeah, I mean, how fast can Taiga push 15 damage? Because he's only axled 3 times. He does have the Lightica and the Fairy Flower in hand. Maybe if he can aim for a turn 6 lethal would be his best chance?
Question mark, yeah? Well, let's find out.
Okay, those are more cards to Axel. He definitely does have plays.
Yeah, he does. Lacking in sustain still, but if he can keep surviving...
I mean, at this point, I think he has to just play as if Duck Dodo just doesn't have Absolute Tolerance because he just can't play around it.
Yeah. Just assume roll through it.
Yep.
You definitely have a chance to win. You definitely have a chance to win. Just don't get scared. Don't get scared by the potential tolerance. Lightica coming down.
Okay, Lightica. Gonna pick up a Whisk. That's 4 axles for Taiga. Get the Whiff to utilize the Lightica effect. Lightica's Embrace gets those play points back.
Yep.
Still has 2 Evos to work with. Lionel as well.
Right.
Fairy Flower at 4.
Masters. Or 5. There's the
Picks up a
Walder.
He's only at 5 axles though.
Yep. That's right. 6 cards played this turn. Was 2 away from getting the Evo, but
okay,
even then,
I mean, he pushed some damage. It's not bad. He can do Lightica, Evo, Lionel next turn. Then Fairy Flower, right? Seems like the plan.
Actually.
So what is
like
the play from Duck Dodo? Like, does he have some sort of defense to play around this? Because he can clear the board. He can keep on fusing. But he already summoned the tentacles with the Belphegor. He gets another one. This is the Storm one, though.
Yeah, 4 damage is cool. You're this close to lethal, but
Taiga.
I don't know.
Does he have enough? Lightica, Lionel's the 6th axle. Fairy Flowering is there. Okay. Lightica, 0 cost spell. He can just manually Evo the
Commit to the
Lightica.
Evo. Here we go.
Yep, get the 6th axle first. Then use the Lightica spell. And the Sagittarius to get the play points back to Fairy Flower and the Lightica.
There it is.
Just like that. Taiga is gonna take it 2-1 over Duck Dodo. What a great set.
Damn, the pop-off got even me clapping. Let's go.
Let's
it's
go,
a party
Taiga.
out there. Taiga, celebration guy out here, making it to top 4 guy. You love to see it, guy. Amazing.
The first newcomer to the top 8 who actually advances from his first round. Great show from Taiga again, undefeated in Swiss yesterday, and still looking good today.
Yeah, absolutely. Still running through it, right? He's what? 7-0. one top 16, one top 8. Could he be the legend? The legend that just runs through it all, the entire gauntlet? We'll find out very soon. We'll find out very soon, but there's still another top 8 match waiting for us to see who's the last of the players to make it to top 4. And this one's going to be interesting because we still have one thing in here, one deck that, well, we have seen, but I want to see more of it, which is something that Praetorian is bringing. And of course, somehow Amulet Haven refuses to exist so far that I really hope we see. We're just never gonna see Haven. That's it. You know, we got excited. We were like, yes, the comeback of Haven at long last. But you know, we're gonna. Oh, whoa! I guess we are gonna see it. Would you look at that? Oh, the deck I hyped up got banned out. Well, there you have it. You can't have everything.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Tyr going up against Praetorian. Again, the Haven is up because the Dragon was banned. We did see Dragon early on, and it did do really well. Again, Praetorian is one of those veterans. He did participate in the 2019 Contenders Cup, and for him to get there, you know, that means that he had such a good year in 2019. And it's good to see him here in 2021, still holding it down. One of Dawnbreaker's finest players. I'm sure he wants to go to Contenders once again. And as you saw from the standings early on today, he does have a good amount of points to his name.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this would be, you know, the tournament that could make the difference, and you definitely want that. You absolutely want that. You know, the lineups are really cool, right? Because on Tyr's side, he's got Baleon Sword, which is, of course, you know, tried and tested. We've seen it do some magic. We've also seen it, you know, have magic be performed on. We got Last Word Shadow. Almost every single player is bringing it. Machina Portal as well. Very common this time around, too. And, you know, overall, just very, very cool decks. And, you know, speaking of which, I want to take a look at his Machina Portal, right? We've been seeing the deck pull up here and there, and so it's time to see it. And there we go. This is, again, the tried and tested. This is really like the Slouch version. You want to be, you know, stalling it out a little bit here and there. Got lots of damage potential to discount those tolerances and make them truly intolerable. And, of course, the Belphomet for the, you know, the pressure throughout the entire game with the tentacles. And then on turn 9, just absolute behemoth of power.
Yeah, we actually have not seen the wheel actually come into play in any of these games.
Yeah.
But it is there. It's a 2 of Tyre's list. And I'd like to see it. It's such a cool card. The way that it can just disrupt your opponent's play and their entire game plan. It does have a bit of the RNG component to it. But it's a cool card, and I'd like to see it today.
Yeah, me too, me too. It's a nice little card. It gives a little bit of extra, like, that control component that the deck wants as well against some of these pretty pesky matchups. But of course, Praetorian has some cool decks he's bringing. We definitely are excited to see the Amulet Haven. But let's take a look at the Natura Dragon list that he brought, because we saw the list at the very start of top 8 and didn't really get to talk about how it's built. So here we go. The one of cheeky Gandagoza. You love to see it, but of course that is nowhere near as important of a component of the deck as it used to be. And of course the Natura package is doing some amazing work, giving you the sustain, lots of good early game, you know, just good burst of damage thanks to things like Reggie. It's just a really strong deck overall.
Yeah, when you look at this list, you just see like good dragon cards, like Oracle, Reggie, the Phoenix, Georges, Tiamat, Roy, like Ganagosa. These are just generically very, very powerful dragon cards, and surprise, surprise, they all come together and make a pretty solid deck that, like I said, could just do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's the toolbox that everyone loves to see, and so it's pretty interesting. I mean, we had, what, 2 players bring Natura Dragon, we had almost everyone bring Last Word Shadow, a lot more Machina Portals as well, Baleon Sword, dropping popularity just like Axel Forest, and of course, the one of Sanctuary Haven. The one of Sanctuary Haven that will not be... We didn't even get to see it.
No, not yet.
We didn't even get to see it. We just straight up didn't get to see it. That's unfortunate because, I mean, with Ty Guy winning, that's the end of the potential that we could have seen of the new and improved Sanctuary Haven. But hey, it was there. It was there. Trust me, I was there.
We're finally gonna at least get to see the Amulet Haven, right?
True.
We're talking about how, you know, Haven shows up to potentially answer the Shadow, and everybody has Shadow, so it just seems like a good fit for the meta. We'll see how the Amulet Haven can perform after the adjustments. You know, after that patch, a lot of people just wrote off Haven like it wasn't great at all, but today it seems like it's a solid pick for your lineup.
Speaking of which, what do you think of Eris? You know, I was kind of looking at that, and then I click through the cards it spawns, and then I look at Relic Goddess, and I was like, this looks awfully familiar.
Yeah, reminds me of a card in the past.
Yeah, that starts with A and ends with Aegis. I was just like,
I mean,
that looks awfully familiar.
One thing I will say is that we have not seen the card reveal that we have, and we do have a card reveal.
Yeah.
And Eris is alright in my book, but I really want to see Urias. Urias is my boy, and I love to see what his card is going to do. I don't know if we have him. We have not seen the card. We do have a card reveal.
We like the element of surprise.
Yeah, you guys definitely want to stay tuned for that. You know, watch the card reveal, see who's going to be the champion of the August Open Cup. Here we go. Praetorian Team Dawnbreaker is going up against Tyr from Gallant Trickster, I believe is the name of the team.
Yep. There's something comforting about seeing Praetorian in the top 8 again. You know, it's a great player, really, you know, seasoned veteran. We've talked about them time and time again, and he's looking good this time as well.
Yeah, anytime he would make to the top 8, it would like never surprise anybody. And back in the day, he might have been known as like the artifact player, but by now we've seen this man can play anything.
Yep, absolutely, and he's running the deck that we've been wanting to see as well. It's just going to be a question of, you know, how will it perform?
Yeah, on the other hand, we have Tyr with the Machina Portal. So how have you felt about the Machina Portal so far? How do you think it's performed?
I mean, it's partially the reason why we didn't see so many of it last month in West, purely because it does need to get to that, like, turn 8, turn 9. That's usually where, you know, the tolerance gets discounted enough to be at a, like, good enough point, or you've pushed your opponent enough to be strong. Like, it's a really good deck with, like, nice early game, and I think the players have been doing it some, you know, great justice, just showing it off, but we see the weakness of it too, right? It's a late game deck that needs to get there, and some of these decks are just a little bit too fast for it.
Yeah, interesting enough, we've seen the Baphomet Fusion, we've seen the Tentacles be great tools for the Portal players to, you know, push damage, be defensive, but we have not seen Baphomet himself. That, like, big turn 9 Baphomet power play has not happened once today.
True, yeah, that's a good point. You know, it's every time we hype it up, we get ready for it, it just doesn't happen. Abdiel here, though, that's a card that a lot of people looked at and were like, wow, that is a very good Shadowverse card, as Lewis would say. That is a very good Shadowverse card.
Yeah, well, here's our first look at the Amulet Haven. Praetorian going with the early Revolver Eagle, one of my favorite cards. Just, you know, we're talking about how these followers would, like, ride the bikes. How does the Eagle do it? I don't know, but he's great.
Yeah, just believe in the Eagle. He's here to stay for some time. The Slouch, though...
Is this time for the wheel?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Is it worth it to wheel here and lose your kind of tempo? I mean, at the same time, you could just hold on to the Enforcer at this point because you get the extra effect on Evo as well. But at the same time, you got Rampiel queued up for next turn, so you kind of want to commit to that. So if anything, you're spoiled for choice here in terms of what you can go for.
Yeah, and he did draw the Absolute Tolerance. But thinking about how it's going to work against Haven, I wonder if, you know, like I've been saying, you can only discount this if you're hitting your opponent, namely their followers. And if Praetorian is going to just be playing down amulets that you can't punch, it's going to make it really hard for Tyr to actually get discounts on that tolerance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Another Eagle going to come down. It's a whole party over here. Oh, we're going to go for the full self-board lock. It's only temporary, though, as the Eagle that's going to come through is going to sit on 2 bikes.
Yeah, one for each wing, you know?
Yeah, you know. As we do here in the Shadowverse lands.
There's the Rampiel, and the Baphomet was picked up as well. Early enough, they didn't get all the fusion. Try and get the value out of the Tentacles if he wants that. And maybe we'll finally see Baphomet himself come down in turn 9.
You know, I've noticed that there's a pretty, like, big fan following of this, the Battle Pass Portalcraft leader, the Zessil Wench. Is that how you pronounce it?
You tell me. I would not know how to pronounce that name.
Zessil Wench? Zessil Wench? Wenche? Is that how you want to end the board?
There's the Eagle after 2 bikes. It's a 7-4. He's got Storm too. And Praetorian has Place in hand as well. Definitely want to hold on to the Abdiel for that very powerful enhance. Does have the Jadeland, who, you know, it's not the powerhouse he once was, but he's still a pretty solid card.
Absolutely. Musk Fruit is interesting that will search you the Meowskers. You know, it does say a random 1 play point follower, but this time around it is basically a certified 1 play point Meowskers. But you gotta get through this Rampiel, you know, to get that Falcon damage into the face.
Yeah, this is not a trade he wants, right? You don't want to trade a 7-4 Storm follower into a 4-4.
God, no.
That
God, no.
Doesn't feel right.
Well, is it gonna be the Meowskers then? I guess you could theoretically work with it, but wait, can you even?
Okay, Musk Fruit, 2 play points, Meowskers, like you said, picked up from the deck. It does discount the Redeemer's Cudgel, so
Yeah, but-
that's a way to answer the Ramiel. And then cash out 7, maybe 9 damage to the face if he wants to commit an Evo to it.
Yeah, he's gonna just go for it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he wants to commit
go
the
for the
Eagle
9
to
damage.
it. Yeah,
let's go.
9 damage Eagle to the face, and he has another one coming in next turn, and another Revolver Eagle in the hand as well. I'm telling you, I love this card.
Yep, and there's another one queued up for next turn too. You haven't seen the last of him just yet. Very, very exciting stuff. Of course, Tolerance still at full cost for tier here, but of course, if Praetorian at any points plays a bit too much, Slouch can always try to board lock things here, but I don't think it's going to be the play this time around. You need some way to get rid of this Regal Falcon first and foremost. Mega Enforcer does do the job here and there, paired up with a Colossus. That could be pretty nice. I mean, yeah, it's going to be at least, you know, a bit overkill in terms of damage, but it will take care of it.
Yeah,
and
he's
you do
got
get a bit of damage to discount the Tolerance too.
He's got to commit resources. That Eagle cannot stand on 2 bikes for 1 more turn.
That is simply not allowed.
Yeah, I do like the wheel, but I don't know when is the correct time to drop it. Because it's like, sure, you disrupt your opponent's 3 next turns potentially, but also like you spend 3 play moves on that turn where like you're not really doing anything.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, he's gonna just go for it. Yeah, that's more damage. That's already 10 damage down. So he's going for the Absolute Tolerance RTA, the speed run. Don't forget the Baphomet, that's right. You need 2 fusions on it to make full use of it.
Again, opts to save the Mega Enforcer, cash out the Combustion Demon, perhaps because he has the second one in hand anyway. The Save Praetorian can keep up the pressure here. He does get another Regal Falcon. Again, has another Eagle in hand. Meowskers, FDL in hands, coming into a turn 7 Jade land. He's got a lot of different plays.
Absolutely. Oof, well, I think the Abdiel, this is basically the best point. I mean, it's still going to be able to... You could theoretically just
You could use it to banish the amulet.
Omega.
Yeah, I don't dislike that play.
Honestly, yeah. You're in a bit of a
And just
weird
the leader
situation.
effect is just so strong, right? Like after you've played FDL, you know you're free to Evo essentially every single turn, no matter what.
Yeah.
Which is nice because a lot of times you see players like, you know, when is the best time to Evo? Like from Shadowverse start of the game, knowing when and how to properly Evo is one of like the highest skill things, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sometimes players just waste their Evo, and like having a good Evo usage goes a long way. But hey, if you have infinite Evos, then just Evo every turn, doesn't matter.
Well, that's going to be the question here. Is he going to commit to the infinite Evo generation? Well, that sounds like a band name. Infinite Evo generation. Alright, but let's see.
Okay, well, the clock is
The
ticking.
timers-
He's got to
Yep.
make a play. FDL is going to come down with the enhance with that very powerful leader effect. He's going to opt to banish the combustion instead of the amulet, which lets him keep up more
kinda
pressure,
like that.
right?
I kinda
Yeah,
like
this is
that.
actually probably better.
You get more damage, and like you want to just finish the game, arguably before the Colossus even comes into play.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
So I think he's on the right track here. But of course, now Maisha could potentially be a lot of damage. Combustion Demon is also... I'd prefer to keep it for a bit later, when you need those like 5/5s to trade into things, and then the other 10 damage to like go into other stuff.
Yeah.
Because you're
Now,
not getting as much out of it.
one thing that I do want to point out is that he's only had 4 amulets destroyed. So the Jade Lane is only going to do, you know, the 1. But 3 damage to the face and summon in a bird with an Evo, that's lethal. So most of the followers destroyed for Praetorian have been Eagles, because that's really all his play.
Yeah. Honestly, it's an Eagle Festival.
But
Interesting note is that
the Combustion Demons actually banished the Eagles, so they weren't destroyed.
Aha, good point.
Very smart from Tier. Banish the Eagle instead of destroying it. Because otherwise, Jade would just close the game out right now.
Yep. Maisha here also is looking a little bit sad. Followers destroyed 0 is the statistic on Tier's side, and I mean that would bring tears to my eyes for sure.
Okay, so is Jade still to play, even if it wouldn't get Praetorian the instant game right now?
Ah, the good old days. Ah, the good old days. I wonder, because you don't really have much, like, the Meowskers is also just kind of, like, has one effect on it, for just the one random ping.
Yeah, Meowsker's not really quite there.
Yeah. You know, as a result of the nerfs, it's been kind of nerfed too.
I mean, Jadeland still puts pressure, it pushes damage, it answers at least some of the board. He gets an Evo back, so he could Evo the Jadeland over the other Combustion Demon.
Let's see here.
Or
go for the Eagle, okay.
Maybe ignore the Combustion Demons, just set up a bunch of amulets and go for a next turn.
Okay, bit of removal. Good, good, good. Alright, Tier's like, oh. There's a chance. There's a chance where we can actually get to turn 9 today.
Okay, Spinaria, not a bad top deck if that's something he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
The wheel is still an option. As for Belphomet, you can get the Armor Tentacle, I believe, right? Because it's only fused once.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad defensive tool.
I'm thinking about that wheel, man. I'm thinking about that wheel. I don't think it's still not the play as much as it's like very annoying. But it still gives him options to mess around with it, yeah. I guess you can fuse, like, Mega Enforcer here isn't too bad either. Spinaria is also, like, not bad. Like, these are a lot of things to consider in this hand, because he not only has the end game, but he has, like, this one awkward turn before the end game, too.
Yeah, the Spinaria would give him the big ward, but he can't get value out of the drain. Again, Praetorian, and a lot of players today have done a great job of sort of denying the followers against the Machina Portal, you know, so they can't get the tolerance discount. In this case, he can't get the Keenage Artifact drain.
Yep. Well, here we go. There she is with the artifacts, running it down. Alright, well, that's going to be 7 damage to face. That is, I mean, kind of the sweet spot in terms of getting close to the lethal point for next turn.
Okay, 8 play points for Praetorian. Enough to play a Meowskers and a Jadeland?
Theoretically, yes. He's got 4 effects on one of them, so he's got 2 pinks to followers, 1 pink to face, and 1 draw. Not exactly what's gonna, you know, seal the deal at this stage of the game, but
right.
it's an attempt.
Yeah, the Jadeland still only had 4 ammos destroyed. He, you know, had those initial birds that put in a lot of work, but after that, there really wasn't a whole lot of amulets, so the Jadeland maybe not as strong as it could be with a different hand.
Yeah, I mean, we look at 8 health remaining on tier side, but for Praetorian, that was the work of 2 birds and a bunch of bites. You know, literally 2 young birds with a dream.
He also does have the Abdiel leader effect, so, you know, by playing a follower, he can get that Evo.
Yeah.
Oscars is going to come on first.
Oh, you love to see it.
Gets some good snipes.
You love to see it.
And there's the Jadeland. That was going to be the play after all.
This is definitive.
We're very close.
Oh, the Abdiel's actually not
that's
terrible.
really nice.
Yeah, he gets the banish on the Evo.
That's really good. I forgot that was a target. Oh, now the question is, yeah, do you want to get rid of the amulet? But he's not going to go for it. Instead, getting rid of the last words damage dealing instead.
Yeah, just answer the followers. And next turn he has another bird. He'll have another Evo. He'll have banished with the Shady Priest.
Well, here comes Colossus with all his glory. And of course, it's finally the debut of
finally time for the Belphomet. We've seen so many games with Machina Portal. Not a single Belphomet has been slammed just yet. Absolute Tolerance is playable, but, you know, he's not quite at 0 play points just yet.
Yes, sir. And of course, not quite enough to secure a lethal either. I wonder what else is there to consider, because I feel like nothing else really does the trick at this point. You know, Invasion is a great card, but it's not a wide board. It's just gonna go for the Belphomet.
Gotta be the Belphomet.
Commit it down. Get that full board of amazing followers. Look at all that.
Yeah, that's an army of robots.
My favorite.
Tisiphone, Electochan, Megara.
You love it. You love to see it. It's great. I want to see if he's gonna commit the Evo here. A lot of players do. They just kind of like preemptively Evo and make sure that everything just like is super extra tanky.
I mean, so many stats, right? Like one follower makes an entire board of absurd followers. And that's the power of the Legion Machina portal that we hadn't seen yet.
Yep, it's taken all the way to our last top 8 game to finally see it. Preemptive Evo, you love to see it. Down to 13 life. Keep in mind that the Megara will deal 5, and then it's already enough with the absolute tolerance if there's no healing coming through here. But of course, speaking of which, Spellcure Priest, but I don't think that's quite what you want to be looking for at this stage of the game.
Well, Meowskers gives him the play point back.
And the Evo back.
Yeah, he's got... Oh yeah, the Evo back is what I meant. He's got Shady Priest, which could be utilized to banish random followers. Except he doesn't really have that many amulets.
Donations, and I just might save.
All right, well, Shady Priest.
Okay, by Evo in it, yeah, he at least gets another amulet to work with.
All right, let's see what he. Ooh, Musk Fruit. I mean, that's another. Meowscar's thing is like literally one left.
Man, with Praetorian trying to put up a fight, right? Just trying to see anything he could do, any way he could answer anything. Like, man, the Belphomet board finally came online, and oh,
Yeah.
it's a good Shadowverse board.
It only took, you know, all these games, all these sets to finally get there, but we did it, boys. We did it.
Yeah, what's crazy is that like we've seen the deck actually do quite well without having that power play, and that is a play that they have on top of everything else that we're doing, namely, you know, all the artifacts and tentacles and the tolerances.
All right, we need. Oh, just gonna surrender here. I think honestly, I was also thinking about it's like with that hand, what can you do at this point with that board? And Tyr showing us the power of the Portal Craft class in full
that was
strength.
Actually, a closer game than you might have thought based on the way the board ended. Like, sure, at the end, Tyr had that for sure. But Praetorian was close. On that turn 7, if his Eagles had not been banished and had been destroyed instead, then he would have had lethal turn 7. So, honestly, still a pretty close game. But we'll see if Praetorian can bounce back.
Yep, it's going to be back against the wall here for Praetorian. Let's see it.
Gonna run it back with the Amulet Haven, Garuda leader.
And going first, too. It's pretty good.
See if he can set up his amulets. Those Eagles put in work.
Yeah,
but
they really
he just
did.
didn't have a way to close it out.
Well, it's going to be a good matchup, though. You know, speaking of which, this is basically the deck that people bring to beat Last Word Shadow. But will the Evos, you know, not the Evos, will the Banishes come through to answer all the threats in the Last Words? We'll find out soon.
Yeah, so the Last Word Shadow is still very strong. And I feel like, well, we've seen the Sword and the Forest sometimes with... Honestly, Forest has been fine today. Like, they've been fine. But the Shadow, it's almost like impossible. Like, how could you think of, like, what would be a bad Shadow hand? Like, I can't even imagine it, right? Like, no matter what, the Shadow players always have great plays. They play so much early game, you're, like, never gonna brick or anything like that. They always have good mid game. The Shadow deck is just too solid, honestly.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to the fact that a lot of cards are, like, either really good late game, or they have, like, amazing crystallize effects, or you can, like, turn things into better things with Wicked Rebirth. Like, in general, you have so much flexibility in this deck, and I'm really curious what the card will be for Shadow in this mini as well. Like, can this deck get even better? Right? That's the question I think a lot of people are asking.
Yeah, between the, you know, the Tour Guides, Restrict in the Past, Wicked Rebirth, the Lovers, like, they have a lot of card draw to go through their deck, find the things they need, and just by playing the game naturally, they're, you know, building those resources, those Last Words, Follows Destroyed, the Shadows, and then before you know it, they get those explosive plays, Necro Impulse, Gagero Spell. We've seen the Sarah's Darkest Desire just be crazy.
Damn. Well, let's see how things are gonna go here. again, early game options, left and right.
Early Meowskers picked up for Praetorian. The Meowskers, honestly, they really didn't do much last game. Maybe this game, Meowskers can do a little bit more.
Yep.
Eagle, on the other hand, Eagle is guaranteed good no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. The Eagle will do work, and it did a lot of work last game. Like, most of the damage output from that entire last match was purely accredited to one single card, and so it's going to be a question to see whether that can happen again this game. But now you can also go for stuff like Featherfall. There we go. You know, that just gives you the option to run through your deck a little bit. And I like this play of like putting down the Shady Priest, because you give the deck this pressure of like, you play things early without thinking, it's gone.
Yeah, Shady Priest, amazing in this matchup, right? For one play point, you get an amulet, which you always want to do, and then it's just so strong against Shadow. The banish, no matter what it hits, like, it's always going to hit something good, right? So amazing card in this matchup.
Absolutely. So here we go. Celestial Mega coming through. He's not going to give in to the pressure. He's like, all right, we can wait out. We can wait until this Shady Priest expires. No problem. But of course, next turn is the first Evo point. So we're going to see how it's going to go down. Roll Regal.
Okay, so this is the Eagle turn for Praetorian. Like last game, the Eagles were great, but he was missing the other amulets to complement that. And this time around, between the Featherfolk and the Shady Priest, looks like he's already going to be doing a lot better in that regard.
Absolutely. So now we have a bit of a board. We can definitely do some work here. Tour Guide, of course, activating those last words as well.
Yeah, between the Tour Guide and the Wicked Rebirth, Tyr can guarantee that he at least gets some of his last words before his cards are banished.
Yeah, and that's you gotta expect the worst, right? Expect that, you know, only the last words cards will get banished and nothing else, no matter what you put down. And so you gotta play with that in mind. Oh, well, I mean, that's also good to see here. If you want to just force out the last words, why not?
Yeah, just guarantee the 4/4. The Lurching Corpse, it's likely not going to do too much, so just get the free 4/4. Picks up a Goldmine Necromancer as well, which is another way that he can guarantee his own last words. So even though Haven can banish Shadow's things, you know, Shadow has tools against this, just do it yourself, right?
Yep. Alright, will it be another Tour Guide, the back-to-back? Are we
He's got a lot of options here. Might just be that Tour Guide. He has the last proc
he wants the
connection
protection.
as well. And hey, look at this. None of these followers have last words, so no matter what gets banished, at least it's not a last word being banished.
Oh, and it wasn't even the Lich. I was honestly eyeing it down. I was like, here comes the animation. But luckily managed to dodge it. That's looking pretty good for Tyr here. Again, he's one game away from top 4. Y'all have to keep that in mind, that, you know, he's facing his Praetorian. Someone that is very well known in the scene, someone that's been around for a long time, and being able to play well and win against someone like that is something very commendable.
Okay, here's Meowskers on a bike, and this is a much better Meowskers. Getting a full clear, pushing some phase damage, all for one play point.
Yep.
That was very, very strong. Now for the follow-up, he's got play points, can just slam down Aelon's Remains, low-cost amulet he can cycle to get more juice out of that Jade land that he wasn't able to get last turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, I mean, it's quite literally, that's what was lacking last game, right? We just didn't have the amulets, didn't have that aggressive spam. You know, also for Meowskers, it's so important to be playing them out all the time, because otherwise it doesn't get those bonus effects. And so far we're seeing a really good game for Praetorian. So I think that with all things considered, he might just be able to tie this up with how things are going.
Okay, well, we'll see what Tyr says about that. The Celeste is procced. 5 play points. There is no Lovers, but he does have other options. Although you can see how Praetorian just, you know, making this really difficult for Tyr. We really haven't had that early game Shadow dominance that we've seen in the other matches.
Yep, it's so important. Celeste on the board, which is great. Well, what's next? Gatekeeper, show us those Kageros.
He's going for it. Get the Evo 3/3.
Step back. New arrival incoming.
Nope. It's a first
Oh
fanatic.
man, just play it. Just play out the Kagero. Come on. Gotta just do it for the boys at home. Just do it. You know, we're so used to this pattern. It's hard to get used to change, you know?
Yeah, so last turn he had board of nothing with last word. And this turn it's like, hey, okay, you know what? You just can't banish everything. If I have 5 followers and they all have last words, then some of them are gonna proc, right?
Well, let's see here. He does have options. But at the same time, it's like you gotta clog up your board and then pray that it doesn't get completely answered the next turn.
Yeah, eyeing that Wicked Rebirth, but is one last word shy of being at 5. So instead, like you said, gonna just slam down the Kangaro. And we'll see how Praetorian responds. All his amulets proc. And now picks up Ra. And that Jade Land looking a lot better.
Oof. That is definitely good. I think he only runs the Ra as a 1-of, so that's definitely looking good for him as well. The Muskfruits are here, but of course there's only one Meowscurs left in the... No, there's no Meowscurs left in the deck. He's already seen all of them.
Yeah, the Ra is another one of those cards, like the Lovers, that showed up a long time ago, and ever since it's been around, no surprise to find its way in Haven decks time and time again. It's just such a powerful leader effect, attached to a well-statted follower.
That's right, but let's see. Is it the play? You're committing 5 play points into this massive board. I really don't think that is going to be where we're going, but these Meowscurs, of course, do have 2 effects out of 3, so you get a bit of damage on the board. I know this board isn't too beefy.
I mean, Sniper is an option as well.
Yeah, you get the banish as well.
Yeah, it's a 3 playboard follower, but it's going to answer, you know, a good amount of followers with the fanfare and the Evo effect. Getting access to that banish, keep denying the last words, push a little bit of damage, which could be relevant later on.
Get the Kagura, that's right. Don't let that man stick around.
Sniper is the play here. Now, is that Eagle going face, or is he trading with the Eagle?
I wonder, because he could
he's going face.
also commit the Meowscurs here, but he's going to choose not to. I think that's a good choice, because otherwise you have so much cool kind of late game scaling with that card, and you don't have to like just risk it all on a random 1/1, you know, missing the right target. That being said, Tier is only at 6. The last words destroyed so far. It's definitely been slower this game as we slowly rev up into it.
Yeah, and although the Ra wasn't played, you can always just cash it out later on if he needs a big burst of damage in the late game.
Absolutely. The options
I
are...
can notice the Chris is shining, but that's for the first effect. After all this, Tier only at 6 last words destroyed because of all the banish. He does have 2 on the board that he could trade off, and we could revert though.
That's
Plus
right.
a bike is a way to get another follower with last words destroyed.
Yeah, the bike is gonna do some work here with that skeleton on one of them, and the Ceres, we've seen her do so much work throughout all these games, and I think this game is gonna be just another example of that, because Darkest Desire it's become sort of the win con.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It's literally just been the win condition.
So yeah, you just put that on the Link Staff, run it in, Wicked Rebirth. You know, all the cards are in play, just gotta make it all come true.
Yeah, it gives them access to so much burst damage, and a lot of times we see that the Shadow players, where they'll use the first part to give somebody else a heal to buy themselves a turn, so that in the next turn they can really cash out all the damage with the Darkest Desire. And Tier, once again, yeah, makes a pretty good board time and time again. Now, is this going to be the Jade Land for Praetorian here? That's an easy slam on the board.
Yep.
Let's see what the effects are. 6 damage to the face. Meowscurs coming back. And the Sniper for the Evo effect.
Yeah, this takes out more pesky targets. You know, that's why this deck has such a good matchup, right? We've hyped it up as such, and we said going into this is a good matchup for Haven. Being able to banish this much, being able to have this much just ability to slow down the arguably best deck in the format is the strength of Haven, and that's why we've seen so many players bring it to the top 8 after being, you know, basically non-existent past SVOs. Just like that. Tier is down to 7 life with all this pressure on the board, but will he turn around? Can he equalize?
Well, he does have access to the Darkest Desire for that heal. The Chris is a 9, so close to 10. And Praetorian's done a good job of, you know, fighting for the board and pushing damage, but is he gonna have the damage to close the game out? He does have access to the Ra and the Meowskers potentially.
Let's see, Link Staff being hovered over, not gonna be doing too much just yet, but of course for a target for Darkest Desire, he does have 2, so that's something to consider. But yeah, Chris is this close. I wonder if the you're so limited in your play points here.
I mean, that's the difference of the banish, right? Like, if Praetorian didn't get the sniper to banish one more, then tier would be at 10 last words, and then everything would be so different.
Yeah.
Instead, he's forced to drop
That's the way to do it.
the tour guy just to get the rebirth target.
That's the way to do it. This is now 10. Chris does have the full effect, and it's time to set up a big board of wards. He did it one way or another, and it's important to play around, you know, all of the costs in your hand, being able to dance around it all, and do it just like that.
Yeah, he didn't have the play points to play Darkest Desire, but that means that he could just decide later on what he wants, and the more information you have, the better that could be. So that's honestly fine. We'll see if Praetorian can keep up the pressure, because this could really turn around quickly. Now that tier has the 10 last words destroyed, he has a Chrysler effect, and he has access to Darkest Desire, and the Link Staff's gain in Storm is massive.
All right. Now is the question, though. Praetorian, you've been doing good. You've been doing good, really strong early game. Can you answer this, though? There's damage coming from these Meowskers, but not that much. It's only got 3 out of 9 effects on it right now. Ra, sure is cool, but is only going to be another 3. You're barely short.
Yeah, and the Redeemer's Cudgel picked up. If he had that a couple turns ago, he'd be much stronger by now.
The gambling. Oh, and the gambling pays off.
Okay, another
and does the
Meowskers.
gambling pay off?
Did pick up an AVDL. Probably not the play right now, though.
Not quite.
Is it just Raw?
Just hard raw pass? Is that where we want to go today?
Man, like, okay,
That is where we
so
want to go today.
that cashes in damage right now, but it's not enough to go for game.
Dear friend.
And
Yep.
leaves up to 5/5, which could then be used as a Darkest Desire target for tier. Picks up another Wicked Rebirth with 2
my
Link
God.
Staffs in hand.
Gotta use the Darkest Desire to heal now, though. You can't
Okay,
make
well-
any assumptions.
Unless he can win the game, could he potentially have 20 damage? Because he's got a lot of damage on the table.
I'm thinking right.
Yeah, I'm
Got-
busting out the calculator.
Yeah. Darkest Desires. You can go with Link Staff here. Essentially just like run it in. That's a bit of
Yeah,
damage.
so that's 5, and then he's got another Link Staff, plus the 5/5 on the board. I guess I count 15 damage.
Yeah, I'm seeing 15, but I think the play points are restricting us from going much further than that right now.
Yeah, that might be the absolute limit. So if there isn't a lethal play, then he's got to go for some sort of defensive line. How can he stay alive? He's got to proc a Darkest Desire. And then, you know, try and withstand at least another turn of Raw. Plus the board.
Yeah. It's just a question of like, what's the target right now? All right. The blessings
clock
have
is
been
ticking.
conveyed. Tyrant coming down. I like that. I was looking at that, and it takes care of the board.
Yeah, I gotta
And you
just
can
rebirth
rebirth
it.
to heal. Yep. You just gotta
Yeah.
commit to that. You
This is good
got-
because he gets the heal, and then the Chris effect is going to kick in to give him extra protection against any sort of storm followers.
This might
Now
be
it-
just what tier needed.
Yeah, 8 HP with 4 big followers.
Are we drawing? Oh,
a Jade Land top deck.
That's
Jade
huge.
Land,
That's huge. Not
the
quite enough. but
6
that's
damage.
easy. Oh, hold up. We going in. It's not over. Oh, but we
The
forgot
Winged
about
Dragon
the
of
Raw.
Rise, just enough combined with the Jade Land. Praetorian, what a top deck. He ties up the series, and we're going to a game 3.
Damn. That is right. Look at that. Praetorian showing the world that, you know, he's not here for nothing. He's been used to this stage. It's not
Yeah,
his
playing the
first-
Raw was enough, not for that one turn, but for the damage over the 2 turns. And he didn't have the J-Land when he made that play, but he did top deck it, and it was just enough.
All right, well, Will it be just enough for that game, or can he take the whole set as we go into a mirror match here? You know, last game, it would have felt bad if he didn't have it, right? Because we've talked about it so many times. Haven has a good matchup against Shadow. It just
Even
works
so,
out.
like that was still a very close game. Yeah, if he didn't have J-Lane, I think that was it, and like that would have been it for Praetorian's run. But now at 1-1, he's got one more chance. We're starting from scratch. Last Word Shadow against Last Word Shadow. Who's gonna take it?
Yep. Again, we've seen this matchup before. It's the speed run. You gotta just run it through and be the first one to get it. Get that OTK running. You know, we got Chris in hand. Oh, Bone Fanatic is cool too, but of course Tyrant here is gonna do the work as they basically mirror each other's plays for now.
Yeah, match one Tyrant with another. You could also choose to Axel the Celeste if Praetorian wants it. You know, get both of the, we can say, boss monsters for the deck with the Crystallites effect. They're both pretty good.
That's right. Of course, Gatekeeper is going to be passed on for the time being. He is going to just go through the Celeste. All right, that's fine. And Bone Fanatic is going to be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, Praetorian curbing out, pretty solid. On the other hand, Tier can't match the Celeste, which would be funny if he had it, because he does have the Bone Fanatic as well.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. I'm thinking at this point, it's like you could, like, the nice thing with Link Staff is that she's still like a 3-3 on the board, so you get that pressure. And going second as well, I feel like you want to hold on to the Gatekeeper to get the
yeah,
Evo
for
effect.
sure, right? Like playing it so it trades down against the Bone Fanatic doesn't feel good. So waiting seems like the way to go there.
I think it's right. I mean, you get a nice stat stick. For the time being, Praetorian's hand is not that well developed, so you might as well just make use of the tempo you have for now, and he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, and although we often see Link Staff utilized for the 5/5 Storm, you know, this is part of what makes it a great Shadowverse card, is that sometimes you just need to play it for its base stats, and a 3-play from 3/3 within Last Words is still a good follower for the deck.
Alright, well, look at that. Gatekeeper doing work, pulling up Kageros as he should. You love to see it. And retracing the past, of course, use it while you can, because that's more Last Words that you're adding, and also sustain that you're getting that we've seen is very, very important.
And since Praetorian went first, his amulets are going to proc next turn. So, like turn 4, he has a guaranteed good board no matter what.
Exactly. Oh, that's a card we've been kind of missing so far in some of these games. The Necro Impulse has won some games, but when it's absent, you can feel how lacking the ceiling is on the finishing turns.
Yeah, on the other hand, Darker Desire, we've seen it time and time be just enough of a finisher by itself.
Well, let's see if it will be this time around or not.
I mean, Gatekeeper, Evo, Wicked Rebirth.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the board space is an issue, right? But Rebirth first. See what the respawn is. Maybe it's not the Gatekeeper turn then.
Could be, but then what else are you kind of going for? Like,
yeah. Well, it's kind of awkward. Like, you could keep Gatekeeper and not Evoid, I guess.
I suppose. Oh, is he gonna commit the Wicked Rebirth now? We've seen how important it is in that kind of like the combo turn. No Ceres as well is something you really want to see as soon as possible, but for the time
like he's got plays. Board 5 follows the Last Words. And like, you know, this is good, but like we're also like, man, his board could be way better, right? Like Last Word Shadow could do better than this.
Yeah. 100%. Well. Ooh,
okay, I like this play. Yeah, just banish the Celeste, get it out of here. Keeping the
it's a good way to do it.
Board full. Yeah, it's a decent way to answer it. And that does banish the Last Words follower.
Yeah.
Shadow doesn't really have access to banish, but that's one way to do it.
Force it one way or another.
Yep.
Now it's a board of
this
Fall
is
Fry.
Funny, honestly. Yeah, they both just have like these tiny followers. And they both want the board space to like summon more followers.
Exactly.
So.
There's like Tour Guide waiting for her turn here as well. All the little heals coming through. This will summon the Lich, so at least you then have a way to deal with that.
And retrace the past on the skeleton to make it a Last Words follower.
Alright, will it come through?
Yeah, game of, very careful trades.
Oh, that was nice.
Necromancer is an option into Tour Guide. Praetorian still has 5 play points. And while these players are trading their, little followers, they're getting those Last Wish followers destroyed for the count, getting those shadows. And with the Tour Guide and the Revert, potentially getting that card draw as well. Cashes out the Revert only at... Yeah, there it is. It's enough for the card draw. Goldmine Necromancer. Clock is ticking though. He still got play points. He's got to go fast.
Oh, he's still committing to the gatekeeper
time
as well. I think we barely got time here. Oh no!
Not
Yikes.
enough time to cash out the attacks.
And those were
Hitting
very
space.
important attacks too.
Yeah, disappointed at that. It was a tough turn of so many little decisions.
Yeah.
But it was like you had to make the decision and then wait to see what happens based on your last words, based on the opponent's last words, and then make another decision. And he just ran out of time.
You hate to see it. I mean, because it's especially because he had all the answers he needed except for time.
Yeah.
And at the end, I mean, that can be the opponent as well, right? Depending on the
Yeah, at this level, the highest level Shadowverse, the West Shadowverse Open, that might be enough to turn the game. Praetorian's still in a fine spot, honestly.
Yeah.
But now Tyr has like more to work with because he has a 4/4. He can trade with it. He can push damage how he wants with it instead.
Exactly.
It's a great use of literature in the past.
Just for context, we're currently at 5 Last Words Destroyed for Tyr and 6 for Praetorian.
Yeah, and he does have a second Chris in hand, so I kind of like the play to just play the other one. Gonna spend the evil point on it as well. And I wonder if he's gonna go face with that 4/4 Lich.
I feel like you could. I mean, it's so punishing for what they kind of left up.
Okay, no, he just taking the value trade is still a good way to get value out of that.
Yep. Absolutely. Oh well, both players now.
Yeah, Necro Impulse.
I mean, Praetorian's always had it, but now the double.
Yeah, well now he's got 2.
Uh-oh. Well, we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, I'd like to imagine that after you have one of those turns where you run out of time, as soon as that happens, you're like, I gotta go faster. But you still want to take time and think through the play, make the correct option, because a lot of times the most obvious play is not necessarily the correct play.
Exactly. And I don't know, I mean, the Shadow Mirror is really tough because you have to keep track of so many resources. It's like, you want to take care of their board, but taking care of their board means you're giving them a lot of effects that they wouldn't have otherwise had. But at the same time, if you don't, you might just be dead. So
yeah, the board could still snowball. The damage can come from a lot of different sources. It could be Necro Impulse, Kagero's Spell, Darkest Desire, Link Staff, Storm. So it's a lot of things you gotta keep track of. And both players, they have the same tools to work with. Praetorian gonna evil the Lich here. See where the ward lands. Lands on the Chris.
alright.
A lot of soul
Let it
strikes
off.
in Praetorian's hand.
And most importantly, 10 cards with Last Words Destroyed on Praetorian's side of the field here.
Does that mean it's time for Chris? No, it's soul strike time.
He's striking them souls, baby. Alright, slowly but surely, edging away at the life. We're still gonna need a little bit more than just that, and of course that also means no, only 9.
Yeah, he's
We're
one
away.
shy. 9
Oh,
Last Words
no.
Follows destroyed. So close.
Every time we see this Bone Fanatic just clog
Yep.
up the hand like that, it's like if you were just a 1 cost, everything would be different. But no, you had to do it like that. You just had
Yeah,
to be
it's
there.
funny
every
how
one time.
sometimes the enhance can actually make the card worse, right?
Exactly. Oh my god. I mean, the answer, like, honestly, do you just burn? Wait, how many rebirths has he played? I mean, he still has 2 in hand, so at the very least, it's not too bad. So
One
he
thing
could
that
theoretically burn it.
I do want to point out is that, we've had this exchange of early game, but Tyr has walked away out of it with 2 evil points over Praetorian.
And look
And
at that.
that could be very relevant in the mid to late game.
That feels like a little backstab. It's like the corpse comes through and it's like, oh, well, that's not gonna do much with that rush.
Oh, the rush. Well, we could just get rid of it.
Oh,
and
there's
get
2 more. Oh
That's
my
funny.
god.
But hey, if you Chris now, like those are very annoying followers.
Oh, that's
I
true.
like that play. And after all that, he still has 2 Evo points.
Yeah, looking good. Could even theoretically that's a Rampiel right there waiting as well.
Oh
right.
man, this is a close game and we're 1-1, so the winner of this will advance and the loser will be eliminated.
These kinds of games are the most exhausting too. Like, these players need the break, no matter who makes it to top 4. They need that break to just like watch the other one, because like going into another set after this would be so exhausting, because this is just, you know, mental gymnastics as a game.
Yeah, and it's one of those games where like you're making so many small decisions on every single turn that it's really hard to pinpoint exactly, you know, where the game went in your favor. Like, sure, Praetorian had that mistake of letting time run out, but aside from that, like, think of how many decisions both players have made. Every turn, it's like, you know, you have all these play points, all these cards you can play, all these cards you can target, what you want to play around, what you want to set up for. And the longer the game goes on, like, that's really mentally taxing.
All right. That's, you know, that's all fine and dandy, but they gotta make plays. Praetorian, has lost the timer once already, buddy.
time.
Come on.
Like, he saw it, he's like, oh.
All right, yeah.
Okay, Chris gets the effect online, retrace the past.
Soul Strike will take care of it, yeah.
Those lurching corpses are so annoying though. They're like guaranteed to get so much value for tier. Oh, gets the Kagero snipe too. He's
Mr.
got
Kagero.
Necro Impulse, 2 Evos,
Oh my
19 damage on the board
days.
potentially.
Yep, that is definitely. I mean, it's more damage than that if you factor in the Necro Impulse at this point. But good God, it's just
Is
a
there
question of how he's
lethal?
gonna do it. Oh, Tyrant coming down.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
Tyrant alone will do it,
gonna
right?
be it. There we go.
Yeah, just
Doesn't matter
Evo
if you're
the
healing.
face.
Here we go. Evolve
like
it.
that.
9 damage all the way to the dome. And Tyr is gonna take it and go to top 4. Praetorian, fantastic showing, but just slightly not enough. Tyr is gonna be the one to take it and go to top 4.
Yeah, very well played from Tyr. That was a really back and forth just set, the entire set, especially that final match, last for Shadow, last for Shadow, both showing the power of the deck, making those decisions, but Tyr, he held onto those Evo points until it finally counted, going face for 20 damage to close it out.
20, man. Actually insane. You know, it's cool to see, like, this is kind of what the meta is kind of amounting to. It's these like huge bursts of damage from a lot of these decks, especially the Last Words Mirrors, man. It's just it's both a speed run to get to the count, but at the same time it's how explosive can you get, because both decks are trying to counter each other and like get back to 20 life as much as possible. So it always, you know, it's that question of like, is your burst great enough to finish it all? And I mean, looks like it was for Praetorian, just slightly lacking there, but still a really great effort, and it's cool to see him back at top 8, and hopefully he can get the run back in the future, you know, next month as well.
Yeah, we've had some great games today. Let's do a little bit of a recap. Let's take a look at the bracket. You guys can see the matches we've had so far. We had Vapo take it 2-0 over Freeze Bomb, and Osap take it 2-0 over Starlight.
That's right, that was the fast side of the bracket, but here, this side was intense. Tai Guy versus Doctoro, it felt like anyone could have it, but Tai Guy just saw the lines of play and managed to win it over and go to top 4. And you just saw Tyr versus Praetorian, and that one was pretty intense as well, as again, both players already had it. Tyr felt just a little bit ahead, and of course for Praetorian, he had that good matchup with Haven. We finally got to see it, and so Tyr managed to somehow overcome that and make his way to top 4 as well. And it's going to be a very, very hyped top 4 with these kind of players too.
Yeah, we have an interesting bracket where now the top side of the bracket is like the SVO veterans in Osap and Vapo. You know, players have won SVOs, gone to contenders. And in the bottom side, we have sort of the newcomers trying to make a name for themselves. We have Tai Guy after that 7-0, and then Tyr, impressive display against Praetorian as well. We also still have a card reveal later on the show. You guys do not want to miss that. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll have the top 4 for you guys. Stay tuned.
Once, there was a war, a heroine that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes, we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once, there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end. And in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part. And rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles.
Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Look at this organic world. Miserable, pathetic, so defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Creatures, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats, you tyrant. Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope.
We have to make this our final battle.
The seeds of destruction
Will uproot this world no longer.
Fate, the purview of the gods, and mortal kind's doom. 'Tis a festering wound. Whoa! So much for being down to earth. Let's flip the script. Come, this way. What is a mortal? A trifling puppet of fate. You want freedom? Easier said than done. Do you mind? You're interrupting my flow. Now, there is one way to escape. Destroy them. Covenants, rules, grind them all to dust. Bound by chains of destiny, pluck them apart, link by link. You don't have it in you? You're fine. You have us. Our power is yours. You need but will it. There's nothing you cannot do. Well, go on then. Take up the cards and turn the world upside down. For you are the arbiter of Fortune's hand. We are more than mere playthings of fate.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Baron?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble Reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms. And the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Heed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap you would dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
And Forest, so it's going to be a mirror match festival over here. Let's get in there and see how it's going to go.
Yeah, this is it. This is the July Cup Finals. We have MS, Charm Flash going up against Disastrous Vito. Again, Vito really needs those points for the standings. Needs to get a spot in Contenders Cup. While Charm, not up there in the standings, but is making a name for himself, making it to the finals in his first top 8.
That is right. It's going to be intense until the very end. Both players just want to see, become the champion, get the beautiful flair. You can show off about it for the rest of your Shadowverse career, right?
Yeah, one thing in the situation though is that I feel like people remember the winners, right? You remember who won the SVO? Like I remember Hishiro won the last SVO. Do I remember who got second place? No.
Oh,
so
God.
Charm, if you want to be remembered, buddy, you gotta win this one.
That's right. And taking Mana Surge all the way to the finals as well. It's been quite a while. We've had a few Mana Surge members win. We had Light quite a while ago that did win, I think, last year. I think, if anything, he was picked up by Mana Surge after that, too. Ooh.
Double Boulder.
Oh, he's all right, this is now a quick later.
Yeah, with a hand like that, why don't you just commit to the board a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're starting off with the Forest Mirror match. I do like both of these Forest leaders for the record. Although Latica maybe, you know, slightly better, but only slightly.
Ooh, wow. All right, all right.
Okay, just keep going, very aggressive. Charm going first. That's his last Walder, by the way. That's it.
Yep.
So, but hey, he's getting good early game damage.
All right, we have the tree though. I feel like you just want to drop it down, even if it's not doing too much. Otherwise, you can like pastures to answer a Walder, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, Vito's under quite a bit of pressure. He doesn't know what Charm's hand is, so from his perspective, it's like, oh man, this guy's going first, and he's got such an aggressive start. With the triple wall, they're all going phase. We did say...
Well, even Vito reacted as like, wow, seriously?
Yeah, we did say it was an aggro deck, more or less, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and Vito, for one that usually doesn't show his emotions, even he, like you said, was taken aback.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It do be like that.
At the same time, though, like, this line of play from Charm is like, he's all in, right? He's committed everything. Like, this is it. Like, this has to win the game. And maybe it is good enough to win the game, but if this gets answered, then he's got nothing.
Yeah, because keep in mind, he can go, like, pastures. Yeah, he could actually, like, get his own Boulder out to at least, like, trade away some of this damage. So it's not going to fully answer it.
Yeah,
Cetus with the Accelerate is nice, but the Evocation doesn't give you the heal, which you would really like here.
I mean,
I don't know.
Vito has first Evo, and maybe if he just gets to the Cetus hardcast as a 6-drop, like, maybe that's good enough against this aggro line of play from Charm.
Maybe.
Does get the 1/1 ward as well.
Oh, you want that so bad.
And now Charm has to just commit a 4-drop, but... Well, it is 3/3 worth of stats, and he still gets the fanfare, so it is some fuel. Right now, it looks like he's gonna just use the Aria leader effect from his second Aria to potentially close out the game.
For a second, I was like, he's gonna play down the Wisp and just keep on putting down beaters.
Okay, how does Vito respond? Man, he's really feeling that pressure, down to 9 life already on turn 4.
Yeah, it hurts. I mean, that's the power of the aggro forest, I guess we're gonna call it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw as soon as he opened Double Walder, we were both like, oh man, Double Walder. But Charm has really made the best of it.
Honestly, I mean, being able to read what your deck is dealing you and just kind of adapt to the situation is absolutely fantastic too. Latica here being used to
Actually,
clear.
I like the Latica a lot because it always has the 2x attack, and Vito just needs to survive. So Latica is actually a full board clear by herself. And he picks up the heal from the amulet.
Ooh,
not a bad turn.
That's good, that's good.
But the Aria from
Another
Charm
Aria.
Flash is going to continue that pressure. Now with the leader effect, the fairies are going to get rushed, do 1 damage on last words.
Here we go. Wisp going to be clearing it out. Dealing a bit of burn damage as well. You just play down a fairy, yeah.
Like I said, I feel like Vito needs to just survive till turn 6. And then maybe the Cetus can stabilize after all that. But man, that pressure from Charm Flash.
But the thing is also, like, looking at this Latica, he's still missing some components, but man, I don't know, like, Charm Flash is really making the most out of this.
Yeah, honestly, like,
and
just the couple
really impressed.
fairies going face here and there, a good top deck maybe. Maybe all that he needs. We'll see what Vito can come up with. For now, it's Trio of Wonders Fusion. But man, that, like, he has to answer the 5/5, but I don't see how.
Yeah, same honestly. I mean, what he could do, Cetus making the evocation here gives him a bit of the heal at least.
Yeah, but I feel like losing out on the Cetus body might hurt him too. Because now he doesn't have that big ward, right? This is a full clear though.
Yeah,
so
I think that's what you're aiming for here.
By Vito, yeah, just at least stabilize, clear the board. He does get the life gain out of the evocation, which is nice. He needs every point of life right now.
Just gotta survive. Just gotta survive.
Okay, what does Charm have? Is he gonna play the gigantic?
I think hard playing it is worth it at this point.
No, I don't think so, but
oh my god!
Latica instead, I don't know.
And you don't really want to just like pass on anything here either.
No way. He cannot give us the tempo. All he has right now is tempo, right?
Yep.
Did he finally run out of fuel is the question.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Yeah,
well,
awesome.
You can get the the Latica and then just use the extra play points to just play more fairies. That's pressure, right? And then anything that survives could maybe EV with phase next turn.
Wow. We're really going this route.
I mean, he's like I said, he's 100% all
He's
in.
gonna just bounce
Ooh,
it easy.
Okay.
Look at that. We got a little bit of a board.
That is a board,
How's
yes.
board doing?
That is a Shadowverse board. It does get cleaned out by the giant pastures, though.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
Even so, that's still at least 4 damage to the face guaranteed, right?
Ooh. I haven't been keeping track of the axles here. 4. Okay, 4 out of 6.
Yeah, there's been almost no time for axles. But, man, what a different game from what we've witnessed so far today.
Yeah, every time we see these decks, like they have to adapt to different situations, not having the right combo pieces. And sometimes having the most aggressive start possible.
Yeah. I think it's giant pastures. I don't see a cleaner way to just fully clear the board. But in cases like this, there is one clear line of play, but maybe if Vito thinks he might find another better line of play.
Yeah, you're gonna be eating up 4 damage, even with that. And then next turn,
Vito knows that the Latica is in Charm Slash's hand. But actually, if you think about it, he should know his entire hand because he knows that he has a Wisp and the Latica spell.
Oh, that's true.
Actually, he has full information on the game state right now.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So if you know that there's no burst coming unless it's top decked, but you also know that there can't be a wall there because you've already seen all 3 of them, and this feels like a pretty solid line of play, I think.
The base boosted elf.
I mean, it also.
Ping.
That's 7 damage. Wait, is that
close? It's close.
Okay, Latica Wisp. Oh man, he was 1 damage off there.
I just committing to the bounce. Trying to see what he gets. Oh, Varmint, but not right now.
Latica spell costs 0, gets the play points back. Goes to 5. He still does have an Evo. Man, he had 7 damage when the turn started.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But now, what is he getting now?
We've had
now he lost that 6 damage by not taking the big wolf. Okay,
we've had situation 2 times where they draw into the deep wood, and it's this close to being lethal.
Yep. Okay, play Wisp. That clears. It is damage. But again, Vito knows what Charm's hand is. And now Vito gets guaranteed ward because he has the car. Wait, he has Fairy Flower in. Fairy Flower in is at 4. Can he get to 6?
Yep. Not quite enough just yet.
He can get to 6. I'm pretty sure that's game.
Yeah, I do think it is with the double vehicle.
That's
There's
2.
the stakes.
Play the 0 cost spell to get the play points back.
That's right.
Fairy Flower in
Embrace
online.
real quick.
Yeah, that Latica about to go face for 1,000 damage.
Oh my god, V2. This was way too close for comfort. With
comeback.
Charm Flash being able to have such a strong start and just like that 21 damage on the board. Absolutely insane. V2 manages to make a comeback after that insanely aggressive start from Charm Flash.
Yeah, Charm made the best of the hand that was dealt to him. But in doing so, he 100% went all in. He was all in on that early aggression. I mean, he had really nothing else. And Vito just barely survived. Just barely. Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the August Cup. We've had some great matches so far. We started with 8 players, but only 4 remain.
That's right. 4 players left, the best of the best, the cleanest of them all. You know, the ones with the finest plays, the finest drip. And it's going to be down to this to see the ones that can make it out. We can see the bracket here. We're going to have Vapo go up against Osap. That is like the battle of the two players that went just speed running through their top 8 games, especially Vapo. That game ended as soon as SVO started, basically.
Yeah, they both had those swift 2-0s, but on the bottom side of the bracket, we had some closer games. And there's Ty Guy gonna go up against Tier. Again, both sort of newcomers. They're players, they've been in the scene, but they're trying to break through and really make a name for themselves.
That's right. They are doing their best. But of course, there's no matter who wins, they've got a Goliath to go up against in the finals. So that's going to be pretty exciting. But of course, let's take a look at our next match here between Vapo and Osap. And we see, ooh, this time for Osap, the Haven is going to be left up. And we're going to see the dragon once more from Vapo's side. And that was a very convincing looking dragon. So I'm ready to see it again.
Yeah, again, Osap is the only player not bringing the shadow, and he is doing pretty well. And we're going to see the dragon again. Like you said, dragon looked clean. No ball they needed. Just a little bit of everything, getting that ramp, that pressure. Vapo looked unstoppable in that dragon game.
That's right. Clean, just like these SVO hats, baby. You know what's good? I mean, the players could have won these from, like, I remember there was like the anniversary tournament, like there was the celebration stream a while ago where players had the chance, but look at us now, man. Look at us now.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good show so far. I've enjoyed the variety of classes we've seen. You know, we had Machina Portal come back, and it's looking pretty solid. But we still have the decks that performed last month, such as the Balin Sword and the Axel Forest. And although Balin Sword didn't look so hot today, the Forest, on the other hand, from both Taigai and I believe it was Osap, Forest was looking good. Latika was punching faces for a lot of damage today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like every time you stop believing in Latika, she just shows up and finishes off the game every time so far. So from the two players that brought the deck, they're both coming through the top 4. So it's going to be exciting to see how it's going to end up. But I think we're just about ready to get into the game. So let's go. It's time for the showdown between the two players that managed to get through the top 8 the fastest. Let's see the run back here. So for Osap, he looked, you know, he won 2-0, but it was definitely like a bit of a shaky 2-0 here and there, you know? It felt like he almost, you know, lost at times, but managed to, you know, creep his way back into the game. Whereas for Vapo, it was just speedrun central.
Yeah, for Vapo, it was really smooth. But for Osap, like, man, this guy, he can really make the best out of those poor situations. Like, he had that game against Starlight where Osap straight up, he just hard passed turn 5. And when you do that, you're like, man, that's just a bad game. And he won that game, so
exactly.
Really good at, you know, making that comeback.
It's the difference between the good players and the best players in the end, you know, how you can, what you can make out of those situations.
Oh, for sure. And as a reminder, we do have a card reveal for you guys coming up later on in the show. You guys definitely want to stay tuned for that. You don't know who it is. We haven't seen it yet, but it's definitely going to be exciting.
That's right. That's right. All right. So just ramping up, just the usual good dragon plays. It worked last time and it's going to work this time as well. Although this time this is a new kind of matchup. We didn't see this exact head-to-head of, you know, the dragon versus the Haven this time around. And in terms of amulets, I mean, it's been a pretty okay early start. Got the Eagle ready for next turn as well, so not too bad.
Yeah, Vapo chose to ban out the Machina Portal. I'm sure that when you're coming up with your lineup and like what you're going to target, what you're going to ban, other players probably consider like, okay, my opponent's lineup has Shadow in some capacity, but what do you do when you go up against Osap? He doesn't have Shadow. It kind of like changes everything, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, we're going to see. I think for a lot of players, like, the Dragon deck is definitely one that they have experience against, and it has been slowly, you know, in the stats, it's been creeping up, getting more and more tops throughout a lot of the tournaments, you know, throughout all the regions that play Shadowverse, especially in Japan, we've been seeing quite a bit of representation. So, I mean, it's definitely a strong deck, and it's just a, you know, a question of how well prepared are they? How many times in Swiss did they run into it too, right? That's also the question. You know, it's not that these players are just pulling up to top 8. They had to go through, you know, 7 rounds of Swiss and top 16 elimination, and of course get to this point. So they know what they're doing. They've played against a lot of these popular decks, and it's the little spicy techs that will potentially catch people off guard.
Yeah, and again, Vapo was one of the 2 players today who went undefeated in Swiss, 7-0, clean record. And I'm sure that nobody no matter what he was up against, he was probably ramping with Dragon as he's doing this game.
Yep, exactly. But now for Osap, I mean, we can look at the options, right? He has the Revolver Eagle. He could commit to a Meowskers to just trade away instantly to not let the Gina stick around for too long. But does he want to do that? Does he want to hold off? He can search out another Meowskers next turn too. So I feel like it's kind of up in the air here.
Just gonna cycle the Great Tree, set up the Shady Priest. For a second there, it looked like he was gonna play the Revolver Eagle, and then last second made a different decision. Really took a long time on that turn. Perhaps, you know, thinking about not just that turn, but the future and how he wants to set up his game plan for the mid game.
And now the Meowskers, 6 out of 9 effects, 5 out of 9 effects.
That's pretty good.
That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, so far I feel like we've seen a lot of like underwhelming Meowskers. But this game we might have like that Meowsker that puts in work.
Yes, sir. All right, Reggie, ready for next turn. This board is, you know, just a little bit away from looking very similar to the one game we saw Vapo play this deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's exactly the same game plan where he's committing followers to the early game, all while ramping, Evo and aggressive for damage, and then having that Reggie to back it up.
Yep, where's this gonna hit? Oh, not quite perfect there. Of course, he can still trade away. Will he gamble on the second one?
Yeah, he does have the option for another Meowsker. Still has a lot of play points to work with. Gonna get amulets next turn. No Jade Lane in hand just yet.
Yeah, gonna have to wait for that one. But I mean, Vapo
yeah, but
so
if
far
he
has been
was
putting on good pressure.
Yeah, if Osap was watching that first match of the day, you know, he would put some respect on this board and answer it before he gets Reggie'd, right?
Smoke your priest. That's the heal you need as well. All right.
Okay, second Meowsker's coming down.
Oh, that's not what you want to see.
I mean, he could do like one Meowsker straight into the 2-1, Evo the other Meowskers to answer the 5-3. Has the Unlikely Fellowship as well. Can do it and then conserve the Evo. Yeah. Like as long as he answers the 5-attack follower, I think he's okay. And now
the
can
Reggie
just
is nowhere
set up.
near as explosive now.
Yeah, just set up more amulets. Seems like a solid game plan.
Yep, I like it. I respect it.
I mean, I wonder if we might still just see Reggie, because like, it's still gonna ramp, it still pushes damage, and you can buff the rest of the board. And that could be like a Cosmic Angel, Reggie, Evil Face. That's a good amount of pressure.
Could try to see what the newfound allies pulls up first as well. You get 8 play points to work with. I mean, that's... chances are whatever you pull up is going to be more than enough. I think he only plays 2 Cosmic Angels, so that's the Invocation. Kind of out of question here. But of course, that Fanfare effect is really, really good against these more explosive decks. You know, kind of trying to predict the Jadeland and then playing it down would definitely help. But
yeah, definitely
not for this
has
matchup
options.
that it's played for.
Can keep up the pressure. Vapo thinking about it. Again, he's had a really clean tournament so far. But, you know, we're going to see how he performs when he has those tougher games where things don't just go exactly his way.
Oh, let's go. Let's see.
Okay, cycle some Great Trees.
Yep. Oh, Roy. I forget that's in the deck. That's in the list.
I mean, Roy's still our boy.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gina.
Okay, another Gianna.
It's the same board. It's literally the same board as last turn.
Yeah.
We're just ramping, going to 10, pushing
Difference
a bit of
is
damage.
that this time he did not Evo the face.
True.
See where the Shady Priest hits. Well, hits the follower that would have Evo'd, so. And the Jade Lane picked up. I'm sure that Osap is pretty happy about that. So many cards in hand. Jade Lane at 6 Amulet Destroys already, so it's gonna be guaranteed a pretty solid effect.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just 1 away from the full shebang here, but...
yeah, the Amulet's already on the board, so it's guaranteed for next turn.
Exactly. We're close. We're getting close.
Okay, gonna get some life back with the repair mode. 5 play points. Like the 2-2 and the 3-3 are not that scary, but I feel like he still wants to answer them.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the... If you watch the other top 8 game and knowing the explosiveness of the Reggie, you definitely know what you have to look out for at this point.
Yeah, especially with, you know, Vapo holding on to that Evo. The Reggie could buff herself and the rest of the squad. You definitely have to put some respect on that. I believe we only have 2 people playing Dragon today. And if I'm not mistaken, Vapo's list does not play Gandagosa. So
yeah, I think it did not. Yeah.
Yeah, at least Osap won't have to worry about that.
That's true. Okay, so we're gonna just go for more amulets, more cycle. Oh,
that's a good draw. Yeah, that's a great top deck.
That's a good pickup.
That's a perfect answer to the board. I wonder what he was gonna do if he hadn't top decked that, but he did, so it's a good play.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, at times like this, just play to your outs, see what you can draw into with all the cycle that these decks provide. You know, the Terran Great Trees being absolutely great for that. But we have a Roy set up here.
Yeah, you can see that
early for that, I'd say, but
yeah, Vapo, he's already up to 10 play points. You can see such a big difference from Osap's 6. That's what Dragon does. With Roy and 2 Reggies, surely he's thinking about like long-term damage. George's, that's more face damage.
That's right, and that's also going to be like what, 4. If you commit to a Reggie, that's more. Oh,
Odin. That's a card we've not seen today. I like Odin though.
That could work. You might want to keep it for something more pesky, but that could work.
Yeah, Odin is almost like the Tolerance in the sense that he can come into play, answer something, and then it has Storm to push damage. Obviously, you know, different card, but he also has an additional effect. When he leaves play, you get the Sleipnir, which is pretty cool.
Yep, which has definitely been a bit of a pesky card when playing against decks that run Odin. You know, whenever you think you're safe, it just pulls up and you gotta just play the long game, not get too freaked out by it. Or Reggie coming down.
Yeah, and there's the Cosmic Angel.
Yeah,
so is this an heavy
nice here.
Reggie Evo trade? I guess it's good enough, right? Just keep up on the board. Being able to give the Angel the +1/+1 is nice. Maybe it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Although this could just be Jadeland say goodbye to that board. But since he has that
goodbye to the life.
Yeah, because he has that Cosmic Angel protection, so very heads up from Vapo here.
Yeah, gets 1 Jadeland burn though. That's a bit unfortunate. So I think that's the right timing because when you're 12 life, I don't think you can take risks anymore if you don't have the heal to sustain yourself right now. So Cosmic Angel definitely going to be the play. Also, will heal 3 after being destroyed. So
well, not if it gets banished by the Jadeland.
That is true.
So maybe Jadeland is still the play.
Well, let's find out. It feels like it's still good, but Osap would have had the follow-up Jadeland if it didn't get burned, which would have been really, really nice, especially in a situation like this.
Yeah, it's a tough decision because like the Jadeland is his biggest power play, and is that something he wants to just wait until it's gonna actually win the game, or does he just cash it in now because it's good enough? And it looks like he's gonna cash it in right now. Jadeland's gonna clear the board. It's not gonna do damage, but it's gonna break the shield, and then he'll bring back a Meowskers and a Sniper.
Not the best target.
Yeah,
but
not the
about
best followers.
Yeah. All right.
Now, on the other hand, Vapo still has plays for days. 10 play points. Georges, Roy, Reggie, Odin. Really, he can do whatever he wants. Yeah.
So the Georges could actually just field clear everything right here. Let's see if he's going to commit to it because, again, you're playing as a deck that can sustain itself pretty well. I mean, that's part of the reason why it's good into the Last Words matchup. So this game might get pretty long now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Osap was doing a great job of keeping his life total high with all the healing that Haven has access to.
Yep, I like this. You just need to keep denying damage at this point because you never know. Like, for all that matters, from the way that Osap played that, you might as well assume that there's another Jadeland coming right after that. But
there isn't.
There's not.
Yeah. So now that there isn't another Jadeland, what is the play going to be for Osap?
Yeah, it's also the question of like pushing damage here as well, because I mean the Cosmic Angel is just
it's annoying.
Annoying.
Yeah.
Are we rolling the banish? It's already a roll. You'll get both. There we go with the eagle.
Okay, roll for eagle.
There.
Yeah, I like this play. It's good setup. Clear the full board. It's not quite the J-Land, but I mean it's good, right? You still fully answer the board. Set up the eagle.
That's right. Another Roy. God. We're just drawing them all today. Well, I mean, this hand is... I feel like, yeah, you just gotta go for cycle. It's nice, but you don't have the crazy explosion from Reggie yet.
Yeah, no more Evo anymore either.
Exactly, right? So... you just gotta kind of see what you draw into. Is the Godfire Phoenix what he wanted to see here, though?
I mean, it's a good follower. It's gonna put in work whenever he wants to cash it out. He does have the George's lead effect, so he won't lose the play points. And clear the board, get some life back.
I'm thinking more about the heal here. Yeah, that seems the most important resource out of everything. Odin also feels good. Storm out of 10. Reggie coming down as well. He's just pushing damage. Knowing that he doesn't take the first bit of damage next turn, this feels like a pretty good safe play.
Yeah, and the Eagle is not going to be online until the next turn too, so...
Yep. Alright. I think that was a good read, because you're basically taking advantage of the situation, knowing that your opponent can't deal you the damage, your opponent isn't exactly hitting the damage themselves yet, you know, because of that Eagle, and you need to start to make that life total difference as small as possible so that this Roy can actually finish the game.
Yeah, Vapo's first game was so quick, and now we're into this very, very grindy match where Osap doesn't really have access to those Jade lands. Both the decks have tools for sustain.
So now it's going to be the question of, I mean, what can Osap even do at this point, right? Just kind of try to...
Just keep answering the things that...
Yeah, you can answer, but...
It's kind of awkward, right?
Doesn't feel like enough.
And
he
like,
has a lot of trees in access too, which is good, but...
Yeah, like how does he actually push the damage, right?
Yeah.
With the Jade land's gone and Vapo still having that face shield, was gonna make a decision. The clock is ticking.
Well, Meowskers would actually do it. Of course, it's not damaged yet, but next turn it will be the set.
Okay, I mean, that's interesting. Just play it as the actual follower. You know, he's more than just an accelerated effect.
That's true, that's true.
Pretty annoying follower. We get a lot of life back here. Went all the way up to 16.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You need that right now. Tiamat, the whole squad, it's like the Dragoncraft All-Stars are all slowly gathering, introducing themselves one by one.
I mean, the Phoenix could be a good follower to answer the set, but it's end of turn, so you wouldn't get to catch the damage in, and you're only answering one follower, you can answer 3. So gonna just cycle, see what else I can pick up. There's the Great Mother's Embrace. Doesn't have a ton of great trees now, though.
Yeah. We were there for a second, but the spells all picked them up. Well, I mean, that's gonna help to keep digging.
Yeah.
17 cards left in deck, might as well make it 15, try to find more key pieces. He's just lacking a little bit of that extra push here. Oh, but Roy's gonna come through.
Okay, yeah, Roy and then Odie can trade. Let the Roy go face, and you get Sleipnir. That seems pretty solid.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, now, this way the Sleipnir is the threat that needs to be answered one way or another. And here we have, of course, the Eagle. Finally, the damage shield is going to be gone. It was going to be gone no matter what, one way or another, with the Meowskers there. What
Shady Priest can answer board.
That's for sure. Even the Sleipnir.
Yeah, he still has the Evo, too. Also very conservative with that. Might be time to finally get value out of it. He is down to 13 cards left in deck, so I do have to wonder if, you know, him decking out is a possibility.
There is one Jade land among them, though.
Yeah, there's at least one Jade land left, that's true.
But that's not enough to close out the game just yet. We're going to need a bit more push here. The
yeah, I mean, right now,
will help with it.
He's at 8 lives, so maybe he should think about how he's going to stay alive rather than how he can push the damage through the shield.
Exactly. Just answer this board, because that Sleipnir is going to be doing some nasty stuff.
Yep.
If you leave it up.
I mean, he does have tools to answer. Redeemer's Cudgel at 0 play points is kind of nice. Again, Shady Priest still good, and he has access to that Evo if he wants it.
Yep.
And generate some great trees and just get some cycle in there.
Alright. For Vapo, I think he's just kind of looking at his hand like, alright, if he doesn't respect what I'm putting out right here, we have multiple ways to try and clean it up here. Of course, no longer has a tree on the board, because that's kind of the nice thing with the, you know, with the Roy.
Yeah.
But, alright, committing to the Shady Priest for the double ambush. No heals, though, which is kind of scary.
8 life. It is kind of scary. Does Vapo have the damage, though? Here's where, like, Gandagosa would close it out.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
I mean, George's is 4.
Yeah,
Roy
not
almost works.
Not having that tree really hurts right now.
Yeah, so
I'm
close.
just
It's a
looking at
really,
this,
really
like-
close game.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Like,
like, imagine we're
imagine-
top 4.
Right, imagine Osap draws like Jadlin next turn, right? Changes everything.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, Vapo's been holding on to that Godfire Phoenix. Now he would answer like, you know, a good amount of the board. The life gain is still relevant. Tiamat is an option as well if he wants to get even more life.
All right.
I feel like he needs to hold on to that Roy. That Roy probably how he closes it out.
Yeah. It's you can tell that it's gonna be the game-winning play, but
Yeah.
when do you commit it?
Yeah, it needs a
Different
little
question.
bit of setup, at least another Great Tree or something to stay alive.
It's very little. Needs very little for it.
Well,
Also
yeah.
hurts because now the newfound ally is also kind of like is a bit of a blank. You're just kind of like tutoring for 1. Ooh, playing it out.
Okay.
Not quite.
Some card draw, just cycling. Well, can still play the Godfire Phoenix. So
Yeah, I mean,
at
that's-
least not the worst. Gets the Evo back. That can definitely still work with Roy. Goes up
And
to
the heal is very
16
important.
life.
Is the Jane line there? It's not. That being said,
Okay, Osap is
time to
digging.
farm.
Yeah, he's got to dig. Sniper.
I mean, there's-
Sniper does a good amount of phase damage. It must
up.
by now. It is level 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that could be how he wins next turn. Like Bird, Bike, Evo, Sniper.
You can still push it. Well, you got 2. You got a tree. You got another future in hand.
Yeah.
This could be not too shabby. Meowsker's out here.
I mean, this
with
could
5
be-
effects on it.
Great Tree, top deck, Jade Land. That's an option. Oh, he's gonna
Hold up.
cash out the Bird right now. Wait, is it
Forcing
lethal?
out the bird with a 5.
Wait
That's
a second.
7. He's missed. Oh wait, he can get it. He can get it. He goes with the tree. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Meowsker's also works. Meowsker's also works. Yeah,
Meowsker's
that
doing
does the
face
job.
damage.
That does the
Face.
job.
Oh,
Hey, there
Jalen
he
was
is.
his next card. Not even needed
Oh.
though. Osap
sigh of
finds
relief.
exact lethal. Very well played.
A sigh of relief on Osap's side. That is very much appreciated. Could have actually pushed a bit more because he had more trees to go through and stuff like that. So the damage could have gone further. But I also got to respect Osap with that Zeta profile picture. You love to see it. You love
Yeah,
to
that was
see
a great match. Very close. It felt like it really could have gone either way. Osap had that early Jade Land. Vapo fought back. But at the end, he had the Roy, but he didn't have the Great Tree for it, sadly.
Yep. Unfortunately, but now for Osap, he has to do the run back with Axel Forest, a deck we've seen kind of fumbling about here and there. And I'm curious what Vapo is going to bring here to this game too. Will we get the run back with Dragon, or is it time for the switch out for that breath of fresh air? He's going to stick with it, and I like that. He's looked near unstoppable in that top 8 game with this deck, and I want to see it one more time.
Yeah, and so far, the Forest has looked very strong today. High Guy was saying, you know, you just high roll with it. It looks very clean, looks unstoppable. Latika goes face for 1,000,000 damage. But we'll see if Osap can do it again.
Yeah. The ball's in his court. He's looked really good so far. You know, all his wins have felt very close. You know, long games that need to be played out and look for
Like-
those openings.
Osap, he fights for his wins. Like,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
has
yeah,
to
yeah.
earn those.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't get just handed to him.
Yep. Okay, well, he has
but-
early game of, you know, cards taking Crystallize and Axel, and the early Latika. Seems nice.
It's good. It's a good start so far.
As for Vapo, you know, no real ramp just yet. Feels like he's had ramp pretty much every game we've seen him with the Dragon. I'm sure he could find some.
Yeah, it's the first time. It's the first time.
Like between the Oracle, the Reggie, the Gianna, the Dragon has a good amount of ramp.
Ooh, I was like, oh, top decking coming, but no, guess not. Just
They're gonna
more
go with the
trees.
Forest Claw Sentinel.
I mean, the trees are great just because it's like, it is card draw. You're going to find your pieces easier, but looking at this hand, that's all he's going to be doing very soon because I don't see much else that you can play outside of those trees for the time being.
Yep. On the other hand, Osap draws the Wind Fairy, but he doesn't actually have a follower he can bounce back,
Yeah.
which is kind of awkward because this will be a turn where you want to like double Axel, maybe get a Walder for some damage.
As we've seen a lot of times so far throughout, you know, past games of people using this deck.
Yeah, Walder is
might
just
just be a
so
pass.
good, puts in so much work. Yeah, this could be a pass because the Archangel is an option, but like, it doesn't feel like a good option. You don't get value out of its fanfare, you don't get value out of its Evo, it's just a 2-1.
It's a pressure unit, I guess, because this way you know that your opponent has to trade it away before you get to turn 4. Otherwise, you get that cycle. So I guess that's the only purpose, but again, there's better use for this card, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it does fight for the board, and we've seen Vapo where, you know, his 2/2 becomes 2/4. Next thing he evils it, and it's now 8 damage. So it can kind of snowball. So I do like Osap just playing out the 2/1, not being greedy with it.
But look at that. Still no ramp. All we got is trees and tree generators. Trees and tree accessories.
Yep.
Not what we like to see here. Not if you're Vapo, because so far you've had really clean games. You know, just ramping up smoothly. Could this be the one where things just don't go as hot?
Yeah,
Did the
and,
deck
you know,
run out
like
of steam?
when you have excess play points from the ramp, committing play points to the tree cycle feels fine because you're like, oh, like these are kind of extra, right? But right now he's only at 3 play points. It's like if he goes great tree, like that's his turn. So not really gonna cycle them just yet. Gonna go with the 2/2 and at least get the first one online.
Yeah, at least, you know, fighting for board space is important here, so he's gonna respect it. Xeno coming down. It's time to start bouncing.
Yeah, finally Osap can get the bounce, get the wisp, the card draw, can go for the Walder here. His axle count, so far so good, only at 2. But hey, that's a third of the way there.
That's right. Gonna just pass on the Walder there. And again, the Great Mother's Embrace. It's great, but not right now.
Yeah, I think he has to just cycle those great trees. There's Reggie, but not great till next turn. Just keep cycling, yeah.
I'm calling it. Here comes Oracle. Damn.
No Oracle, no early ramp for Vapo.
At least he's cycling, he's finding his pieces. That's gonna help him to win the long game, but gotta get to that long game first.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. The other games, even the game he lost, you know, against Osap with Dragon, like the Dragon looked pretty strong. Everything was kind of going his way. He had good plays all around.
All right, eat up
Okay,
one of
gonna
those
fuse.
trees so you don't overdraw. I know some players just use the Great Mother's Embrace like purely just to like control your hand size, right? Especially in decks like this where you're generating so many like proxy cards in a way that you just need that kind of like self-hand control sometimes to not, you know, just get rid of some of your most important cards.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him use it just for the draw 2, get an Evo point, right? So extra effects could be nice on it, and he has the option of how many trees he wants to commit to it. For now, I'm going to choose to hold on to them. And we'll see what Osap chooses to do in his first Evo turn. No Aria, but he does have access to a Barbarian Hunter, and I believe he picked up another Walder.
Yeah, the Varmint is pretty good to try and close, well, at least kind of like start making this gap that they have between them a bit bigger, because so far we've been farming up pretty well, but at the same time, like the board presence would help, and also it's a nice way to just like use those play points to accelerate more and more and more. Gonna go for the Walder here, okay.
Wanderer. Yeah, see, this is one of those cases where he doesn't have a ton of cards to Axel. I guess he could Evo and then Lionel the 2/1. I don't know if he's like that desperate just to get any sort of Axel card though, so he's gonna hold on to that. Get the Trio of Wonders and just trade with the Walder. Again, we've seen Osap be very conservative with his Evo points, choosing to do the same here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working out so far, right? He has not dropped the game yet in this day 2. As shaky as some of these games have been looking, you know, as difficult as it has been for him to win it out, he's not dropped a single game, so it's been looking good so far. Reggie, will you be the final ramp of the day?
I mean, Reggie, the first ramp of this game.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that great, but it's an option.
What else can you do, right?
Yeah.
It's just it feels bad otherwise. I mean, you're basically being put behind, not by your opponent, but by your own deck.
Yeah, at least if your Reggie's here, next turn he'll be in Overflow, which we all know is the true power of the Dragoncraft class, so he's got that going for him.
Speaking of which, Champions Battle released in English.
Okay, going with the Phoenix instead. Can't attack just yet because he's not an Overflow, so he doesn't have the true power of the Dragoncraft class.
He does not. He does not have the true power of the Dragoncraft class. Man, it's nice. Like all these little like pokes to the Shadowverse anime is great as well. Like with the, I heard apparently the mini cards as well, they showed up in the anime as well. So
that's
nice
really
to
cool.
see that. You know, Champions Battle being out in English. I know a lot of people are streaming that and having fun with it. I actually picked it up in Japanese and then didn't have time to really sit down with it. So it might be time to sit down with it in English now.
Oh, nice. Again, as a reminder, guys, we do have a card reveal for you guys later on today. Don't want to miss that.
Back to the game now. We see more accelerates being available for Osap. Will he just hard commit to that? We're currently at 3.
Yeah, so he's halfway there with 2 cards that can be axled in hand in the Gigantic Blossom and the Lionel. Again, we've seen Lionel, like when he's good, he's so good. Like right now, he can choose to answer the Phoenix for just 1 play point.
Alright, well, gonna go for it.
I remember all.
Oh.
Do you see where that Sagittarius, he just...
Yeah, I was like, is that my client?
Yeah.
Did that just...
I had to double check too.
I was staring at it. I was like, wait, are you giving it to your opponent?
Where was it going?
Is this like a preview of a future buff to the card? You're gonna or nerf? You're gonna give it to your opponent? Okay.
Okay, so Lionel clears Walder out of the deck, and then Sagittarius with the Crystallized, not the Axle.
That's right. So far, so good though. I mean, nice little board. It's not the strongest board, but we're getting there. While Vapo fights against his own deck, trying to do something. Gonna finally reach.
Ooh, double Reggie. Okay, I like this. Get a good amount of Ram. And honestly, the way Osap is playing seems slow, and then you know he's just gonna have that explosive turn out of nowhere with the Latica and the Fairy Flower, and he just needs the right setup for it.
Exactly.
A 5 damage left on the table.
Oh. Alright, Fairy Flowering at 5. We're 1 away.
So he does have Latica and a Fairy Wisp to work with. So that's looking like Latica. He's got the 0 cost Embrace, 0 cost Wisp, 1 play point Axle.
That's right. There we go, 3 damage.
Yep, send the Walder
first,
face.
then bounce it.
Bounce it.
Oh, you love to see it. Another life
Yeah, again,
for good measure.
Osap just plays very, very slow, and then he gets his combo pieces, has everything he needs. That Latica is going phase for way too much damage. And just like that, out of nowhere, Osap's gonna take it 2-0 over Vapo.
And once again, this time around, finally looking extra dominant. Unfortunate for Vapo, he tried to run it with the dragon. He gave it his best, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. Still an amazing showing, but Osap is going to be the one to go to finals with that excellent, immaculate plays with the Forest. And his lineup was pretty good too. It's very much like representative of like a mixture of both the previous month, with the Axel Forest still being there, and also the new adaptations with Haven and Portal. So I'm hyped. It's going to be a good finals no matter what.
Yeah, again, Osap really earning his wins. Very well played. Again, he plays the game a bit slow, takes his time with his turns, and then just has those massive explosive turns, whether that be with the Eagle and the Sniper, or the Latica cheating out the play points, getting the Embrace, and then just going face for too much damage. Great set. As you said, Osap has not dropped a game today.
That's right. Not a single one. No matter who he goes up against, they will have dropped one, so they're already not looking as strong. But it's going to be a very hype next match regardless, because that's going to be our second finalist. And again, we're late into the season, but for these players, being late into the season means that this is where the grind really starts. Like, every single point matters, and that's why it is insanely important to get as many of them as possible. Every win counts, every win matters, and you just have to push through at this point. Osap just looked really good. Osap, honestly, I think for both these players, sure, they have to focus on the matchup ahead, but Osap is going to be someone to really, really keep in mind, regardless of who wins here. But of course, we got to take a look at our next match, which is going to be between Tyr and Taigai.
Yeah, so Taigai 7-0 in Swiss. He had a good showing here today. It wasn't super clean, not a 2-0, but he played well. He made it through. On the other hand, Tyr looking pretty solid too. Again, one of those players with a team, good experience, Shadowverse top 8, making a name for himself slowly. And although I don't believe he really has the points to get up there, neither does Taigai. Sometimes that next step is just getting that first Shadowverse open win.
That's right. That's right. And again, if you can win it this time, run it back. in the next month, you got yourself a Contenders Cup spot. So it's going to be very exciting to see how things will go down there, because it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very, very exciting. And ooh, well, I'm excited to talk about these decks as well. Speaking of exciting things, because, you know, these players have, I mean, we're going to see some pretty similar things, right? Forest, you just got to see. Taigai's bringing it as well. But the one deck that Tier's bringing that somehow slowly has not been showing up as much
is the sword.
Yeah, Baleon. Like, we went from being in the spotlight, the #1 feature,
yep,
to slowly just not being there as much, which is pretty interesting.
And when we saw the sword today, it did not perform. Those games were not great. Turn 6 Balon would come online, hit the wrong target with its effect, and there was no follow-up. But now both players have sword, and again, that's one side of sword. The other side of sword is the turn 6 or 7, you get multiple Balon, 0 play points, and you just go nuts. And we'll see if Taigai can pull that off. Gonna start off with the Shadow, though, and Tier going with the Machina Portal.
All right, Tier looking, he got the dominant angle out here as well, looking like a like a king, just looking down on this match and ready to just take control of the narrative at this point. You love to see it, but it's gonna be really cool to see. I mean, Taigai, he had a pretty cool top 8. Like, all things considered, we say this, it wasn't as clean, he dropped the game, but that was a fun game to watch. That was a fun game to watch.
In contrast with the other players of the day who made top 8 for the first time and then couldn't push through anymore, it's nice to see Taigai get his first top 8 and not be immediately eliminated. Staying vertical, staying solid, staying in the game.
That's right. Definitely staying vertical. That's for sure. Okay, so pretty, it's good hands all across the board, right? They got early plays. They might not be turn 1 plays, but look at that. We can start dreaming, or we can Celeste for that matter too. That's fine too.
Is this going to be the game where the wheel actually sees some play?
It could. There's definitely room for punishment in this matchup, and
I mean, it's kind of like Belfament where...
there it is.
So we hadn't seen Belfament the entire day, and then when we did see it, he won the game, right? So we haven't seen the wheel yet. We finally see it in action. We'll see just how much it can do. Nice disruption there, but doesn't actually do too much, because, you can still play 1 card and it's fine.
Yeah, it's not the one you would hope to land early on. The artifact is probably the best one here at this point. So just gonna play it out the Link Staff and pass the
there's some
tolerance
early tolerance though.
Very important, very important.
Yeah, so the second wheel doesn't work because he's not in resonance.
Yep, that's right. Gonna have to wait for another turn.
Yeah, but Combustion Demon pretty solid for the fanfare, although we'll probably see him wait until the Evo to cash in on the Evo effect as well. We've seen how good the Combustion Demon can be at getting the damage so that Tolerance can get discounted quicker.
That's right. Gizmo is also pretty nice just for this little cycle that you can get for the time being, and I think that, I don't know, you got so many good options for your next turn that I don't know if it's worth to overkeep certain cards. Like, for example, Slavs might have already done his work, so you could just
maybe just
at this point
toss another one. Yeah.
The
Gizmo's that interesting card where it's not really a Machina card. I mean, it's not a Machina card. It's just like a generically good portal card, right? And sometimes you just need some of those. But here, gonna just, do nothing.
Just pass on it.
Yeah.
All right. Sequencing means that this is gonna first get debuffed by the Wheel of Misfortune. Would have been very nice if the Celeste also got debuffed, but that's not how that works.
Yeah, you can see last turn where his hand, the cost gets increased, and then he draws the Link Staff. So he could still play for 3 play points. It's the same thing here.
Exactly. So here I'm kind of thinking about this. You have to keep in mind that, I mean, the combustion will, if there is a combustion next turn, of course, we'll be able to answer something here, but the tour guide would be pretty good in just already revving up that last words count. If I'm not mistaken, is that the first one that has gone through so far? That was the second one.
Yeah, and looks like Taigai's thinking about perhaps maybe Evo in the face for a little bit of pressure.
Mm-hmm. Because also now the last effect too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be the artifact, right?
So it's gonna go in.
do you think, did the wheel do enough there? Like, was that
Not
worth
as much
3
as it
play
could've.
points? Yeah,
Not
it
as
doesn't
much as it
feel
could've.
like it did that much.
Yeah, if this board was a bit different, it could have been a fun little board clock situation, but not going to be the case here. Instead, the invasion's not that great. Not that great right now. I guess you can go for combustion to just like kind of trade away, get rid of one of the last words. Feels pretty good.
Do you think Taigai ended up with this board so that he couldn't be wheeled again?
Maybe.
It's anti-wheel protection, you know?
That's the big brain. Trying to predict the whole hand.
Yeah. And Tyr, you know, he just passed that last turn.
Yep.
I can't imagine he would just pass again. At least Combustion Demon is solid right now.
Yeah. I think at the very least, it's going to answer one of the last words, get rid of the one that's most annoying.
Yeah, it could be
gets a trade.
Yeah, like almost a full clear. And then he still has 2 plums left over. In fact, if he wants to commit the Archangel, Archangel
take
and
out the
Combustion,
second pump.
yeah, that's a full clear.
Yep.
With 2 of those being banishes. Yep. Just to deny the last words, use the evil. It looks like he's thinking of the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's the cleanest play here. You get to answer the board, you get to answer the win con of the deck to some extent. Well, not answer it, but delay it at least.
Yeah.
And here comes the Archangel. You definitely don't want the 5 damage hitting that one.
And again, the Combustion Demon, that's 1 card, dealt 10 damage, 1/3 of the way there for the Absolute Tolerance.
So good. So good.
Plus, he gets his Analyzing Artifact for his troubles.
Yep, we all knew that was going to be the one coming out. So now it's going to be a question of what can Taigai do to answer this. Kagero coming down.
Ceres. Ceres has been so good the entire day, both for the body with the last words, but of course for the Darkest Desire. Players have utilized it so well.
Game-winning spell. Game-winning spell.
Yes, for sure.
Game-surviving spell. Like it
Yeah.
literally does everything for you for just 1 mere play point, and that's why Ceres is being regarded as just the MVP of this deck right now, because again, like without her, you lose a lot of your ceiling, right? Ceiling in terms of what you can sustain, ceiling in terms of like crazy damage burst potential that you can have with the Wicked Rebirth. So it's really key. So let's see here. Tyr is slowly getting close to his win con, but we are missing some components now that we're getting to it.
Yeah, he did draw another Combustion Demon. At this point, you might want to hold it for the Enhance, but then on turn 7, the Invasion Enhance is pretty good. So maybe you just cash out the Combustion right now and it could be fine.
I like the Gizmo.
Yeah, draw first, see what happens.
Another tolerance.
That's a draw. Yeah, gonna get the evil on it as well.
Could this be the Slaus? Could it be?
Okay, so he double trades, so he has nothing left over?
Interesting.
I don't know
guess
if
that doesn't give souls. Does it have to target first?
I don't know if there's a benefit to that.
Yeah. Because we're
Now
still
Taigai-
a while away, right? We're still 5 cards with last words.
Taigai has empty board, 6 play points, and kind of do whatever he wants. He might expect that whatever board he sets up might be hit with the Nefarious Invasion. But honestly, as Last Word Shadow, if you play your last words and they get answered, like, it's fine. Gonna cash out the Darkest Desire. Looks like Chris has been the target of at least one of it.
Oh, this is nice. This is very nice. Wicked Rebirth. Just keep pushing. Keep pushing and making this nice board. The 5/2 is the extra draw. Kagero as well coming down. I mean, this is good. Let's look at the count real quick.
Yeah, it's a lot of follows with last words in one turn.
And on top of that, like we're basically going to be almost there. It's going to be one of those weird situations where we're going to be at 9. But Taigai
What's better,
getting
Combustion
closer.
or the Invasion? Because Combustion Demon Enhance is what, like 20 damage for the tolerance?
And you got double tolerance in it.
Yeah, so he would be left with a 0 cost tolerance and a 1 play point tolerance next turn. Like,
I think that's the play. Like you just have such. Well, actually, you're getting.
actually, no,
15 out
yeah,
of
it's
it?
15 because there's not a target for the last 5 damage.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not as good then.
Even then, that's 15 damage. You're down
Yeah,
to
it's
0
still
to
enough
6.
to go
That
to
is
tolerance next
lethal
turn.
no matter what. That's lethal no matter
Yeah.
what.
And like this might be the case where from Taiga's perspective, he could be like, huh, maybe I'll play around 1 tolerance. But is he gonna play around 2 of them?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a bike. What are we putting on that bike, ladies and gentlemen?
I mean, he's at 18. So if he can get 1 point of life back, he could be potentially safe.
Who would have thought?
Does have a bike to work with. Keeper, that's last words, gain 1 life back, so.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
The Chris is at 8, getting very, very close to the 10.
Yeah, true. We're at 8 right now. Because one of them got banished. Very important to keep that in mind. I mean, the Gatekeeper does help to also, like, push things in so you can actually get that last words count up.
Yeah, he also has the Link Staff with the Darker Desire to deal damage. But because he's not at 10, Link Staff doesn't have the Storm just yet.
Exactly.
So this turn is definitely a survival turn.
The objective is nice and clear to everyone. Sarah's coming through another time. Looks like another setup turn, basically.
Yeah, and being able to go to 19 life, it seems like a minor thing, 1 life, but it's gonna make such a big difference.
Darkest Desire. This is it, coming through.
Man, if that... that tolerance was cheaper, but... Looks like Taiga may be safe for another turn at least.
Yeah.
And then next turn, it's go time for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Tyr, that feels so awkward because he's just 1 life short. And of course, I don't know if Taiga read it, if he, you know, tried to really dance around that.
Yeah, if he had 1 more follower the last turn, then that would have been game, right?
Yep. That's insane.
Yep.
But I really wonder if Taiga knows that he just danced around lethal by healing 1 health.
Yep. I mean, maybe he
1
thought about
single
that.
health.
Yeah. What I wonder is if he thought about, like, if I have 4 followers, then he gets the extra discount. I don't know.
Yep.
Okay, well, there's the invasion.
Oof. Say goodbye
ward
to that little
followers
bit of damage
goodbyes.
needed.
But does Taiga still have the damage? Because that Link Staff, again, it is going to have the Darkest Desire on it. It actually has 2 of it.
Yeah.
So...
it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage, but he needs a way to... Well, he
you
does
can't
have...
Soul Strike the Armored Tentacle. He does have a bike to work with. Like
Yeah,
Link Staff, and then Necromancer to proc it.
Yeah, that's what...
But how does he get around the Tentacle? I guess with the Ceres with Bane?
I guess that would work.
Yeah, is that not enough damage? That's 5... It's 15.
Yeah, we're looking at 15, that's right.
Yeah. If you can go face with the first Links... Well, yeah, if you could put the bike on it and still go face with that, then he would have like 21. Oh, it's so close. The Armored Tentacle having the protection where you cannot be targeted, it makes such a massive difference right now.
It really does. It really does. Alright, well... he's hovering over the Chris. I still feel like there might be a lethal here. I don't know.
What's funny is that last turn, Tyr wasn't able to actually get any more discounts on the tolerance, so that second one is still going to cost 6 play points.
Oh, you're very right about that. So we're still stuck in the same point. We're still stuck in the same situation. Oh my god. Well, yeah, that's 18 damage again, but now you gotta fight through 3 wards.
Yeah, plus that Chris has the heal, so if you answer it, Taiga will get at least 1 life for his trouble. Man, Taiga, like, he's doing a good job of just staying alive and you know, waiting for the right time to cash out that Link Staff damage.
This game is funny. It's just very much like both players. It's kind of just like hot potato, you know. They're just like throwing it to each other. Like it's like no. Like I got an explosion lined up, but it's not quite ready yet. We're just missing that one little component.
Both have so much damage, but it's actually not enough. It's pretty funny. And if Tyr had drawn the second tolerance just like probably 1 turn earlier, that would have been it.
Oh yeah, that would have ended the last turn. We'd be in game 2 by now, but man, the year is 2021 and 18 damage isn't enough.
Yeah. Okay, so first tolerance comes out. You're gonna cash out at least some of his damage right away.
Is this for just The Borglin, he's committing to them too.
Okay, interesting. It is a big commitment because like that is his burst.
Yeah.
Losses. See, it's in resonance.
Alright,
And
well,
like we said, 18 damage is not 20 damage. Tai Guy gets to live another turn.
2 off. Just 2 off. And I think that... Hold up.
Okay, so
Oh,
Link Staff is 15 and Soul Strike is 4, so that's 19.
If the bike was still there, this would have been enough.
But there's no more
The bike is
bike.
still there.
Oh man, what a game. Like Tai Guy's the one that's shy a little bit of damage. Could he get any other damage any other way?
Oh my god.
What a close game.
I'm thinking at this point.
I mean, he could clear, but then at that point...
Yeah, he's gonna go in for the board.
Okay,
there, but
just
you're
go for the
basically
clear.
Necromancer, what will he give us?
Saris.
And
Agero.
Agero. And
He
the
gets
seal,
6
most
life.
importantly.
That is a big deal, yeah. Tai Guy once again staying alive. Although he had to use the Necromancer, which means it's harder for him to proc his Necromancer now.
Yeah.
But getting, 8 life should keep him alive. And there is no Baphomet.
Yeah, the Baphomet missing is probably the biggest part here. Like, that would have been the sort of bridge into lethal in a worst case scenario, but losing that like insane board presence that just people just concede to it. It's not even a question of like, oh,
yeah, you just can't answer
this board. You just can't. Most likely, you just can't.
Yeah, the Colossus, does 5 damage, but Tai Guy had that life gain. So once again, dancing around death.
That's right. That's right. Oh my god, this is just...
It's a good game. It's a very, very close set.
Yeah.
It's the first game between these two, and the winner will move on to fight Osap in the finals.
Like I said, this game is funny. This game is funny.
Yeah, real back and forth here. Like, it's crazy that he played 2 tolerances, like, wiped the board and went face for 18 damage, and, like, that's not good enough, right? Okay, cashes out the Colossus. Just keep going face. Eventually the damage will be enough, maybe? If Tai Guy can draw a way to proc his Necromancer, though, he should be good. But he doesn't currently have one in hand.
There's
it has to be like a
soul
top deck.
strikes as well. We have to keep in mind too.
Yeah, it has to be like a tour guide. That will do it.
Oh, that will do it indeed. Tai Guy.
That will do it. Yeah.
He sees the lines of play. He knows what he's going for here.
What a
double
top
soul
deck.
strike. Oh my god.
He
at
stayed
long
alive
last.
for like 3 extra turns, and then finally has enough. Tai Guy taking game number 1.
The stalemates, man. They were just staring each other down for turn after turn after turn. And finally, Tai Guy takes the first one with this shadow list.
Yeah, he survived.
God, what a game.
18 damage bursts, followed up by 5 damage bursts, only to finally get enough damage of his own.
Yep. God, man, I can't believe this game. This was just... like, it's also so mentally draining, right? They have to play another game 2, if not game 3. Then they get a short break before the finals, like whoever wins. That's going to be an exhausting end to the tournament no matter what.
And now here comes the sword against the forest. This is what, we were seeing last month.
Alright, well, there's definitely some good pieces in Tyr's hand here. But at the same time, they're not exactly your early game pieces outside of that Arm Butler. Which also won't be like hitting for too much, considering that, for Tai Guy, he just wants to farm early, just accelerate, and just, build up towards that win con later on.
Yeah, the Butler can be on like fairy cleanup duty, but I don't think Tai Guy will even be playing that many fairies. Okay, so both decks are kind of similar, where like they have this slow setup of just getting their pieces. For Sword, it's going to be the Balon, the Retreat, the Great Trees. And for Tai Guy, it's going to be getting the Latica, the Flower, which he has. But most importantly, getting the Axle count up to 6.
Ooh, passing on that one. I mean, it makes sense because you do have, you know, Xeno is nice, but he's a crystallized, not an accelerate.
Not an accelerate.
You don't get the strong, quick blader role player to come through.
Yeah, it's funny because if Xenocyte Tears was an Axel, like that alone would make that deck even stronger, right?
Oh, by far and away.
Okay, gonna go with the amulet. No fairy fused into it.
Unfortunately, but still great cards. Doesn't hurt to just drop down just like that. And so here we have tree generation now in Tyr's hand. Like Tyr's hand is actually really good for this deck. And so I think he can execute pretty well with it. And we've seen him look pretty strong in the top 8 game. And I am sure that this first loss, you know, he knows himself how close that was, right? It was just
that was such a close game.
Top. Don't let it get to you, you know?
Yeah, and then
just lay it out.
In this matchup, it seems like usually the sword has to worry about, like, you know, keeping up in the early game, not falling behind. But because Taigai is not able to put pressure with his deck, Tyr just has, you know, free reign to just play all his searches and find all his combo pieces.
Yep, and that's a card we haven't seen too much of, the Alberta. That little bit of extra damage push that you need usually at the end finally comes through.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Alberta today, but we've definitely seen a lot of Alberta overall, and she has been so clutch at getting that final bit of damage that the Force player is missing.
Consistent support all around. Well, there we go. She's coming through with the Evo as well. All right.
My crimson fall. Like a falling...
Taigai cashing in as much damage as possible. It's the fairy reward. But, you know, he really has not axled. Actually, had 0 axles played so far.
Yeah, I mean, look at what he has to choose from, right?
Yeah.
Masters, Lionel, like they're good, but not exactly what you need right now.
Maybe he'll get a good, like, Barman's, Pastures, Lionel turn. Could be okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
But I don't know if he's gonna have enough time. Maybe this is the game where we actually see the sword pop off in turn 6?
Yeah. Also because this deck doesn't really leave up too many things on the board in general. Like Varmint, I guess, could make that a bit different, but you gotta also just assume that the Baleon is gonna come down on turn 6, and what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I mean, if there isn't a target for the Lionel, then, like, Taigai won't have access to that Axel.
Exactly.
Okay, Tyr thinking about his play. Gonna go with the Leod. Last time we saw the Leod, he got sniped, but I think this time around seems like a pretty good play. Yeah. Leod gonna help to make that turn 6 even more explosive. You know, himself being able to push that 6 phase damage. And then when combined with the Misty and the potential of second one, that could be the difference.
Well, the Axles are a little better now.
He can't snipe the... Yeah.
Yeah.
He can't
I was like, wait, Varmint can do that.
Yeah, so maybe Leon will never see the light of day.
Oh my god. He's tried so many times, but it never works out.
Yeah, like in paper it seems good. You're like, oh yes, this is a great Leon turn. And then, sorry Leon, you're getting sniped again.
Good god, Lionel just absolutely obliterating that poor old man.
Yep. Now, Taiga gets his Axles, gets to push so much damage. And prevent the, you know, the Leod. So great turn overall.
On 2. We're a third of the way there with the Fairy Flowering. Latika in hand, ready to roll whenever she's called into action. But I mean, look at that. Tyr's already at 11 life. But now, that's what I talked about, right? You got 2 cards on the board. Whichever one of them gets hit, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it is turn 6 and he has pieces. So let's see how much Tyr could do. Sometimes for the sword deck, it might be, you know, like waiting till turn 7 or something to really get full value out of the combo, but we'll see what he chooses to go with here.
He's also just getting further and further behind in terms of the damage race, so he needs to do something at this point. Like, you're falling behind the damage race to a deck that's very much like yourself, you know, a deck that farms and then explodes with crazy damage. So you can't really relax too much. I also like that he can go into combustion here, just evo it, to still clear the board and push 6 face damage, which is really good here.
Yeah, and you don't always have to bounce back the Balon. You know, sure, if you send it back, there's a chance that you redraw it. But in this case, you know, keeping the 6-7 ward, probably better long term.
Yep. Exactly.
Another Latika picked up.
Not exactly what you want to see, but Varmin Part 2.
Okay, gonna run it back with the Barman. Barman was insane last turn. Gonna Fairy Flower in too. Interesting.
Oh,
It's not gonna get the Storm, but it gets the free Evo.
yeah, I mean that's good, I suppose, but how is that gonna tie into winning the game, though? Ooh,
Well, it's a lot of giant pastures. Oh, the Alberta.
All right, yeah, she is around, isn't she?
Yep. Gonna get a bunch of snipes. But then what? Does he have to trade with Alberta? Because yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, so he goes phase, but now by going phase, he leaves up 5 damage in the table.
And that's not good considering there's more where that came from.
Yeah, like
with
okay,
a potential high roll from the retreat.
Now he has to just go for the retreat.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the worst that could happen, right?
What's the worst that could happen? Of course. All right.
Okay, Misty
Run it
Balon. Run it down.
Would it be the first dub for
We're finally gonna see it.
Baleon Sword? Please. All right.
I mean, Ty Guy, he's the master of staying alive, you know?
That's right. Master of the vertical. Master of the staying alive.
Is he gonna just sit on the wards? Because that is an option too. Get not 1 but 2 wards and just sit on it.
He could also like drop a quote-unquote dud and put that back with the retreat. He has 4, so let's say he puts down like, I don't know, Archangel, right? Retreats, tries to go for it, doesn't find it, then he tries to Pompous to still search. Could that be the play, or will he just pass on this?
Yeah, it looks like he might be just making the wall. Not gonna risk it with the potential win.
But you have the potential win.
Yeah, but if he goes for that, he loses the ward, right? So it's a tough decision.
What if you just take the demon?
Man, that's one of those plays where like, is his next card in his deck. Like, you'll always be wondering what would have happened if he went for it or something, you know? But hey, he's got 2 falls with ward. 3 HP to his name though. Latika showing up.
Latika gonna have to do a bit more than just show up this time, though.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Banquet is not exactly it.
There is the Alberta, remember? He does have access to the Alberta.
That's true. Oh, that is very true. Oh, good thing you pointed that out.
Okay, Latika trades, can attack again. There's the Embrace. Alberta shows up. Banquet.
Could be something. I say it could be something, but it's not much of anything right now.
It's something.
The 3 damage to win the game is there, but unfortunately, he doesn't know, chat. He lacks the critical information that Mistalina and Baleon are here to seal the deal. As they go.
Oh man, that was a close game. And it looks like Tyr's decision to just, you know, hold, keep his wards alive. It worked out for him.
Yeah.
He's got the Misty card. I think I have that one too.
Let's go.
And it's 1-1. We're going to a game 3.
Oh man. Very nice. Very nice. You like the IRL card flex as well. Not the first player to do that. But now it's going to be Forest against Portal.
Oh, I think I have the Misty and the Balon. Or the Balon and the Latika. But not combined, you know? Like, once upon a time, they were their own cards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can fuse them together. Points for effort.
Okay, so game 3. Tygar gonna run it back with the Forest. And Tyr, the Absolute Tolerance in his hand already, Machina Portal.
I mean, that's recipe for success.
That last game was so close. And so was their first one, honestly. This has been a good set.
Yeah. Very good top 4. I'd say all the players in the top 4 today definitely deserve to be here. And, you know, any one of them making it to the finals would not be a surprise. Well,
Yeah, it's been a great day for some great Shadowverse.
Absolutely. So lots of Axels in Ty Guy's hand. This might be a bit faster of a game than the last 2, I hope, for him.
Meanwhile, Tyr taking his time. What does he want? Is he gonna keep the Enforcer? Looks like he's gonna toss the Archangel, pick up the Baphomet.
Okay, and look at that. Walder coming through.
Doing his best Quick Blader cosplay.
That's right. Gotta put some respect on that.
Yeah, it's gonna be decent early game damage. He can bounce it back. Axel Ponderer. Get another Walder from the deck. Seems like a solid. Or just okay, bounce back the Sagittarius. Yeah, keep the 1/1 on the board because pretty solid.
And there's Latica. Okay, we're finding the pieces. Oh, and well, speaking of finding the pieces, finally, this is like, you know, the actual full formation. All 5 pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Delphimet and double tolerance. All we're missing is like fusion
it's like
targets, mark, but you can get that right now.
The tolerance is like the right arm of Belphomet, the left arm of Belphomet, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're slowly getting there. Chose not to fuse there, and I think he needs to still get the first one in there. Yeah, he still has 0. All right.
Yeah, tolerance slowly going down at 27. Guy gonna keep drawing cards, accelerating. He didn't invoke the Walder last turn. This turn it looks like he will. So there should be 1 left in his deck.
Yeah, exactly. Question is though, where's that fairy flowering? We've seen it very consistently show up in the player's hands until now.
Yeah, Latica has been there the entire time too, but he needs the fairy flowering.
Everything else is, you know, it's just a supporting act. It's the fairy flowering that will make everything come together. It's like the glue that holds the whole deck together right now.
Yeah, so with this hand, you would assume that it's going to hold the Rampiel for the next turn, right? This effect's going to be just too powerful.
Yeah.
So this could be Gizmo Enthusiast, see what happens. The droid, you know, perhaps better used as fusion fodder. It looks like it does get fused.
You know, if you fused last turn, this would have summoned something.
Well, maybe he wants to use his play points in another way. No, he just passes.
What did I say? What did I say?
And, you know, the Walder being alive means that he can get bounced back.
Exactly. Can make more plays, more Axels. At this point, he's making all the Axels, but he just doesn't have the payoff for making Axels. We're at 3 already. And there's definitely more ways to make another 3 in this hand.
Yeah, he can get a lot of Axels right now. See what he chooses to do. Okay, pastures.
Are we farming for another Walder
get
here?
some fairies.
We are.
Yep. So that should be the last Walder out of his deck. So I would assume that at least... No, he's not going to take them back. I mean, the Trio of Wonders is really, really strong tempo, especially with the fusion. And the Walders, honestly, they've pushed a good amount of damage. 14 is that magic number for Latica to punch you twice in the face for game.
It's true, but at one point there's a component missing that would make that happen earlier. And thing is, the Walder might actually be pretty big now if you don't hit it because of how much you're accelerating. So I think you still want to see him back in your hand because, like, that enhanced 6 might actually be like, we've seen games end because of the enhance effect rather than the Latica. So
yeah, and honestly, it might just be a really good read from Guy of like, those are his last Walders, but he knows that with the 1/1 ward, you know, there really isn't a great way for Tyr to like answer both of them, right?
I almost wonder if like going for combustion there or something would have been better to like trade things away, but I guess Rampiel is just too good to pass up.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful
effect. They don't feel
effect.
like a threat, you know, they don't feel like a threat, but they are.
Yeah, oh, they are. For sure now, I would imagine that he bounces one of them back.
It's about time. It's about time. More blossoms, more ramping, but just not ramping. More accelerating.
Excellent. Yeah, accelerating.
That's right. Wrong keyword. But we're missing the key component. But again, I'm sticking by that thought that Walder is gonna be the important part.
Like you have to play to what your deck gives you. And if your deck gave you a bunch of Walders but no Fairy Flower, then you play for the Walder. I would be very surprised if he doesn't bounce it back.
Yeah, same. I mean, you want to push the damage first, of course.
Yeah.
And, you know, keep the 2/2 alive. But I think that's what we're going for here. Feels like the obvious choice. No, he's gonna pass on
doesn't
it.
bounce. Well, okay,
Well,
well,
there's
he's
a
fair
flowering.
flower.
All right, he believes.
I guess he's
a
good,
believer.
yeah. I mean, he said he was a high roller, and you know, here he is, fairy
Yeah.
flower and double wisp, Latica in hand on turn 6 with 6 axles. I mean, Ty Guy knows what he's doing.
That's right. Man, it's just his just plays are so big brain that even we can't. You know?
Yeah.
It's that vertical giving him the buff. It's space for the big brain
he
plays.
needs all the space up there for his big brain, you know.
That's right. That's right. All right. Now for Tyr, this is where the pressure starts coming in. It's like, yeah, you got a pretty nasty little hand over there with all those Belphemeds and tolerances, but there's still a few more turns of survival that are going to be necessary before we get to that point.
Yeah, he does take the most defensive play possible with the drain and the ward. Definitely seems like the correct play. Gonna Evo the barrier instead of the keen edge.
Yeah, I was curious about that because it was like, you know,
well, I mean, maybe
better, but
he might have been thinking what we were thinking, where it's like, hey, that's your last welder. Let me just get it out of the way, and then he won't have to worry about that.
True. Well,
Okay, so I mean, Latica's ready to party, but there is a big scary ward on the way, and Tyr did heal up to 15, so might be one more turn of setup for Ty Guy here before going for the kill.
Does he go for the Mad Lad Varmint and just like try to high roll the hits? Let's find out.
Okay, Fairy Wisp.
For the town's prosperity.
Oh, so far so good.
Yeah, gonna use the Evo, get the play points back.
For as long as I breathe.
Varmint here, 4.
Bounce.
Now. I like
That's
the bounce
another.
here. Into the Wind Fairy too. That's good.
Yeah, I got no Walder in his deck. Lionel would have been nice. Pastures.
Oh god, yeah, that would have been great.
Home sweet.
Yeah, Lionel would have probably been the best. He did put him at below 14 life already though, so I mean that might be enough to be like goal accomplished.
Well, you
There's
can
Lionel.
buddy. Come on, man.
Honestly, it's still good though because just in case he needs that extra punch for next turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Tyr might be thinking like, hey, yeah, combustion for the damage, but if he doesn't set up some defenses, that's gonna be a wrap.
I think if anything, the invasion is better here because that way you can
Yeah,
set
it
up,
seems like it's way better.
quote unquote heal ward. It takes care of the board. Like you're not dealing that much damage with this combustion anyway. Like it's going for 5. That's it. Like
Yep.
you know, you're not getting that much more out of it.
It's
So
like getting the armor tentacle with the heal and ward. It could be what he needs to stay alive.
I think it's not even could be. It is.
It
has
is
to be.
what it
There's
is.
no other way around it.
Yeah, okay,
He's
he
gonna
does go for it. He does
Thank
go
God.
for it. Now, the question is, can Ty Guy still find a way to go through that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of
Yeah,
frustrating.
I'm not currently seeing one, but we'll see what Ty Guy can pull out. This, again, has been a very close match like all the other games. Here, not going down without a fight.
Like, you,
now it's kind of
you
the
feel
opposite.
good no
where-
matter who wins.
Yeah. Like, Ty Guy's had great plays. He's been close setting up his lethals, but Tyr finding turn after turn a way to stay alive. What is the top deck for Ty Guy here?
It's time.
Another Lionel.
Not like this. Not like this. Ooh.
I mean,
Masters.
it's kind of awkward. If that
very
armor
awkward.
tentacle wasn't there, like, that's it. It was GG.
It would have been game already, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna play out Giant Pastures.
3 damage to everything.
And then gonna use the Wisp on a bike to take out the armor tentacle.
On a bike and a car. Wow. Mom let you have both.
Okay, so Tyr has tolerance at 8. He did, ramp up with the Rampiel, so even with that, Belphemid is not online yet. And now if he goes with the combustion limit to clear the board and get everything to 0, then it would lead to Latica punching him in the face.
Exactly. And now
So
I don't think we have any heals anymore.
I mean, Ramiel is a defensive option as a ward that cannot be hit with the Lionel. So that may be his best card right now in hand. But he's also facing, you know, those 3 followers, which he does not want to ignore.
But Mega Enforcer.
So it's Mega Enforcer.
Basically everything. Ooh, that's probably the pickup he wanted the most at this point. That's another way to pinpoint retire something.
Are you running out of
okay.
already?
You managed to answer the board and leave the Ramiel up here. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, if he can't play the Ramiel.
See it.
And then he would
Ultimate,
reset
this will
up.
actually summon the ward one.
Actually, yeah, that's even better. Well, you could do that and play Ramiel. That's maximum defense. As defensive as he can. He knows he has the buff limit next turn. He just has to stay alive for a little bit. Does Alberta change anything? Oh, it's so close.
The entire set.
Yep, so close. The Latica and the Fairy Flower, and since turn 6 have been online, but man, it just has not been enough for Taigai just yet.
Yep, and this is the last possible turn for Taigai. Like, this is it. You have
after this, there's 2 0 cost tolerance. He's got to go for something.
Yep.
Fairy Flower in.
At this point.
Cross another Latica.
Alright, Freevo. Let's see what can come out of this. Oh my lord. Alright,
okay,
that's one that can be used. One that can be used indeed. The Embrace can technically hit something.
Get some play points back. If it hits the tentacle, then the fairy can clean it up. And he has enough play point. Oh, but the heal.
Oh, not the heal.
Not the heal. Gets him just out of range. Latica can go face for 14 damage, which is just not enough damage.
Oh, that hurts.
2 tolerance for 0 play points. It's gonna be more than enough for Tier. This was such a close set. Very well played from both players, but it's Tier that's gonna advance in the finals.
No.
Taking a 2-1 over Taigai.
What an insane set here. Like, honestly, this was finals material. This was finals material between these 2 players. Tier will be the one advancing to the finals, but Taigai, man, definitely put up a fight, guy, because that was an insane set to watch. It felt like any player could have won at any point. Honestly, that entire set was just legendary, and I feel like for both players, that is something to remember. That is something to remember, because that was beautiful. Honestly, that was some beautiful Shadowverse.
Yeah, Taigai was fighting for his life. Tier had the plays to stay alive, played defensive until he found his combo pieces. Double tolerance was just enough. But not just that game, the entire set, that had to be the best set of the day so far.
So good.
Taigai, again, undefeated in Swiss, his first top 8. Definitely did a great job. I hope we will see him again in the future. But for now, he's eliminated.
Unfortunately, but oh, what a good set. I really hope to see him back at the top 8 because I want to see that level of plays again. So good. Just so clean. I can't say it enough. Of course, you know, well played by both players, but you gotta give credit where credit's due. That was an insane set because of how high level it actually was.
Yeah, and on the other side of the bracket, we had Osap showing, you know, complete dominance as well, looking very strong as he did last year. So we have 1 match left. It's going to be our finals. We are going to take a break before that, but we also do have a card review for you guys when we come back. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the finals.
Once, there was a war, a heroine that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once, there was an invasion, At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end, and in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part, and rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles. Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the August Cup. We've had amazing matches so far. Only two players remain though. Osap, Tier, our grand finals coming up very soon. How are you feeling, Chris?
I'm good, man. You know, that last set was so good. I got my hats off for them, man. No, it was just too good of a top four. Like, those are the kind of games that you wish would have been in finals, because it would have been so close. Everyone just screaming, yelling, just going absolutely crazy. And honestly, I'm glad we got such high quality Shadowverse in that last match, and I'm hoping that the finals are anywhere near as close. I want those, you know, close 3-game sets. But of course, one thing that I'm sure a lot of people in chat are a bit, maybe just a little bit more excited for, is to see what kind of card we have to reveal for them, because we have something exclusive. We haven't seen it ourselves yet either. So this will be a world's first premiere of the new card for the mini expansion here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. We haven't seen Blood, we haven't seen Shadow, and it's gonna be Sword. All
okay, we
right.
have Tempest Slayer, a Swordcraft officer, 4 play.44. He has Bane, says Fanfare. If allied followers have evolved at least 3 times this match, gain the ability to evolve for 0 evolution points. And then on Evo, he has Evolve, Banish an enemy follower or enemy amulet on getting full Evo stats.
And of course, carries Bane all the way through. That is quite the pesky card. And I mean, for Sword, that is definitely very nice. I mean, we've had removal with Baleon here now as well. And of course, Erica also bringing in that, you know, power with her own amulet of being able to take something else out whenever it comes into play. But this just adds even more removal to the craft. I like it. I like it a lot. It seems really, really strong, especially for that free Evo on top of that.
It reminds me of the old Evo Sword where everything is just Evo and left and right. And then if you've been Evo and left and right, you get all these other powerful effects. So if you Evo enough, then he can Evo for free, and then he has a good Evo effect, while having pretty good stats and Bane on top of that. So it seems like a pretty solid Shadowverse card.
Yeah, just for removal and good stats too. I mean, having him be like a free 6/6 that just, you know, takes a bunch of stuff out on the board is really, really good. So that is it. That is our card reveal for today. I hope you guys like it. So there you go. Now you know 2 cards for Sword. Would you look at that? Very, very nice. The mini extension is just around the corner as well. I know Igni has a card reveal coming up pretty soon as well. I think it's in like a couple days if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be pretty exciting. That'll be pretty exciting.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. I always enjoy doing card reveals. It's pretty hype. I'm still really excited to see Urize, though. I need to know what Urize is going to do.
Yeah, for sure. There's still quite a few leaders we're missing. I think Luna we haven't had yet either. And yeah, still quite a bit. So it's going to be very, very hype. But now that that is out the way, man, we have seen some pretty insane matches so far. We have seen some pretty insane matches so far. You know, players, some are new ones coming up. Some, you know, they've been in the scene for a long time. Veterans just coming back for another run. And I think this one is a good example of that. You know, those two things just coming together. So let's take a look at this, right? Last matchup between Osap and Tyr.
Yeah, so last year, Osap might have been a newcomer, but after so many Shadowverse Open top 8s, after his running Contenders, by now he's one of the veterans, and it's no surprise to see him here in the August Cup in the finals.
Yep, that's for sure, and look at those bans as well. So we are going to be seeing Haven and Shadow. A little bit of variety here, but that's going to be it for Sword. The action is over. However, people just don't respect Osap's Forest enough, even though he's been winning with it left and right.
Well, Tyr did go up against the Forest from Taigai, and he knew exactly how to handle it, right? Staying above that crucial 14 damage threshold that Lana cannot put. He played that matchup very well, so honestly, it doesn't surprise me that he would leave it up.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. I think at this point, he's got the download. You know, he's ready to just get into it. So, you love to see it. I can't wait to get into this one. You know, knowing these players, they bring some high-quality Shadowverse to the table. So I just can't wait to see them go at it and see who's going to be the champion for the August Cup. Again, SVO is really towards its later end right now. We just have, you know, these finals, September Cup, and that's it. We're off to Contenders.
Okay, here we go. Final match of the day. Who is going to be the August Cup champion? Will it be Tyr? Will it be Osap? I do want to point out, I believe Osap is fighting for those lead points. He's up there in the standings, but, you know, a couple more points would not hurt him.
Definitely not. Definitely not. All right, so we see Baphomet, of course, often the missing piece, but this time around, he's going to show up quite early. But I feel like at this point, do you really want him compared to some of the other cards you could be having? I mean, these could be 3 tolerances. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, Baphomet, like, he won that one game. Yeah. And then every other time, it's just like the tolerance. Yeah, everything else putting in work for the portal.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. For Osap, I mean, this is a nice little start just for amulet spam, which is what the deck wants to do for Jedlin. So looking like we're off to a good start on his side. Now up to tier to see what he's gonna mulligan.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. Both players kind of taking their time. They've had a long day, a lot of matches. Osap, you know, maybe a couple more 2-0s, but Tier, he's fought like 2-1 every single set so far.
And they've had tough top fours. I think like both players had to really, you know, use at least 80% of their power to win those because they look tough.
Yeah, I mean, even in the matches where Osap won 2-0, like those games were hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so for Osap, this is a pretty good start. You get a lot of early just amulet spam, which is really nice. Musk fruit, finding you more Meowskers. You want to add those to the hand as much as possible. And then just spam, spam, spam. And get those bonus effects.
Yeah, Osap doing a great job of just cycling through the amulets in the early game. On the other hand, Tier, he did pick up an early tolerance. But like we were talking about before, if Osap doesn't play followers, then it'll be hard for Tier to start discounting it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Does have the First Invasion as well as the Mega Enforcer, but these are not the cards you'd want to fuse into the Baphomet. You generally want to fuse, you know, like the fusion fodder, the droid, the repair mode, things like that. Yeah. So kind of an awkward turn. He's gonna just pass.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. There's not much to do here. But on the other
this
hand,
really
for
benefits Osap.
Yeah, you can just take this, you know, momentum and run with it.
Yeah, and by run with it, I mean, it'll probably be like play a couple more amulets, right? But
yeah,
that's fine. It's what his deck needs him to do.
Exactly. I'm wondering if he's gonna go for like Musk Fruit, Aeolon, or if he wants to like go Featherfolk, Aeolon. Tree is kind of there as well potentially, but
I mean, the Featherfolk has been such a nice new amulet for Havencraft. You know, they were really missing that amulet that drew cards. So that card has been amazing for them. And then it also has Storm on his main body, which we like never see it, but it is there in case you need 2 damage for some reason.
Alright, putting down the tree. That's fine as well. Of course, he has 2 Meowskers now, slowly going up in effects. And once again, Tyr is just in the same situation. It's like, nothing seems too good here. And the momentum is slowly being pulled away.
Do you think in a matchup like this, maybe he should fuse one of the invasions or something? Because he's just not doing anything right now.
Yeah, I think, honestly...
Like, passing 2 turns in a row? Is that the play?
I don't feel like it, man. At the very least, getting one fusion up
feel
here.
good. Yeah, at least do something, right?
And even then, even if you just fuse, like, passing on that kind of hurts too.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great because like you're fusing like one of your important cards and then not like he's doing anything, right? So I don't know. The Meisha is super awkward.
Yeah, it's definitely very awkward. But it's gonna pass.
Pass turn 3, pass turn 4.
Alright.
And Osap will just continue cycling through these amulets, picking up the 3rd Meowsker.
That's right. That's all 3 gathered. Of course, in terms of counts, we got 4, and then 3, and then of course this fresh one is only going to begin his journey of gaining bonus effects.
Yeah, but they got time to scale. No Jade Land just yet, but you know, he's got card draw coming up, so I feel like Osap's in a good spot. You know, he's had like a very productive early game. On the other hand, Tyr has just had to pass twice. His tolerance is still at 30. His Baphomet doesn't have a single fusion to his name.
Alright, well, I think it's important for Osap here to acknowledge that like your opponent's passed 2 turns in a row, which Portal normally does not want to be doing whatsoever. And you've been doing a great job in making that happen as well. He could theoretically just play Aeolons here and just kind of, you know, just passing a bunch of amulets too.
Yeah, it seems consistent with his strategy so far.
Fellowship is also a play. I mean, that at least gets him to, like, I don't know, proc Featherfolk early or something. Or Musk Fruit to push trees?
Okay, well, either way, clock is ticking. He does make the play. Just get the Great Tree. Not really commit to anything else. Gonna get a lot of card draw next turn. And those Meowskers, ever so slowly getting those buffs. I mean, that first Meowscar's is kind of stacked actually. So maybe not that slowly.
It's pretty good. You got
So,
a 5.
Is this another
got a
hard
4.
pass? He surely has to play something, right?
Yeah, for tier, this has just been really awkward. I mean, at least now Archangel is filter, but
Yeah, you could cycle the hand, maybe find something to play.
yeah, this has been a bit of an awkward match so far. Been a bit of an awkward match.
I mean, I wonder how this game would have played out. Like, what if you just like played Enforcer turn 3? Like, you at least cycle a card, you'd have a 3/3 to put pressure. Like, sure, you don't get all the crazy effects, but you'd be doing something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gonna go with the Archangel.
Doing nothing so far.
Okay, picks up another
not
Baphomet.
bad.
I mean, he could fuse that one, right? Yeah, I was just gonna say. Okay, he's gonna play the Enforcer now.
Get that Evo point
And hey,
back.
like, it cycled itself. It's still a 3/3. It's something.
Yeah. It's good stats, and at least the Evo point is gonna be brought back. Baphomet getting the
Yeah,
first
so
fusion.
you feel pretty good about the Archangel play then.
Yeah.
Thinking about what to fuse. It is going to be the invasion.
Okay.
Okay, so finally he had cards to play, and honestly, that was a fine turn, right? He got some cards, started fusing, got his Evo back. At least it feels like he's doing something now.
Exactly. And you know, points where points are due. It might be worth waiting, you know, on that hand, because it does have a lot of precious pieces, but also the tolerance is going to be sitting there for a long time.
It's still at 30 play points.
Yeah, that's
We're like
crazy
turn
part.
5 now, yeah.
Matchup wise, this really feels good for Osap because you're just denying them a lot of the potential targets they would have otherwise.
Yeah, maybe this is a matchup where Baphomet himself comes into play. But
Feels like it has to.
yeah, there is the Shady Priest who could potentially answer, I guess.
Oh, true. Gotta factor that in as well.
Yeah, Osap really taking his time. I'm sure that, you know, or after watching Tier pass 2 turns, like, as a good player, he can make a read of, like, okay, for him to pass twice, like, what must his hand contain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So surely he's playing around at least one tolerance, and he saw there's a bubble infusion.
Yep. Gonna commit the Vengeful Sniper here. First bit of damage for this whole game. Good
Yeah, and
lord.
first follower that Osap actually plays.
Alright.
Again, those Meowskers.
More Meowskers. Now I'm thinking, right? He also picked up the Raw, which will give that extra little bit of damage that he might need were things to go into the late game. But also these Meowskers, like, they're going up and up and up and up. Gotta catch them in at some point before they start, you know, just crashing over themselves.
Okay, gonna go with the Enforcer. Pretty solid follower. 2 play point, 3-1 rush. And that's the one that gives you fuel. That's what you want to be fusing.
Alright.
And he didn't fuse one Baphomet into the other, so you're technically set up for 2. Maybe that's the way that he wins this.
Could be. Yeah, Tier's definitely not out of this, right? He had to pass for a couple turns, but recognizing the situations where you have to pass is also part of what makes a great Shadowverse player.
Yeah, and the Haven deck is a bit slower, unlike, say, maybe the Forest or the Sword. It's not like Osap is gonna, like, all of a sudden win on turn 6, right? It's gonna take him a while.
Exactly. This isn't pre-nerf Haven.
Yeah, the way that Jalen operates now,
Yeah,
like, one Jalen is not gonna win.
that's right. Whew. For Tier, I mean, he's done a good job so far. It's just a question of if he wants to burn that for the heal. I think at this point, you're okay.
I wonder if Osap might establish the Ra just to get that consistent damage ticking, or he could play Archangel to just sort of be annoying and stay at 25 HP.
Both options are pretty good. Like,
We could also just not play either and just cycle those amulets. Maybe he really wants to find that Jade land because he's almost about halfway through his deck and has not seen the first one.
well, that's not it either. Are we burning a Meowskers here? I think it still picks up at least one draw, right?
Yeah,
Oh, it is not,
overdrawing is
23.
kind of difficult because he does not want to burn the Jade land, right? That would be awful.
Yeah. That third one would actually be safe because it doesn't draw a card, but at the same time, it's also just like, you know, 1 burn damage. It's a little bit.
Yeah, and then at that point, is the Meowskers himself being wasted?
Exactly right.
Because, like, maybe this comes down to turn 10. 1 Jade Land, triple Meowskers. That's some good damage.
Well, let's see. It does answer, you know, the ward at least, because you deal it 1 from the random ping and then you evolve it swing. But it feels a little bit awkward.
Thinking about it.
He's going
okay, Meowskers is going to come down. So that one does not draw a card, and he's going to evo it just as you predicted.
Alright, that does take care of it, but now we're in a bit of an awkward spot. Shady Priest, though. I quite like that. You're giving a bit of pressure for 2 turns time.
Okay, the other Meowsker is still getting ramped up. That one Meowsker is at 9-9 already.
Yeah.
The second one is as well, actually, so.
Oh, there you
those are pretty solid power plays for 1 play point.
Invasion. He also, like, what I like about Osap is that he's not leaving up much on the board, so there's not many avenues for damage to be dealt either. So that way the tolerance can't even go down that much. So we're really going to be going for like potential back-to-back Baphomet this game.
Yeah, he's been really good about that, and that is why I was saying, yeah, maybe it comes down to like back-to-back Baphomets as the way that tier can actually do something. I mean, if he does the Nefarious Invasion, he won't even get a discount, but at least he'll summon the armor and assault tentacles, and you know, that's a bit of pressure, I guess.
That's right.
Plus whatever card he might draw.
I think that's the right play. Also, like, you're not feeling these.
Hey, he gets a third.
Getting removed. Wow. Alright, well, the back-to-back-to-back. We'll take it if we must, right?
Fuse. It'd be funny if that's how this match ends.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we've not seen a single Jade Land from Osap yet. And he's, again, about halfway through his deck.
Oh, that's
You're going to go on the aggressive, Evo the face. I mean, that is going to get a discount for the tolerance.
Oh, that's interesting. He fused a third into that first Baphomet, and the other ones are still empty. I would have thought he would have put, like, at least charged up one of them with 1, so that the turn after he can put it to 2. After all said and done, and then get the full effect on turn 10. But I guess we'll see. There's still time. There's still time.
Yeah, this feels like this might have been a good Jade Land turn, but it is not an option. The Ra has still not been established either. His Meowskers are fully loaded, though.
Yeah, but even if they're fully loaded, I mean, you're going
it's
into
a little
overdraw hell at
awkward.
this point. Yeah.
Yeah, you really don't want to be drawing crazy amount of cards like that.
Not at this point.
Okay, Eagle.
He
You
has
can
removed
banish
removed
the banish the assault tentacle, at least just get that father out of the way. Honestly, the protection on the armor tentacle has been so annoying the entire day. It's just such a pesky follower for people to deal with.
Exactly. Going for the sustained path. Burning through the hand as well, so you can draw safely from the Meowskers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, set is nice just to just make space for the hand. Okay, there's the banish, and first Meowsker is gonna come out. So it's gonna be some face damage, a lot of cards being drawn, and they clear with the bike.
Yeah, with or without the bike. It's a clear, and back to full life. Tier goes.
Okay, so he's getting close to that turn 9. That tolerance is still so expensive, though. And once again, by leaving an empty board, Osap's making it so that tier can't really get that discount.
This is a really good pickup, though. The Spinaria will give that board presence that he needs that doesn't necessarily equal damage, but just equals a strong board with pressure. Honestly,
But where are the Jade Lands?
Yeah, like that's
Can't
the
see them
finishing
anywhere.
power. The finishing power for Osap's deck that he's just not
He's just
seeing.
waiting.
I don't know. Like, at what point do you like just cash in the Raw and just kind of wait, or like Archangel or something? Like at least something to prolong this game a little bit, or
I
shorten
mean, at
it,
the
guess,
same
in
time,
Raw's case.
like as as a card game player, it's like when you don't see the card you're looking for, you know that the more that goes by, the more you draw, the more likely you are to eventually see it, right?
Yeah.
So if he's like, okay, well, I haven't seen a single run, there's 3 in my deck, and there's 16 cards, like every single time that he draws a card, it's more and more likely that he will see it.
Yeah, well, going for the mix and match of offense and defense here in those artifact choices. What?
Yeah, we've seen the Spinny be so good for the Machina deck, even though it has like no actual synergy. It's just too good of a standalone card.
Still
Puts in
nothing.
Too much work.
How?
Yeah, still
How?
nothing.
How are we still drawing blanks? Oh my god. I mean,
Well, next turn is Baphomet turn, so...
Yeah, that's
what's the play then?
No priest to save the board at this point.
Like, for sure it's gonna be Baphomet, right?
Has to be.
Can't imagine what else it could be. Like Tyr, you know, he passed turned, I think it was 3 and 4.
Yep.
He's looking good right now. Granted, if Osap draws his Jade Lands, you know, things could change. He does still have that other Miasca for damage. The Ra is an option as well.
Just needs to find it off the top right now. Okay, Ra coming through. Are we gonna just tree spam? Is that what we're doing?
Okay, surely he's playing the Smile Cure, right? Want to make sure you don't overdraw the Jade Lands, which he still has not seen. 13 cards left in his deck. 3 Jade Lands in the bottom 10, maybe?
That's pain. That is just pain.
Yeah, at least he has damage from the run.
As he said, pain.
And the Baphomet is... I mean, it's still good, but because of the board space, maybe it's not as good as it could be. Surely it's still the play?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still the play. Like,
yeah.
You got 3 of them in hand. Surely you're fine with this.
And it might be time to start fusing like the good cards into the other ones too.
Yeah.
Although I guess he could technically maybe wait a little bit, but no, because you need 2 turns of fusion, right? The other ones are at 0, so you probably want to start fusing the other ones.
Oh, but if he fuses now, this will spawn one. Is he going for like a soft push here first, not actually committing to it? Okay, so Baphomet comes down. So this will only spawn 2 things. That's actually pretty smart. Okay. That's good, that's good. Like, that's actually a nice way to do it, because this way you don't force out anything to be played out, and you still get a really, really strong board.
Yeah, that's still a really good board, right? So...
Okay.
Gonna force out the Jade Land, surely, from Osap.
I would hope so. I can't imagine all 3.
Let's see what the top deck is. That's a lot of cards.
Come on. You must be joking.
Okay,
you must be joking.
Meowskers draw Jade Land?
And burn 2 of them? Dude, I can't even...
Oh, I mean, he could... Oh, yeah, it's tough. This is a little awkward, to say the least.
This is so painful.
But now it's like, well, he's got to do something. Or he's facing impending doom.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I don't even know what. Like, this is just your deck failing you, basically.
He's drawn through so much of his deck. No Jade Land in sight.
Oh.
Clock is ticking too.
Yeah, that's right. You can't be taking too long here either. Oh man, where's for Tyr? I mean, basically,
he's got double
the long game and got
Redeemer's
rewarded.
Cudgel, yeah. Can at least answer the Tisiphone, maybe. Oh wait, Meowskers? Oh, he's playing it first?
Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh. Oh. You must be joking. What?
That's crazy.
9
that is
cards left in deck and 3 of them. He's smiling himself. He's just like, wow, this is really happening.
Is he just gonna let the clock run out?
This is really happening.
He just lets it run out.
I think he knows that there's nothing
to be
done.
He could not draw a Jade Land, and Tyr's gonna take game number 1 here.
Dude, that just hurts. That just hurts to see.
Yeah, I feel like that Meowskers is kind of like the... Alright, let's just see where it was, right? Like, show me that it was the next card, or the one after, but you show 3 and it's still no Jade Land.
That really hurt. I don't know how. I don't know how, man. It's just... Oof. Well, if you're Tyr, you're definitely feeling good about yourself right now, because you got 1 game left before taking finals. I mean, that game at certain points definitely didn't feel like it was in favor for Tyr, but
yeah, he hard passed twice.
Yeah, he was able to last it out, just wait, and win it all. And now it's going to come down to this potentially final match.
But this is going to be Haven against Shadow, and again, supposedly the Haven decks are picked up because they do well against Shadow.
Exactly. So we're gonna see if that's gonna be the case.
Now, I'm sure when people say that, they assume that you will draw Jade Land, right? So we'll see if Osap can draw a Jade Land this time.
Apparently in the SVO you can't make any assumptions at this point. Wow, that just hurt to see, man. Alright, well, let's see. Pretty decent opening hand for Osap. Radiant will at least give the card draw necessary to find the other pieces and hopefully find Jade Land eventually. Whereas for Tyr, this is a pretty nice little starting hand too.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, it's almost impossible. Like, how are you gonna have a bad hand with Shadow? It just doesn't happen, right?
Exactly. He's going first too.
Oh, you drew your 6 drops? Good thing you can play them for 2 play points.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, there's Jade Land.
Oh, that's a bit too late, buddy. You went all the way into the next game, man.
Yeah, at least now he has a guaranteed in this game. It's gotta be worth something.
Yeah,
hold on to the Shady Priest for a little bit. And Tyr's gonna just keep up the pressure, going first, curbing out. He has a, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Musk, I guess. Radiant is fine too. But you want the Meowskers now because the little chip damage.
Pick up the Meowskers. Yeah, Meowskers should put in work, right?
Naturally.
I mean, Meowskers was putting in work last game. He just didn't have his teammate.
Ooh, yeah. He's all reliable.
Okay, Gatekeeper, yeah, Tyr just curbing it.
I mean, I think he's got momentum too.
Yeah. Another Meowsker's picked up.
It's one less search target. Alright.
Yeah. This is kind of like the opposite of last game where like Osap had all the time in the world to just sit there and play his amulets and not worry about pressure because Tyr wasn't playing anything. This game, it's the total opposite. Tyr's going first. He's curbing out like a madman. And sure, Osap is setting up his amulets, but while he does so, he's going to be taking some damage here.
That's right. I wonder if he burns the banish here. It's like, yeah, it does
zero play
slow
points.
things down. But I feel like we're going to keep it for, for...
There's bigger things you could hit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also don't want to fall behind. And it does deny a follower with Last Words being destroyed. It saves him 2 life right now. If you hit the skeleton, you're also saving 2 more life, potentially later on, because you answer the bike.
Yeah, you don't want to give him just more resources, but at this point, you're basically just eating 5 damage next turn if you don't address this in any way.
Yeah, if you just pass now, like, man, he's going to be at half life, so he does cash it in.
Yeah, I think that's the
Meowsker's getting the buffs. Is it just a Chris?
Just for stats, yeah, why not?
I mean, it's a 4/4. Yeah, no actual effect, no last words, no nothing. But it is a 4/4.
This is, Shadow at all times can just randomly evolve into aggro Shadow,
Yeah.
And it's definitely doing a good job. At this little bit of cosplay it's doing.
Yeah, honestly, like that 4/4 actually puts in so much pressure right now. That becomes a 6/6. Yeah, Meowskers is he's doing something. We'll see where the
surely
hits. Okay, that's good. Archangel, nice pickup too. Surely that will help Osap stay alive.
Yeah, for survival purposes alone, that's good.
Yeah, and he does have the Jade Lane. At least he started with it, so if he gets to turn 7, that should go a long way in stabilizing.
That's right. I don't like burning the second Meowskers here. It's like, sure, you can take out another thing, but
yeah, it's only been buffed twice.
Yeah, like you got aggro to answer, so I would understand it.
Yeah, because like what else is he doing, right? Playing Great Trees?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just play the Meowskers. So we made the Evo. That's why the Chris was good. It put in so much pressure.
Yeah, it forced this out.
Yeah, like now his Meowskers aren't gonna scale. And he'll just at least get some Great Trees. And Tyr can continue with his pressure. Let's see what he draws.
Celeste.
This could be 2 and a 3. Maybe an Evo to the face, or just Evo the Ceres, because the Darkest Desire has been so strong this day.
Yeah, it's been good, but at the same time, Like, looking at Osap's side, this Jade Land is going to be popping very early on. Like, the moment we hit turn 7, easily, right?
Yeah,
because we got 2 amulets the next turn, trees. You know, we're basically going to be at least 5 potentially next turn.
Yeah, Tyr is actually running out of steam because he's not aggro Shadow. He's last word Shadow.
Yeah.
So he has played aggressively, and you know he definitely should have based on how this game started. But maybe it's time for him to slow down a little bit. He doesn't have to like just fully commit to going aggro. At the same time, given Osap time, he'll get to play the Archangel, you know, stabilize with the Jade Land, and then go from there.
Exactly. So
yeah, this seems like a great turn for the Archangel. The big ward follower, get that life back. Osap thinking though, again, just because a play's obvious doesn't always make it the correct play or the best play.
Yeah, but looking at this tempo so far, like, Tyr definitely had the early start, but we've seen this plenty of times where people kind of get, like, they start playing their deck really aggressively, but against matchups like this, it ends up not really working out.
Again, he's not going the Archangel. Instead, going to start cycling those Great Trees, seeing what else he can pick up. You know, ensuring that Jalen's going to be at 7 amulets destroyed for its effect. Going to set up the Eagle. I mean, it's just a 1-man skeleton. I think he feels safe ignoring that, and instead setting up his game plan. Lovers is a good pickup, though. It lets Tyr do something.
That's true. That little bit of extra card draw that he's kind of missing right now.
Definitely does advance his game plan. That set, though, if the Lover gets banished by the Redeemer's Cudgel, like, oh, that's a big hit.
Yeah, that's quite bad.
Yeah, you're kind of banking on getting the Lover's card draw.
At this point, yeah, you really got to over-rely on that, and that just feels bad.
Yeah, but if he doesn't play Lovers... Right, like, if he doesn't play Lovers, what is his turn? Because he didn't want to play the Kagero and the Sarah's last turn. So I don't think it's any better this turn. And Chris, he already committed one as a vanilla 4/4. Surely this one is going to be more than that.
You got to hold that. You got to hold on to that.
It's almost like a lose-lose situation no matter what he does.
Yeah. And again, this is what happens when Osap actually can draw the right cards and have the right pressure that he needs to.
Yeah, you can see how
completely different.
Like the Haven is doing well against Shadow. Even a bit of a rocky start, but as soon as Osap gets to stabilize a little bit, it feels like he's going to be good. Yeah, Lovers is going to come online here for Tyr. We'll see what the respawn is. But I guarantee you she's getting banished.
Oh, that is not too bad though. All things considered, that is Stats City.
Sniper, that's another possible banish as well. And he might just take it. Just keep banishing all the last words. Because the Chris is still only at 2 right now.
Oh, that's true, that's true. Yeah.
Usually on turn 6, you know, it might be at like 8 or 9 or even 10, right?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But right now, 2 cards of last words and 1 card in hand, and it's looking like it's not going to go up much from there either.
Yeah, and once that Eagle procs, his J-Land is going to be ready at 7 amulets destroyed. So that seems like the way to go.
Alright, gonna
cycle a Great Tree, make the Cudgel cost 0. And play that Sniper, even get a little bit of face damage.
Every shot is a miracle.
That's good. I kind of like
that's a lot of face damage.
Yeah, you get to take out the whole board this turn. That is really good.
Fully answers the board, and the 9, the card draw of the Lovers again, is absolutely huge. Now Tyr has like no cards. He doesn't actually have cards. He's got a Chris, which has no effect. And he has Jadelyn next turn, which is more banish and the heal to really like fully stabilize.
I think this was the turn, honestly, that determined everything. And now it's like, yeah, sure you can probably get over the Sniper, but that's about it.
At this point, Osap is fine. This time he does have the Jade Land. Pretty sure we're gonna see it. And this Chris is just so far from getting to his goal.
That's right, we got the 3/4 Birdo pulling up with the Storm as well. All right,
yeah, can even spend an Evo on it if he wants.
That's right.
The J-Land, you know, it's such a huge difference in life swing. Both dealing damage and healing your own leader. It's a huge swing.
Alright, look at that. 6 damage.
Even get some Meowskers for his trouble. Yeah, I'd like the Able to the face at this point. Just close it out. He knows that Tyr doesn't really have anything. He's got the Sarah spell that doesn't do anything, and like one other potentially dead card. Tour guide.
That doesn't help at all.
Too little, too late, and man, looks like we're going to a game 3.
That's right. Again, this is what happens when Osap can draw the right cards and find the right pieces.
Yeah, this game was like the best example of why the Haven deck was a good pick against Shadow overall.
Yep, exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, well that's one
They
way
can
to
proc the Chris.
to something, but with double retracing.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
You know what? Points for attempting, right? Points for
Yeah, I mean,
gotta see what you draw.
he had a good start, but playing Scuff Dagger Shadow against the Haven wasn't gonna cut it. And Osap's gonna take the game, and we're going to a final game for our finals. Tier Osap 1-1. Only one of these guys will be the August champion.
That's right. It's definitely a good place to be for both players. It's going to be an exciting one. We're jumping right into it. No hesitation, no waiting. It's time for Game 3, Forest versus Shadow. Let's see. Will it be, which of these decks that needs to generate those resources? Both can have access to pretty strong early games, but we'll see how it's going to pace out.
Yeah, it's going to be Latika and her fists against an army of Last Word followers. And we'll see who's going to take it. It's been a very good day so far. Some great Shadowverse matches.
Yes, sir. Okay, so looking at these hands, I mean, there's a bit of Axel, there's a bit of tree action. You technically have fairies into a tree, which is not bad.
Yeah, that's a solid start, right? Like,
There's
you have
actually a lot of good
guaranteed
things
turn 1
going on
Axel. Yeah, turn 2 play, that's solid. Then you have fairies if you need them for whatever. So I like the start for Osap.
Yep. Honestly, this could just be a full keep. Like, it's not everything, and he's gonna keep it. I like that. I like that.
It's a solid hand. It's one of those hands where it's like, maybe you can be greedy for more. But like, this is good enough, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're playing in the finals. You cannot afford another loss. Nice, consistent, solid hand seems to be the way to go. And Tio's gonna once again start with the Bone Fanatic. Get the early curve.
Alright, Tree of Wonders now with the bonus effect from the fusion. At long last, it feels like we've been missing out on the bonus effect a fair bit, because this ward is going to be big as well.
Yeah, he has 1 Walder in hand, 2 Walders in the deck, and this is maybe not the turn 2 that Tier wanted. The Shadow deck has so many 2-drops, because a lot of those 2-drops are 6-drops too, but
yeah, this
he
is the one
didn't
time
actually
we
get one.
don't see a turn 2 play.
Yeah, it's
well, I mean,
not really what you want to see for the deck
words.
that's trying to like curve out and you don't have your 2-drop.
Pain. Big pain.
Okay, you're gonna just take the trade, and I mean that's his turn. Then again, we did see Tier pass 2 turns in a row, and he still won, so we'll see about that. Osap can double accelerate, invocate the Walder from the deck, and he would be at 3 Axles so far, so halfway there to Fairy Flower. Although he doesn't have Latika or Fairy Flower in hand just yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's great, but right now not looking too strong. Gonna be trading. I like that.
Trading and then playing another Walder. Interesting.
I mean, you've got a little bit of tempo advantage right now.
He's got a lot of Axles with the Wind Fairies.
Bounce too. Yep.
You can get that chip damage with those Walders, bouncing back another Wind Fairy. Wow.
Oh my god.
I like, bouncing the Amulet is good. You have the other Fairy to still get the fusion. It seems like a very solid play.
Just reset it. You're gonna plus even more from this Amulet, which is really, really nice. And you got a bit of
the
chip
card
damage
draw
going through here. It's good.
Card draw is huge right now, where like he has the Axles, but he's missing like the rest of his combo.
Exactly.
Even playing the Wisp just for the early tempo. And ensuring that he's going to have at least 1 Walder in hand. I do like this.
Here comes another one.
Yeah, so those are all 3 Walders. 2 in the board, 1 in the hand. And there's the Latika.
That's a piece. That is very much a piece, Latika. Now we just need the last one. And I mean, in terms of Axles, we're looking good so far.
Ooh, Necro Impulse. This is a great answer, honestly. Necro Impulse can clear the board.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Osap doing a great job so far. Like, as soon as he draws, that Fairy Flowering, I mean, Tier's already at 15 life. You know, a lot of combo was 14, so Walder knows
for
one.
game.
Yep. Wonder how he's gonna play this turn out.
Yeah, this one's kind of awkward because now your kind of like draw resources are slowly running out. You still got plenty of plays to make, but
well, he still has the Tree of Wonders for more card draw, which is nice.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think, like, even though last time the Haven deck let him down, he never drew his Jade Land. Times like this, you have to believe that your deck has your back and it's going to give you the Fairy Flowering.
Exactly.
Okay, gonna just sort of curb out. Like, not really doing anything that's like too massive, but just, you know, still playing some cards, keeping the pressure up. And I think really just comes down to like, yeah, he needs to draw Fairy Flowering.
Exactly. Like, try to somehow stall to that point. Of course, the Tree of Wonders will help with that.
Yeah, this next point of damage is absolutely massive, ensuring that Tier's going to be at 14, so the combo can actually, you know, win the game. And by playing the Walder, he actually puts a little bit more damage, which is good because, yeah, it means that even if Tier has like the one heal from the Gatekeeper, it won't be enough.
Yep. Precisely. Gigantic.
We'll see what he draws.
Well, for more cards.
Fairy Flowering? No Fairy Flowering. But Archangel could draw Fairy Flowering, and it's pretty good against his matchup.
So,
man, he just needs that Fairy Flowering.
Yeah, quite literally. But on the other hand, Tier here, I mean, things were a bit of a weird start, but I think he's in a pretty good spot here to start setting up his own board. You know, the last words count is only 2.
Yeah, it's kind of low, and honestly, if I were him, I'd be kind of scared, man.
Yeah,
like,
you gotta start pushing somehow.
He's at that point where this could be his last turn.
That's honestly scary to think about. That's scary to think about.
Like, it's one thing to think about, like, okay, how do I advance my game plan? How am I gonna get to what I want to do? And it's another when you have the thought of like, okay, how do I survive? Because potentially this is his final turn.
You wanna know something cool?
Yes.
Walder can swing for 10 damage.
Actually. Yeah, that's gonna be a big Walder.
That
yeah, maybe. Fairy Flowering won't be necessary. Okay, so Gatekeeper, just, you know, solid follower. He has to answer the 5/5.
Absolutely has to retrace. Yeah, I mean, the line of play is very clear. It's just a matter of picking the right
answered. He makes quite a Shadowverse board. He heals to 14 though. Again, crucial. He's at 14. Fairy Flowering, not drawn. Walder does quite a bit of damage.
Do you really want to commit it here though? Yeah, let's go for Archangel. You're not in danger of losing yet. That's the thing. Tier is, but Osap.
I remember all.
I mean, Osap could just use the Archangel to draw Fairy Flowering. Can still fight for the board with the Lionel. See what the draw is. A bit of Fairy in the deck. Yep. Fairy Flowering. Not today. Not yet, anyway. Oh, this is getting close. Like, man, again, Osap played well. Like, he played well that first game, and then just waiting for his deck to have his back.
Yep.
He's, again, about halfway through his deck. Has not seen a single Fairy Flowering just yet. Yeah.
I don't want to see them in the bottom 9 cards or whatever we were at there.
I wonder if he just like cashes out the Lionels now just to sort of clear. It's kind of annoying for him that if he clears the Gatekeeper, you know, that extra 1 point of life makes all the difference.
Yeah.
So he does have Walder if he needs to just push 1 damage.
That's the thing, like the Walder is really close to winning the game for him, but also those extra accelerates will bring it up to 10. Well, bring it back to 10 now that the...
Yeah, because he lost the Evo, right? Interesting, I just hold. Maybe wants to keep Tier. It's not a full board lock, but like trying to make it more awkward for him, I guess.
Yeah.
So he can't just like completely reflood the board.
But even then,
like he knows the way he wins this. He wins
story.
this with his combo. Yeah, like he doesn't win this by fighting the board or anything like that. He literally just wins this with his combo, and he has all the pieces except for the one combo card.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what hurts the most right now.
Yeah, just at the mercy of the deck. He's played well. Just needs that one glorious top deck.
It's always something missing, you know. It's always some kind of component missing.
Yeah, he's already gone through like a lot of the card draw in his deck too, so.
Exactly.
Oh, I like this play. Tier could be extra defensive. Put in Darkest Desire on a follower. If he can buy himself one more turn, maybe he can get more heal, but right now, Osap's gonna get one more chance at it. He's at 16.
Asteroid. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, 16 is it's enough to save himself from Latica combo plus one Walder.
Yeah, yeah. We're slightly out of the range here. The draw is the well, it is one of the last pieces of card draw in the deck.
Okay, can he board lock him? Like, what if he goes Walder, face, and then Wolf bounce it back?
Oh,
on the board, Tier has
kind of nasty.
5, 10, 11, and Evo is 13. And he would
barely
technically still be good, yeah.
Wow, that is something to think about.
I mean, I'm not seeing a better play.
Yeah, honestly. The only thing is that, oh, hold on, let me think.
I'm not seeing a better play. I think that's it. Because he has no card or anything else, so at least this way he's set up for a 2-turn lethal and a higher chance to draw the Fairy Flower again.
There's like
Tears board locked.
Wicked Rebirth into Necro Impulse would be really scary, but that's like the only line of play which definitely it was kind of close.
Okay, but Rebirth summons something.
Yeah.
So you're still board locked.
Yeah, exactly. But what I mean is that like it would have given you the
because he's at 8 shadows. Right? Yeah, he's at 8. If he plays it, yeah, he'll go to 10 shadows. You're right.
Damn, that would have been the one play, but of course.
Well, that is the one play, right? I mean, what else is he doing?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has to go for that, which is funny.
Afterlife services.
Oh, what a game. This is a great finals. It's going to come down to this. What does Wicked River draw?
All right. Does he find it? Necro Impulse is not there.
He does get 1 life.
It does help.
Retrace the path.
Walder, he can do more than he can do exactly that. Actually.
Necro Impulse. Walder is exactly 9 damage. Tier does not have enough damage on the board. He's got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with an Evo. He is 1 damage short.
Oh my god.
And on the other hand, Osap has exact lethal, no Fairy Flower needed.
Gonna evolve still for good measure.
Set. Very well played from Osap. He played to his out. His deck did not want to give him Fairy Flower, and he's like, you know what? I don't need it.
Yes!
Walder's gonna be enough. He's celebrating. Osap is gonna be your August champion.
Good God, look at that Walder. The heavy lifter, the MVP of this set for Osap. And look at that, the pop-off. We are here, the champions of the August Cup. That is your champion for today, for this month. Congratulations to Osap, getting those points, getting those dubs, and overall, just a fantastic showing right there. I'm impressed, honestly. He managed to fight through the worst hands he's been dealt, arguably, maybe even ever, especially after the game 1. Good God.
And honestly, not just in the finals, since the first game of the day for Osap, he made those bad hands work, and that is, again, the mark of a great player. Finding the outs, finding the W's some way. Osap showing that he's still one of the top players in the West. He's your August champion.
Yep, just a fantastic showing, honestly. It's been, not just this finals, but overall the entire day has been so back and forth. We've had games where, things felt like they ended in a flash. We've seen those SVOs in the past where there's just like 2-0 City left and right. But things really slowed down, and as you can see, that's the whole narrative here. It's just the whole pattern of like the tier brought to the finals, just like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and Osap was the story of the 2-0s. Look at that. He defeated Starlight in the first top 8 match, then went up against Vapo, 2-0 as well, and finally the 2-1 against Tier.
Yeah, big shoutouts to Taiga and Tier with very impressive showings, but ultimately it is Osap that is the champion. Let us take a look at the standings. We can see how everything's developed after this tournament. And with that, Osap is now 2nd place, 39 points. And Doc Dodo, he did not get a win today. He's still, actually, I guess he got a 3-way tie because they all have 39 points.
Oh my god, that's insane. To think we'd have a 3-way tie for the 3rd spot, that is just incredible. And of course,
you know
it's
what's
still gonna
funny
be
though?
Very intense all across the board.
Like Osap and Dolan already have slots to Worlds, so even though they're tied, like Doc Dodo, he's the one that really needs those points.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Oof. But of course, you know, this is still not the last one. There's still one more cup to go. Still the September Cup, one last shot to earn those points. But man, and one last shot for an intense SVO. I can't wait to see how the meta will change as well with the mini coming up. But of course, the mini isn't the only thing that is coming up soon, because we have some events to take a look at as well. We've been talking about it all this time, but the September Cup is very, very soon actually. It's sooner than you would think, and it's going to be the most important one for a lot of people because this is your one-way ticket to Contenders if you win. Once again, for SAO, that's going to be September 11th and 12th, and then for West the following week on the 18th and the 19th.
Yeah, if you don't have enough league points to qualify the Contenders, then just win the September Cup. And if you want to know information about Contenders, we have the graphic for you guys right here. Contender Cup happening 2021 for the West, October 16th and 17th, and for SEAO, October 9th, October 10th.
That is right. So in just 2 months, it's going to be the big showdown for the SVO for both regions to see who we're sending off to WGP to represent our English-speaking scene. You know, all these passionate players playing throughout the year for a chance at WGP. It's going to be very hype. It's going to be very hype. And if those games are anything like the ones we've seen today, man, I am excited.
Yeah, we've seen some great stories this year. Players rising up, you know, coming back. We saw like Vito win last month, even though he kind of like was nowhere for a while. Osap, still top of his game, being today's champion. And I can't wait to see who's going to be the next SVO champion and who's going to qualify to Contenders Cup in the September Cup.
That's right. September Cup is just around the corner, so get practicing. You know, the mini is really close, and once that drops, it's time to, you know, just find the right picks, find the right decks, and the right tactics to bring, you know, your A game to the next cup. And I'm looking forward to it. As always, Lewis, thank you for the amazing cast as always. Thank you to all the staff in the back. You know, you just got our faces over here, but, you know, there's a lot of people run the SVO and making this happen and giving you guys this wonderful show, and of course, this amazing tournament for you guys to play in as well.
Yeah, and thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Again, we'll see you guys in September for the final SVO regular month, and then in October for the Contenders Cup. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. We'll see you guys next time.